Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. If you guys don't know, my show on my channel is called High on Politics. So if I keep doing that, that is the reason why. Oh man, I made it by the skin of my teeth today. If you guys didn't know, full disclosure, I had a follow-up appointment with my wife. She is doing well. She's on the mend. Surgeon gave her some shining responses, so we're doing good on that end. But yeah, I was not sure if I was gonna be able to make it to do the show today, at least for the first hour. So I am happy to be here. Glad to see you guys. How you doing, Johnny? Thank you for holding it down. Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Natch, what's up, dude? Good to see you. And yeah, if you guys are just joining us, shout out to Uni. That's all good news. Yes, it is. If you guys do not know, Uni is my wife. She tends to pop up and chat every now and then. Today is probably not going to be a good chat day for her, but yeah, we chill. If you guys also do not know the format of the show, this is PEPAGANDA. We like to do some news breakdowns and do it with a little bit of humor. I do a larger form of this show over on my own channel at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. If you guys are looking for some fun to follow, hey, we also got my co-host here. He's late. You're late, but it's okay. We'll give him a little treat, everybody. Yes. On my show, you guys can also donate for treats. Oh, jeez, I have to give treats to him. Not that many. Thank God the lid was on. That would have been awful. All right, here you go. And was that your brother? Yep, that was your brother. You and the cat was just like, excuse me. Now I have to give him treats. If you guys don't know Catzilla here, we got Lito, who is such a pain, but he's so damn cute. Alrighty, so we got some news to cover. We're gonna get to that. He's late because apparently Uni had cheese. So that's why he was late. He was staring at the cheese. He's good. He's good with that. He's got the perfect face for it, where he just stares at you and you're just like, but this is my all right, fine. And then he's just like, yes, I know, I succeeded in being cute. Anna, what's up? Good to see you. Etch, what up, dude? What is up, everyone? Yes, what is up, everyone? You know what? We're gonna be a little looser with the start of the show today. I just kind of want to chill, chat with you guys. You know what? Opinion time. If you guys enjoy our content on this space, number one, appreciate it. And if you have not already hit the like button, please consider doing so. Really helps get the stream out there and helps every creator on this space. So this space, I just want to say, guys, I truly do appreciate you guys supporting this this whole experiment of ours. Now, I just want to get your guys' takes. What would you guys like to see a little bit more of? Whether it be my show, just on the channel in general. You know what? Shout out. Let us know. I haven't really gotten any audience feedback from this, and I feel like me personally, I could have done this a lot sooner. So the stock market certainly isn't up. Did it crash? Oh, that's like the one thing I wasn't paying attention to. Was the markets today. Oh, geez. Here. We're going to find out in real time. I'm not even going to bother looking at my computer. Oh, shit. Chip comeback fizzles live update. Oh, down. All of them are down. Estimated $1.75 trillion. Poof. Just gone. I hate how fake this everything is, but I just love how real it is in my life, you know. God, I was talking about the price of meat. I was talking about all of just like how the prices of everything are astronomical. Okay, can somebody explain what the hell is going on with gas though? Because gas is significant, like it's significantly down. And you guys know that if you watch the show at all, that I have been paying attention to a lot of these economists that were saying that because we're getting dangerously close to hitting the end of our reserves, that it's going to skyrocket the price of oil. Is that going to happen, or why is everything so cheap now as far as the gas? Well, cheap. Don't quote me on that one. It's not cheap. It's cheaper, which I brought this up to my friend who some of y'all met on my show yesterday. Had my buddy Coppin Poppin. um just realized that rhyme. But yeah, my buddy Brandon, he was on the show for a hot minute. But yeah, we were discussing this and he was just like, yeah, man, like I feel like gas just like took a major tumble. But he was like, yeah, I don't want to be like, yay, it was only $4.30. Yeah, yeah. Because I had that whole thing where I'm like, you do understand that this was the whole point, was to normalize this, right? Like this is what they wanted. This is exactly what they wanted. Fill up before the weekend. Yeah. I already did. I filled up my car. I filled up my my spare gas canister for my lawn mowing and all that fun stuff. I was able to get that done this weekend. That was yay! I love. Don't you just love having lawns? Like, God, I hate America and their stupid lawns and this whole like peer pressure. I don't even have an HOA, but I do have eyes that are just like, okay, so everybody around me has, the nicely mowed grass, and then mine is, I let it go a week longer than most of my neighbors, which that I'm sure pisses them off. God. Yeah, somebody recently I was talking to, they were telling me like how they have a situation where they have 4 roommates, but they like rent a house, and how he only pays $250 for rent. And I was just like, dude, never leave that situation. I'm like, never leave that situation. Save your money, but also go and have yourself a time. Like the guy he's I think just around 24, 25. Man, that's cheaper than I was paying when I had an apartment with my roommate, which prices have significantly gone up since then. But yeah, my first apartment that I had with my roommate, we split it for $1,270. And then yes, I paid just about $700 to split that with him. He paid a little bit more because he was the one that got the bathroom, which that was a bad deal. I should have never made that deal. What a bad deal. I made a bad deal. You know what? They say that I know the art of the deal, but this was before I read the book. This is before my ghostwriter got on there, and I was just like, wow, this is how you make a deal, huh? About this space. More exclusive content a la Pepaganda, but maybe the crowd isn't big enough to justify that. So, yeah, the only problem is that we're kind of, listen, I'm just going to be completely real, guys. Like, we've kind of hit a stagnation point. Unfortunately, we are in the middle of summer. So you're going to have more creators not able to commit as much. So yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that yes, we should definitely focus on a little more exclusive stuff. I'm thinking like I've been kind of popping around in my brain where we do like a big this space kind of collab show where we run it from the start, but we get like the leftist mafia guys, like anybody that has a collaborative show here, we kind of try to schedule it where they can join us for at least 10 to 20 minutes, get their audience coming in, and really recognizing that this is something worth supporting. And I mean, if I didn't believe in this project, I probably wouldn't be here. So I yeah, I want to see this succeed. I want to see all my fellow creators on this space succeed. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Your first apartment was $400 a month in 2006. Let's see, $400 a month. Oh my god, damn. No bathroom. Where would you store all your stolen documents? See, no, I technically had what in our apartment would have been considered the documents bathroom because it was the public, the public one, which I hated. I hated the fact that it's like anytime we had visitors, they were using my bathroom, of course, and it's not like, when you're a young man, you're gross. You don't really think of stuff. I was never really taught how to clean properly. Like I would tidy, I learned how to tidy, but yeah, duster? What's that? What the fuck is a duster? I didn't know I needed a duster. I'm not even kidding. God, duster and toilet bowl cleaner were the two things that I remember when my girlfriend and now my wife, when she started coming around, she was just like, yeah, you're going to learn what these are. And you're also going to learn what a bleach cleaner is. It's just, oh my God. I remember in our first shower, we lived in like this real dump. Like it was a dump in a pretty seedy part of the city, but you know what? It was ours and we were not home. Like me and my roommate, we moved out at 18, never went back. Both of us, you know what? Proud of that. Oh, wait, no, he went back. Hey, I just realized this. I'm like, no, wait a minute. He recently went back and lived with his parents for a little bit before he moved in with his partner. So, got him on that one. But yeah, even there, like we were paying, although it was a 2-bedroom. So I suppose if you were paying for a 1-bedroom apartment in Texas, 2006, yeah, that actually makes sense. That makes sense. God, the cost of living is insane. What is up with this? What are we doing as a country? Like, dude, housing and food. And then, dude, it's starting to get to that point. You guys feeling this where you see people like spending willy-nilly? Like I just had this. We were just in an area where there's a ridiculous amount of money out there, right? There's this guy sitting with his wife in the waiting room of the doctor, right? And this guy, he's talking about how his daughter is working 2 jobs and can barely afford to pay rent. And he was mad that she couldn't afford to come and see him. So he's just like, I guess I have to have a talk with this kid about financial responsibility. It's like, go. I wanted to make a scene. That shit. Excuse me. I'm getting all fucking frothy over here. Fucking going rabid. For real though, I had that moment where I was just like, oh, fuck you, you gray-haired asshole with your fucking Corvette outside. Fuck you. God, I hate these. I cannot stand it. These people that have so much access that then have the nerve to tell people that can't get a leg up, you just need to work a little bit harder. You need to just manage your money. You need to just not eat your avocado toast. That's especially for every one of you motherfuckers. God damn. And then you have the nerve to complain about your taxes. And you have the nerve about like, oh, well, the cost of prices went up a little bit. I guess it's going to cost me a little bit more to have my parties. Fuck you. Seriously. God damn it. I'm sitting here struggling to pay my fucking energy bills because these assholes and their friends and the people that they support and the tax bracket they support are milking all of our fucking resources to generate this fake AI bullshit for nothing. And these are the assholes. Oh, you gotta be a little bit better with your money. Fuck you. Seriously, fuck you so much. God damn it. Sorry. Whew. Whew. Yeah, I'm feeling that one. God damn. I can't stand these assholes. They got fucking 2 boats. And they have the nerve. They have the nerve to dare come into the same vicinity as us, the plebeians, the ones that actually like, this is where I'm genuinely like, no. You know what? you need to pay for like, you don't get insurance. I think that if you're in a certain tax bracket, no insurance for you. You don't get the benefit. You have to pay out of pocket for everything. And then we get cheaper insurance plans until we get the socialized medicine. How about that? That was cathartic. No sorry needed. Oh, I'm so tired of being fucking told to pull up my bootstraps, but also buckle down. Oh, maybe you only need to eat 2 meals a day. Maybe you need to go get a 3rd job. Like, that's what I'm facing right now. Like, honestly, and I said this on my show. I'm in, we're in a new era here where Pep is looking for a 3rd job because, the streaming is a job. It is. Like, I'm a paid streamer. I'm a professional streamer. I'm not going to take that away from me. I dare say I'm a professional YouTuber if it, take the cringe out of that. But for real, man, like, I'm at that point, and then I have assholes like telling me, oh, you just need to manage your money better. Go fuck yourself. Beef is literally fucking $11 per pound. Like, what are you talking about? You need to buckle down. Fucking raising my water costs. Literally, just the basic necessities, the bare necessities. They're certain. Oh, man. If I was like not so pissed off, I could probably like do a song right there. But hope the voice acting thing lands. That sounds cool. Yeah, that'd be great. Fucking great. Yeah, I actually need to get on that and clip that so I can put that out there, because realistically, my YouTube channel is now a resume. Isn't that fun? There has to be a way to tax the borrow and spend instead of the... I mean, dude, that's the thing that really pissed me the fuck off. Here I am. I'm trying to get out of debt, and these assholes are preaching about how much money they have. Dude, they have so much credit card debt. It's insane. And they want to talk about buckling down? Like, no, we need to stop rewarding the people with the most. What the fuck are we doing? This is like when you hear about these extravagant events where they get free gift bags that are worth like $30,000. Why are we wasting all of this money and resources on people that can pay for it them fucking selves, and then telling the fucking lowest rungs of society that they need to just fuck off and do better? Fuck. And then, God forbid the economy crashes, then it's our fault. The myth of mediocrity. Yeah, dude. And the most mediocre white people, the most mediocre people I know are the people that run businesses. Like, it's always these fucking assholes. It's always these fucking assholes that got lucky in like the early 2000s or even the late 90s, and they fucking built their businesses off the back of a fucking inheritance. Every fucking shithead that I know that's like in his 30s or 40s had most. I have one person. We know one person in this audience that he may not be here now, but our friend Kirk, friend of the show, he built his business from the ground up. He was an addict. He is like the American dream personified, but this is where also he gets kind of like a conservative leaning, because he made himself into something successful. And then right when he got there, they were saying they were going to take his. But this is also where it needs to be sold on guys like him, where it's like, oh, dude, you make close to what? Maybe 500,000 to $1 million, like, as a company. So yeah, you know what? Maybe these are where like tax incentives can fucking kind of benefit people like that, as long as it's benefiting the people at the bottom. But this is where they truly do fuck us. This is where they're constantly trying to keep us fighting each other. This is what they want me feeling this way about that shithead. They want me looking at him and being like, you're part of the problem, because he is. No mistake, he is, especially in today's society. If we were in a perfect world and he was paying his fair share in taxes, billionaires were paying their fair share in taxes, we would be fine. But dude, they are fucking inching towards a fucking revolution, and it's going to be bad. And it's not going to go the way that people think it is either. God damn. It's not going to be French style. Trust me. It's going to be them chunky green beans. Anyway, shout out to Kirk. He also made the intro music. Yes, intro and outro. Well, I mean, same song, but still. Still want that pep talk, Pep? Yeah. No, I do need to, we need to chat, because I am fucking starting to kind of unravel a little bit. I'm okay though. I'm figuring this stuff out. Anyway, you guys come here for news, right? Or do you guys come here for pep rants? I don't know. You guys seem to come here for pep rants. Let's go pep rants. Let's keep talking, because you know what? I'll be completely honest. I really didn't have anything for the show. I pulled up a few stories that I had this morning, but realistically, I got like a breaking point segment, and here, actually, let's add this to queue. There we go. Let's do that. North Korea economy booming. Yes, yeah, it's almost like China's economy is booming, and yeah, there's certain places in the world that are doing very okay. Yeah. The revolution will not be live streamed. Come for the news. Stay for the pep. That is it was funny. Somebody asked me in chat yesterday, like, what kind of show I do. Like, we're like, what kind of show is this? It's like, it's a personality based show, folks. That's what this is. I am not just my politics. I am Pep. I am the entertainer. I am Pep the entertainer. Thinking a little high on myself here. But for real, I'm an entertainment entity that likes news and likes to cover this stuff. Every once in a while, I'll oopsie into a smart observation. Natch actually said something very kind to me yesterday. This is how much I take compliments, where they said that I am good at breaking down economic news and making it palatable for everybody. So hey, you know what? I appreciate that. Also, want you guys to know that the compliments do, they mean something. They mean something. I feel them. Ken, oh, hell yeah. Feeling the, you're feeling the rant today then, huh? Cool. Perfect. Honestly, perfect. Wait, Illinois lawmaker proposes plan to keep bears from moving. We're adding that to Q2. Screw it. We're just gonna add things to my YouTube queue on the back of like the one thing that I had pulled up. We're gonna talk about Spencer Pratt here in a little bit. We're also gonna talk about Trump and the Knicks, because yes, that was objectively hilarious to me. I'm sorry, I don't live in New York, so I don't give a fuck. So yeah, genuinely, I'm also not like the biggest basketball fan. Haven't been in a while. The Bulls have kind of sucked for quite some time, and then. Yeah, the like one shot we had, we just kind of fucked that up. So for the full spicy Pep experience, subscribe to Pep Talks. Yes, please do. If you're not already subscribed to Pep Talks TV at YouTube, you guys can get the full experience. I do long form content. Like I streamed 7 hours yesterday, and that was by accident. I only meant to do 5. But we did 2 hours of just ranting and having some fun. I need to cut that up too. So yeah, getting to that point, man. Yeah, if any of you have editing experience and are willing to put maybe an hour into and to help me get some stuff out there, I would definitely appreciate it and consider making you a part of the team. Just by the way. Dang, the riffs were epic. Yeah, no, you know what? Yesterday I was feeling it. It was funny. Like, even as I was going, like, I'm kind of having that right now, even where I'm just like, man, you know what? Feeling the rant. Yeah, I had some fun riffs where I did some bits. I did some breakdowns. I had, I think I had actually like a nice little lecture, I surprise myself sometimes. I wish I was kidding about that. I legitimately do. Like, there are times where I'll be watching a playback and I'll just be like, that's a good point. Damn, this guy's smart. Oh, wait. Fuck. But yeah, we're also going to, we're going to cover the whole thing that happened in New York. Like I said, I'm sorry if you live in New York and your Knicks broke your heart yesterday. But also, can I just point something out? When's the last time? Actually, I know this. 2024 was the last time that series ended quickly. But most of the time, dude, look at it this way, especially with the refs last night. Come on. You don't think that the refs were playing a part in the loss? Like, they're trying to push this to 7, man. You understand how much money that is? Like, did you see the price of tickets? like we're talking millions of dollars at courtside. Like, and you also have to understand though, this isn't MSG that's getting that money. Somebody like had pointed out, oh yeah, fuck them. It's a bunch of rich people. It's like, no, you don't get it. These are poor people that were like, or poor people, middle class people that bought their tickets, and a lot of them are season ticket holders. And that's recent. So my dad used to do that. When the Bulls used to go to the finals, we would go to one finals game, and then he would sell the rest and pay for the next season. That's how he did it until 1998. Once they announced Michael Jordan's retirement, he sold his tickets. Which thank God he did, because honestly, that was it. That was all she wrote for us. But yeah, I grew up in a upper middle class family. You know, my dad he was a business owner. He worked his ass off. My grandparents, they built a business that he took and he made it even bigger. So yeah. We got to go to things like that. Like I got to see Jordan's return game. That was awesome. Technically, he returned to New York though. His first game back was on the Knicks court. But yeah, I got to see, I was 7 rows back courtside so it was technically like during the first half, it was the Knicks basket. So like I was 7 rows back and I got to see him return in the number 45. That was one of my like really pivotal moments where I was just like, I remember begging my dad, like, we've got to go. Yeah, I got to see the dynasty. I got to shake hands with most of the players except for Michael Jordan, ironically. So I can't say I've never met him. I met him at his restaurant. My dad took me to the Michael Jordan restaurant, and I thought it was a pipe dream that he might be there. It turned out that he was, because like the office light was on, and I walked back to the bathroom. I'm just like, like there's the office lights on, but they had the like the blinds like kind of closed. So I walk out of the bathroom and there's like a door right outside of his office, and he's walking out. He has 2 guys with him, and I just fucking kind of walk right up, and I'm just like totally starstruck, could not move, could not get a word out, and just went, hi. And he's just like, he like kind of looks at me, acknowledged me, just said, enjoy your meal. And then I walk back. I tell my dad, I'm like, I just met Michael Jordan. He's like, no, you didn't. And then everybody like starts congregating like around like where the stairs are, and they're like taking pictures. And he's just like, and I point, and my dad's just like, holy shit, you might Michael Jordan. That was pretty cool. He's an ass but genius basketball player. Oh yeah. He's not a great person. I learned about, my dad didn't like him as a person when the whole cheating or like the gambling scandal came out, which my dad to this day said that's why he retired and played baseball, because he thought he was going to jail. Like for real. He thought he was apparently it was that bad, but whatever. Should have challenged him to a bet. Yeah, never met a bet he wouldn't take. Actually, the coolest player that I ever met was Stacey King, who rest in peace, Stacey. Stacey King, if you guys don't know, he recently passed. I guess he fell in his home at 59 years old this week. One of the nicest fucking guys I've ever met that ever played professional sports. He was one of the nicest guys. Second nicest was Tony Kukoc. I met him twice. I met him at a Bulls event, and then me and my dad ran into him at Brookfield Zoo. That was awesome. Wait, so Space Jam isn't a documentary? Oh, I mean, don't say that. Come on. Bill Murray. He's one of like the best, oh God, what were they called? Fuck. The Toon Squad. The fact that Bill Murray is in that movie is just hilarious, because his story about it, where he's like, he did it as a favor to Michael Jordan. And he's just like, yeah, you just got to play golf with me anytime that anytime that you're available, you're partnering with me. I guess, yeah, the umbrella hat. Yeah. He's got the umbrella hat. Oh, shit. And now we have oh God. can we just admit that FanDuel and like all these betting sites and speculative sites, like they have contributed significantly to the downfall of civilization, not just American. Like this has been, yeah, it's bad out there, folks. I don't know. Seeing a 7-year-old talking about like, making gains on a bet, like, dude, listen, I understand like Pokemon cards trained us, right? And technically, yes, it was a lower form of gambling. That's why it was banned from my school. They said that we were gambling. So it is kind of weird that like now that's all they're about though, because like now you have online markets. So they don't feel the passion for the actual cartoon or anything. Like my nephew's a perfect encapsulation of this. Apparently he's getting into the idea of collecting cards and reselling them, but he's not really in to the properties that the cards belong to. And it's just like, I feel very, I don't like that. I don't know, man. This bricks and minifigs thing ironically got me thinking about that, where I'm just like, oh my God, it's always the same douchebags, these fucking venture capitalist assholes that, they own 2 to 3 houses. They have multiple fucking cars, boats, all the toys galore. And then on top of it, they franchise out a whole bunch of shit. And that's where like these guys and like then the franchisees are also like they're horrible. They're just, I'm sorry, man. They're like, I know that this is going to make me sound like commie Pep, but there does need to be a cap on success. Like there's just a fucking, it gets to a point of ridiculousness. Like how much do you fucking need? How much do you really need? Or even with the wants? Do you know how much, like, this is where I've been saying this, and I got to be careful here. I've worked in an industry where I had to encounter billionaires, right? Do you understand the amount of waste? Like, there was this one guy where one of the staff members told me that the entire place would be gutted and remodeled by next year because that's just how he did it. The thing is, they even said he only comes here for like a weekend. So he comes there, stays the weekend, then the next time he's planning on coming, has it gutted and renovated. So he's just like, okay, we'll look a little bit like ridiculous. And the thing is, they're not selling this shit. Like this, like these people, they don't even bother with resale or any of that shit. Like they just dumpster everything. Absolutely ridiculous. Like one of my hobbies, I guess it is a hobby though. I like to go to like rich neighborhoods and go to their garage sales. And when I say rich neighborhoods, I'm talking like median income of over 500,000, because those are the people that, they're cheap enough to where they would still want to have a garage sale. It's just, God. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And I hate how hard you can work and still get fucked. Like, that's kind of the part that really gets me is like, I no longer buy into the myth of it's hard work. Fuck you. I've watched one of the hardest workers on the planet get completely fucked over by life by having her health decline and then having the rigmarole of the healthcare system, which we've gotten lucky in certain regards, unlucky in others. And then just seeing the overall, like, okay, now you got to play games with Social Security and all the fucking fun bullshit. It's just, you feel like they milk you for everything you're worth and then just fucking leave you at the door. And then God forbid you end up homeless, because then all of a sudden you're a dredge on society. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun how they can take everything from you and then all of a sudden you're a villain? Isn't that like, that's fun, right? Right? Yeah, plenty of poor people who have to work their asses off. It's BS. Yeah, most, like, I was explaining this, that the jobs market is so fucking fake, because what they're not saying is that this is low-level retail positions that constantly are being filled. So the job openings stay open. They have a lot of turnover. They do a lot of seasonal stuff. So they're counting seasonal like positions as permanent positions in the economy right now, which is fucking insane. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, stuck in the poverty trap. Well, that's why I'm saying I wanted to freak out on this guy at the doctor's office that was talking about his daughter that way, where it was just like, hold the phone. You're telling me that she's working 3 jobs and it's her problem that she can barely afford rent, get fucked. This is why we need revolution. The thing is, I think that everybody has a different idea of what revolution is. We actually need, like, you want to talk about revolution? It's nothing like the movies. It's nothing about there's nothing violent behind it. There's nothing like that. The true revolution is a bunch of people demanding that we take money out of politics, demanding everything from these fucking higher class assholes. And just, I'm talking not just general, I'm talking everybody strikes. The entire United States has to shut down for at least 2 to 3 days for these assholes to listen to us. We could all survive on that. The thing is, most of us, like, if we could get the people from the grocery stores, all the shit, like, if you could get the communities to guarantee that it's like, we're taken care of, man. We're going to be sharing, gas. We're going to be sharing fucking food, all this shit for 2 to 3 days while you rich fucks watch your portfolios disappear. And don't try to fucking trick us with this 401k bullshit, because honestly, you were going to take that anyway. You were going to speculate on it anyway. You were just using that to prop up your bullshit. Fuck. That felt good. I needed to get that out. It's a pipe dream, I know. The thing is, it is because people are too lazy. People are too complacent. They don't care. They'd rather scroll through Facebook or Twitter or whatever the fuck, whatever like program they're addicted to on their phone. That's what they'd rather do. And realistically, man, this is part of the problem. Like, and Anna, I know that I've beaten this dead horse so much, like in our conversations, but for real, I think that you have I think that you think more people are involved than actually are. Like there's so many people, and there's a lot of people that just don't even want to hear it. And trust me, they're affected by it. Nothing is more frustrating than seeing somebody struggling so bad that does not want to listen. And then they're ignorant enough to say some shit about how immigrants are the problem. I don't know. There have been times where I'm just like, you know what? Maybe you guys don't deserve a revolution. It's like, I know we do, but like, fuck. Like every once in a while, it's like some people just don't deserve to be saved. It's triple Trumpers. You know what? I kind of feel that way. If you're a farmer and you're a triple Trumper, get fucked. I don't give a fuck about you. I genuinely don't. My capacity for like having empathy for certain people is realistically it's hit its cap. It really has. I used to be pretty empathetic towards everybody's situation, even people that I knew were kind of shitty, where it's just like, you know what? Like, I want to be a better person, but realistically, fuck being the better person all the time. Sometimes you do. It's not about going lower. Sometimes you just got to meet these assholes and shock them when you do. That's my favorite part about some right-wing like the right-wingers is like they genuinely get like freaked out when it's like you match their energy. Look at honest to God, look at the way that they're handling the Spencer Pratt thing. Look at the way that they're handling like, the meanie Bobini left. They said some mean stuff about Donald Trump. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like what they said about Charlie Cook. Did you see the guy with the paper mache head he was falling to the ground and he was making me relive this, and it was outside of Erica Kirk's thing, so they were trying to attack Erica Kirk and make her cry. Bunch of bitches that deserve nothing. Listen, you owe them nothing. You don't owe any of these people anything. So stop with that too, by the way. Like, goddamn, the amount of times that I've been told, like, yeah, you should probably go a little, you should go take the high road, especially with the Charlie Kirk thing. Fuck you. Seriously. What's that thing that they like to type out in chat all the time? Oh, yeah, FAFO. No, realistically. In Charlie Kirk's case, I don't think that he should have gotten Kirk. But realistically, I'm gonna be real. It's kind of like, all right. Fuck. I do not condone political violence. We do not condone political violence in any way, shape, or form over on this space or on Pep Talks. So just so you guys know, we do like to laugh at a good joke, though. And you know what? Hurting the fifis of a fucking dumb widow. And I'm calling her a dumb widow. Like she's dumb. She has gone out there and made this all about her. She's put herself out there. Fuck, she's already got a new guy, which ironically is a black dude. I thought that was fucking hilarious. It was just like, oh wow, so Erica and Charlie were both kind of lusting over black people. Ain't that a fucking bitch. Hey, we got a great new verb out of it, getting kirked. I know. Unironically, guys, we're not bad people. We're just, we're fed up. And I'm fed up with like the faux outrage. Like, these guys don't give a shit. They really don't. They just want to feel like they're the victims. Like, that's realistically what it is. That's also kind of funny. Like, every time that they win, notice how they always try to like continue to play the victim, but then you point out, you're like, yeah, but Trump's president. Yeah, well, he's your president now. It's like, yeah, he is. And he's failing. No, he's not. Well, everything's more expensive. No. Gas is cheaper. No, it's not. No, it is. Everything's cheaper. Like, come on, guys. You guys have seen my chat. So, like, I know that most of you all have seen, like, my chatters, like, that come in. I do get an influx of MAGA chatters because I'm not. I should probably be a little bit better about this. Oh, God. Day 2 of this shit. Man, I hope this isn't becoming something because, man, this, like, I'm getting these, like, hiccup burps, like, from down here, and it's mostly from when I drink coffee. I don't usually get that, though. They use pearl clutching and moralistic grandstanding to make sure that no one is allowed to point out their cosmic irony. Yup. You ain't. Shout out Terre Haute. Inside joke. Yeah. Guy named Terre Haute Bob that made his appearance on my show, once or twice? This guy. You know that you done fucked up when you became a character on my show with how bad your points were. That was one of the few times that like fact checking was so easy. Like, he wanted to try and tell me like gas prices were a certain price, and I'm just gas buddy all day with this guy. And it was a good time. I'm not going to over explain it, but man. Okay, so like one thing I have to do. I have got to get better. So, like, if you guys sense that, like, I have an episode that's, like, an outstanding episode, let me know so we can, like, star it or something, or I can put it in the title or, like, just in the back so I know. Like, I'll put a marker where it's just like, okay, so this one was fire. This was one that I can be like, hey, here's a clip. Here's the VOD. Because that's the plan on my show is I'm going to start clipping more of my content, getting it out there, and trying to bring more people to the show. Like I said, if I don't start making close to a certain amount per week, I'm probably going to end up in the same place that a lot of streamers do, especially in economies like this. So consider supporting the show in any way, shape, or form. And I'm talking all the free ways, monetized way, any of it. And support this space and all of us creators, because rising tides raise all ships. You know how that works. I hate the fact that I even have to do this, but yeah, you know what? I have to also accept that this is where I'm at as a content creator. So I'll try to note the timestamps when I'm there. No, I appreciate that, Nash. I just need some looking out from you guys that are like regulars on the show, because when I'm kind of going through these moments, I'm just kind of like, I'm vibing and just having the moment, or like just kind of, yeah. I just realized that I'm probably. You know what? Screw it. Let's just chill for the rest of the hour. We'll make this a pep rants hour. And honestly, producer Nick, make a note of this, just in case. I should be able to do tomorrow, but just in case, yeah, you can play the first hour of this. Clipping past shows and putting pep talks, great clips, rewind, date. Yep. Yeah, that's what I got to start doing. Because yes. Yesterday's is in my chat. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I'll start working on obviously today I do not have time. Maybe later after the show. This is the other thing I got to do. I have got to start having hard outs. So like I got to start doing like capping it at 5 hours and just be done. Somebody said that the average was 4 hours, and I was like, I can't do that. I need at least 4 hours and 30 minutes because I need to do the 420. But then there's no fun half. Content creation's fun though. And I'm not trying to be like an ironic dick about this. Like it is. Even though it comes with some unexpected issues, it is fun. Yeah, I can imagine it's harder to remember when you said over like 8 hours freeform. Yeah. Yeah, no, it sucks. There's a benefit to it though, because you know how like people like to chop up like, somebody taking like they like to take things out of context. Good luck with that with me. The thing is, for that, you're gonna have to sit through at least 4 to 6 hours of fucking show. Shit, lately I've been doing 6 to 8 hours, man. And just so you guys know, it's because I like to vibe with y'all. Like if the vibe's not there, I don't think I would stick around that long. And I'm also gonna say this. I'm surprised at how many I haven't had any shows that I've ever like felt like, oh, that was a dud. Like never. Like I've had a few where kind of started like a little rough or or ended rough. I've had those, especially like when I do like get into like a heated debate with a member of chat. I could see that being bad, but the last 2 hours is the Pep West goodbye. Well, yeah, it is. It is my mid. Yeah, dude, I really am bad with that. Dude, it was so funny. Brandon, who you guys met last night, we have that problem. Like that. That's why I was shocked that he was still here. I was like, "Did you go home?" I was genuinely surprised. Although that fucker drank one of my last cores. Just gonna say this. Yeah. I love you, man. And I'm not mad about it, but I was upset about it because you ever have that where you go to the fridge expecting there to be something like one more, and there was not. Party foul. It definitely was. Don't call him out like that. It's all right. I don't even think he watches this space, but it's okay. Either way. I am legitimately joking. I'd rather have him have it, and he was having a good hang. He was keeping my wife, they were having a nice chat and just kind of, chilling. It's funny. I said that yesterday. It's like, yeah, he's upstairs keeping my wife company, and then immediately I was just like, oh, and here come the trolls in chat. Yeah, sure he is. That's why I think I'm okay with at doing this. Is because I can beat them to like, oh shit. I just pretty much gave them clip material. Have fun with that. Yeah. I try not to fucking let it bother me, but every once in a while. It's actually the thing, me, coming up with this, what bothers me is just like, wow, man, I'm so negative. I wish I could be more positive about it. How come I can never have that moment where it's like, I'm like the anti-troll to myself, where it's just like, yeah, you are good at this. You're a good broadcaster. You're a professional broadcaster and you're good. Just keep repeating that. The trolls are so weak with their insults. I mean, they really are. I've noticed that recently. We've been getting repeated. I think we got there's a certain amount of bots that they rotate in political content feeds, specifically in the live vertical feeds. I've noticed that they show up in the first hour, the third hour, and the last hour is when we start to get them, and they'll start repeating their bullshit. Like that Trump 2028, or like Trump is not a king or whatever. He shows up every stream, says the same thing, Trump 2028, then disappears. Yeah. My youngest had that yesterday. The oldest swiped his Hawaiian Punch flavored C4 when he left for work that morning, and the youngest got up and he was upset. It's a little different between brothers. Yeah, but still, I mean, yeah. I had that with the cheese stick recently, where I was just like, I thought we had more cheese sticks. And then I went to the fridge and there were no more cheese sticks. I was genuinely upset. I was like, oh, that was supposed to be my healthy snack. And then I ate a bag of potato chips, which Not a healthy snack. I gotta get better about this, dude. The last few months, God, I have gained probably at least 10 pounds, and most of it is just because my wife can't eat all of her like meals. So, and she has to eat like a bunch throughout the day. So I'll make her something. I'll make, I'll have a little bit of it, or I'll make a little bit for myself. And I'm just, man, I need to go to 2 meals a day, not for for economic reasons. That would actually help. Now I think about it, which I don't want to give in. I don't want to do what the billionaires are telling me to do, because they're telling me that I should cut down on a meal, which if they just said, "Hey, fatty, you're getting fat. Stop being a fatty." Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh no, not the cheese stick. Dude, cheese sticks rule. Can we just say that, like, yeah, cheese sticks are the like Sargento. It has to be Sargento. I like Sargento cheese sticks. I don't know why, but like they have like that proper pull. If you get the other one, like the crazy like string cheese or crazy cheese, I forgot what the hell it's called. It's got it's got the green package with the character on it. Not as good. Like, it gets too stringy. I like the ones that have the nice pull. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is a punch friendly space. I know it is, but I gotta get better at this, man. I'm turning 40 this year, man. I gotta buckle down. I gotta start working out again. I mean, I go for walks more often than I probably ever expected to, because yeah, walking's nice. I actually like going for walks a lot now. Although it is 83 degrees and humid as shit outside today, so I think that I am more than happy to spend it in this cold ass basement with the AC running. I'm okay with it. Dude, I hate sticky weather. Anna, no offense, but you live in one of the worst states for that shit. I cannot stand Florida humidity. I hate it. I hate it. I would so much rather have just like 100 degrees of dry heat, like the desert. None taken. I hate it too. Yeah, that sucks. Hey, excuse me. Hey, come here. Explain yourself. Come here. Come here. Explain yourself. Come here. I'm going to explain yourself to chat. Yes. You must explain yourself to chat. Say, hello, I'm Catzilla. For those that do not know, this is Catzilla. He is such a little putz. Yes, you are. Oh, but he's so cute. Oh, you're gonna lay down? Oh, yeah, that's cute. So like whenever I do that, I'll like kind of swing over and just kind of like try to nudge him off my lap, but then he'll just be like, no. I'm alt, so wearing dark colors and big oversized clothes gets hot and sweaty fast. Yeah. Alt. Yeah, I guess I'm technically alt. I don't know. I've had moments where I've toyed with it. Should I cut my hair? Should I start wearing suits and like actually dressing my age? No. I don't care. I hate the fact that we do this. Like I hate it. I hate it. I hate the fact that like people they look at a dude like in his 40s and they're just like, "Oh, look at you. You're not wearing uncomfortable clothes or just something that's barely stylistic." Like I'm like you. I like having my baggy ass clothes. I especially for someone like me who, fluctuates in paunch size. So having, extra large sweaters or a large, little bit extra space is never a bad thing. Suits are a sign of giving up. That's kind of what I thought. I'll be honest, when I saw Hassan wearing his suits, but then I also got mad because like he couldn't commit to whether he wanted to wear like the stylish suits or he wanted to do he wanted to rip Jake off. Like honestly, dude, I got kind of upset where I was like, is he taking Jake's shtick? Because like Jake, for what it's worth, is one of the first guys that like I saw that had like the disheveled fucking look on here. And then somebody pointed out that there was like that essayist that does something similar. But I'm giving Jake his Yeah, I was about to say. Only guy I trust in a suit. Life is too short to not enjoy your look. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm gonna be real, man. Like, I'm getting to that point where if I would love to be able to budget it, but I hate the fact that, yeah, again, for the rich, like only the rich can fix their fucking head. And when I say fix your head, I mean, in my case, dude, I covered this on my show yesterday, but I have the dumbest fucking patch of hair on my stomach that, God, if they could just take that, put that up here, which is totally tenable, by the way. That's how they do it. I'm just not sure if it's that type of hair. I I do know that, like, technically, like, I found this out. So Ryan Sandberg, of Cubs fame, he had this done, and he was pretty open about it. That they took, like, his donation area was his ass. I was like, oh shit, that's kind of funny. Oh no, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm hitting 40. I've noticed, like, I am on like a hair regimen, and like I mean, I'm okay. Like, I'm not losing as much hair as some of my contemporaries and some of like my friends. Like, I've gotten lucky in that regard. But I'm also noticing that there's not as like the baby hairs that used to like pop up are starting to not pop up as much. So, welcome to aging. But yes, there's a certain Sam Cedar approved nutrient that I take. I'll just say it. I take some Nutrafol, you know, it's good. It is good. I will say, as far as like those hair treatment things, I did that, and I did a Clinique one. Yeah, Clinique has one. It's like a hair serum. Um, it was okay. I honestly, the serum didn't do as much, whereas this one works out. Hey, enough. Also, actually, for the ladies in the audience, Nutrafol, I would dare say would work really well if you have like some thinning hair. Like, if my mom was still alive, I would have gotten her a subscription to it, because yeah, she always had like thinning hair like that. My poor mom. She hated her hair so much. She used to. There's one time I remember vividly where she was in the bathroom. She's brushing her hair, right? And like she had a few tangles, and she just did the thing which you're not supposed to do, where she just gave in and she went and just like pulled. She had a nice little spot on the back of her head, and she like that did not come back. And yeah. The fact that happened when I was a real little kid, I was just like, oh, hey, that's enough. Stop. No, you're pushing it, dude. You're pushing it to the fact, like, to the point where I will have to ban you from the fucking studio here. Like, I can't do this anymore with you. You're so damn cute, but for real, you guys know what's up. It's the same shit. He does this really annoying thing where he'll without claws go and paw the front of my comic boxes, but then he'll like reach in and that's it. You're gone. No, we're done. We're done. We're done. You're going upstairs. You're gonna go. Yeah. Ow. Sorry. He has been banished for the day. Get him out. Yeah. No, get him out of here. No, that needed to happen. Moita muffins. Yes. Well, no, this is bigger than Moita muffins. This is him doing like, he's a weird ass cat. So he likes to go up to like the shower door. He does it at like the back door, where anything like glass and smooth, he'll sit there for like, I feel like it's like a half hour where he's just, it's just, what are you doing? I have a video of it. You guys can actually, here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's bring this up. think there's music to it though, so I'll have to mute it. All right, let's go to my channel. Oh, it might help if I actually went to my channel. There we go. All right, let's see. Where is the one where he is? Aha! Well, it's Cowboy Bebop. I'm not sure if that would hit, but it might. Can I mute this? There we go. That reminds me of the that funny ass video that the man on things or whatever. He's been blowing up, by the way. I've been seeing him like all over, and not just because of my algorithm. My wife has actually even gotten him. Yeah, but here when you see the video. All right, so this is Lito. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. This is what he does. This is what he is doing. Now, you see them big ass paws. Yeah, what he does is all of a sudden the claws come out, like I said, and he'll reach in to like the where the comics are, and he'll like start like kind of then the claws come out and he'll start like pulling. Yeah, and these are not cheap boxes. These are the ones that like have, I think you guys can kind of see here. Let's see. Yeah, you see like this Batman box and like this row here. They all have like prints on them, and yeah, some of them are worth fucking money, man. Like just the boxes alone, because they don't print these anymore. So it's kind of like whatever. Oh, look at that Apex Predator. Speaking of, actually, here, you know what? Here we go. Here's one that we can watch. This one does not have music. This was right before I got Lito. This was at the house that he got kicked out of to come live with us. Aw, cute puppy.
Sit. No, sit. Pablo, sit. Good shit. Wilson. Up, Wilson, up. Good boy. Right, Pablo. Up,
He
Pablo.
renamed him, obviously.
Good boy. All right, Willie. Spin. Good boy. All right, Pablo.
This is hilarious.
Spin for me. Good boy.
Oh.
Sit.
Let's see. Yep, that's pretty much all I got. He's cleaning the window. Actually, here's a better one. Yeah, same music. He's so weird. This is just what he does. Like I said, I don't know. He's got it like because somebody had said once I think it was in the comments on one of these videos where they're just like, "Oh, is he declawed because my declawed cat does that?" It's like, no, he's got his claws. He's just weird as shit. He is adorable though. Oh, my Lito. Is it the reflection? Do you think it's the reflection? It could be, actually. I don't know though, because no, because he does it down here too. He'll do it to like just like a flat piece of like wood. Or he doesn't know how glass works. I don't know, man. It's his process. It is. Lito's just so cute. He's just playing with the mirror Whirl Kitty. Well, I wonder. Because like I have a cat that looks just like him. Like I have another cat that looks just like him. They're both tabbies. My other cat's like I think 2 or 3 years older than him. It's funny because you can see the dynamic where he is totally the little brother. Have you trimmed his paw hair? Yeah, totally. Like no, I take care of that. He lets me. My other cat, on the other hand, He got them needle claws. And he will not let you touch them. It sucks. All unexplained cat behavior is them communicating to ghosts and spirits. Sure. I'm sorry. I don't know. Not really the biggest believer in that stuff, but nah. Like in between his toes. Yeah. Stan is the one. Actually, you just remind me I have to do that. I have to do that to Stan here. I might do that before I start my show today, because that will not take me too long. Anyway. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if you guys noticed that I got my little Tim Pepper up there, and I also got Optimus Prime. Oh, dude, check this out, though. Hold on. Check this out. This is cool. All right. I am Optimus Prime. He fucking transforms into a little truck. I thought this was so cool, okay? It was $3. For $3, I was just like, you know what? That's $3 of happiness right there. Let's fucking go. Also, yeah, full disclosure, I am a huge Transformers fan. They have the 40th anniversary of the movie coming out. Thinking I'm gonna have to go see that. Even though I'll be honest, the movie's not that great. Never really liked it. Now it's cool. It's only $3. Yeah. Found it at that Walmart clearance aisle. It's good for something every once in a while. And yes, believe it or not, we do have Walmarts in the big city here, which somebody had told me that they're like, oh, I thought that Walmarts were banned from Chicago City, like the actual like Chicago proper. It's like, what are you talking about? No, like, sure, downtown, like if we're talking, River North and fucking, that area, yeah, you're not gonna find a Walmart, but yeah, dude, it's only a few miles away. But a few miles in city blocks, I've always hated that. I'm still bad at that. Like every time I'm walking, I'm like, it's a few blocks, and then like my brain's doing like the conversion. It's just Walmarts aren't a big city thing. No, Walmarts are usually like pretty rural. Like I was shocked when we got one. Like they announced that they were doing a super center, but they closed a mall by us pretty much in order to do it. So like it was just a vacant lot. I was all right with it, whatever. It's nice having options, Anyway, Walmart's what anniversary? I think 40th anniversary of yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it's 40. Yeah. No, yeah, that's right. That's right. I turned 40 the same time that Transformers the movie does, because yeah, I was kind of born the same year. That's how that works. It's all mini targets. Yeah, we got a lot of mini targets. Actually, we got one of the coolest targets. Anna, you would love the Gothic target. Here, you know what? Let's look this up. No, let's not look this up. I just realized that it's gonna totally try and navigate me there. Let's not do that. Look up the Gothic target if you guys are interested. Let's see, maybe I can find a picture that will not do that. First thing it does is it takes me right to it. God damn it. Yeah, thank you, computer, for showing. Let's not do that. This will not give my address in any way, shape, or form. Cool. There we go. Then I can do that. All right. Check this out. Yeah, so it's the old Marshall Field, so it's also really cool. Or no, Carson Peary Scott. It's the old Carson Peary Scott, which I have always loved that building. So it was pretty cool when it became a target. Should be a haunted bookstore. I know that like it was between them and Barnes and Noble when they were trying to bid for it. I'm offended at the commodification of my culture. Hey, you know what? So just take it. God damn it. You know what? They commodified stoner culture. Fuck off. You know what? I was happy. I got more tie-dye. You know what? So what? It was a fad for a minute, but I got some cool shit. It's still my culture, and I'm fucking whatever. It's the same with gay culture. Like, guys, come on. Now, Mike Figueredo said this best, where had he even been able to conceptualize how bad this would have been, he would have shut the fuck up about Target and like the whole commodification of June and like the gay pride stuff. Like, let's be real. I'd rather see a soccer mom wearing a rainbow pride shirt because it's a bit of a fad, because at least then it is like, hey, look, hey, support. Yay, cool. Ooh, it's fake support. Seriously, stop doing the fucking punk rock thing. We get it. Posers suck. We get it. But also, you kind of like the gatekeeping sucks. So you stop. Just stop. You shopped at Hot Topic too. Stop. I do get genuinely tired of like that kind of fucking culture, like counterculture bullshit, as somebody that's always been part of it. Like, I hated that attitude, because for real, do you know how many times like I got shit for like wearing a Blink-182 shirt? Like that kind of, like, again, no, it's not real punk rock. Go fuck yourself. God damn. I don't actually. Okay. You've never shopped at a Hot Topic. You're telling me that you've never gone somewhere that like wasn't a fucking flea market? I mean, hey, kudos to you, but I'm just being real. Most people that I know have. You know, the gothic girls that I know have. Actually, the funniest one is how much they spend at things like Sephora. Because, yeah, you forget that makeup ain't cheap. But whatever. Depop everything. Whatever. It's the same with anime. I know some shitheads that think that way about anime. A bunch of 40-year-old dudes acting like high schoolers. Okay. I don't know. Is it a superiority thing? Like, what is it? Like, I don't know. Like, I have never gotten that. You know, as somebody who has had, you know, both thrown around the word poser and also had poser tossed my way a few times. You know, I hate it. I just hate it. I caught myself doing this the other day where I was, I hate to say this, I was walking around with my wife. I saw some of these youngins, some of these whippersnappers, and they were all dressed like old school skaters, like from when I was in high school. And they're wearing like the wide leg jeans, all of it, and not a skateboard between any of them. And I'm just like, And I did have like a little bit of, at least wear, like, at least have, at least be a skateboarder. But then I'm like, fuck it. It's style. Style is style. They feel it. They feel it. Listen, I'm principled, and I don't want I don't want shortcuts to acceptance. It's not about being a poser or not. I want my rights to blow away in the wind with their fad. Simple as that. Oh, okay. I don't care if someone shops at Hot Topic. No, but I like, the thing is with that kind of like, I don't like using the term attitude because it makes it almost comes off like you're high and mighty. But no, for real, like with that kind of engagement, I guess like people could probably, I don't know, read it as I like read it as condescending, not from you, but if, for instance, I was somewhere, like if I was at a punk show and, oh God, if I can actually tell, I have a story for this one where I had made a jacket that was for a Halloween costume. It was Eddie's jacket from Stranger Things. So I wore that to a show where it was like a Halloween themed like night so I was kind of like, oh, I was actually genuinely shocked that I was the only Eddie Munson like there, because it was a band that has, done Stranger Things stuff. So I'm kind of walking around, and like a few guys, they did the thing where they're just like, oh man, I remember like when these jackets first started coming out and everybody started making fun of us and being afraid of us, you know. And then there was the one guy that like pointed like he was a fucking general to all of his buttons and shit, and he's just like, let me go, you bought those on eBay. I'm like, yeah, I did. Like, it was so fucking condescending. But also it was like, do you not get that I'm in a Halloween costume? Like, funny enough, I'm actually wearing the jeans that I wore for that costume. To be honest, sometimes the only skate shop I can make it to is Zoomies. I actually don't mind Zoomies. Go easy on us, fam. Listen, like I said, I don't mind Zoomies. I used to shop at Zoomies. Fuck, they actually like it was for a while. There was like this like time where it was the only place you could get your deck worked on. Oh, you're punk? Name 5 obscure albums or you're fake? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 5 obscure bands. And then I could just literally be like, that's where you play the game. It's just like, I like the Leviathan butt sniffers. You know, they use the backdoor hippies. You know, the youth assassins. See, I'm just literally looking at the things behind me and just going, and the thing is, doesn't that just sound like I just listed off a fucking bunch of punk bands? Because that's what it is. Yeah, I hate that shit. I genuinely hate like gatekeepers for fucking counterculture are some of the fucking cringiest assholes on the planet. Oh my god. Fucking we get it, man. It's all you have, and you're just like, don't take the last thing I have from me to feel good. I remember when fucking Kylie Jenner wore a Black Sabbath shirt, and that sent the masses into like the metal masses into a tizzy. I listened to White American Minefield, Puddle Juice. I listened to the Dirty Pickles. It sucks. Just let people enjoy things. Yeah. Oh, it's the same thing where like it's what made you embarrassed to admit that you liked things like NSYNC and fucking Backstreet Boys and some of that fucking the pop music that was coming out that was actually, you know, it's fire. When I hear like a fucking NSYNC song, I'll just be like, yeah, okay. Some of them suck, but some of them are like legit bangers. Just how it goes. Same with some Taylor. I'll be honest, like I've been in situations where like I had to sit through a Taylor Swift listening party. That wasn't necessarily my thing. You know, there was like 2 good songs, but then I don't know, like you hit some of them B and C tracks. I do not begrudge anybody that loves her and loves all the lore and loves the thing. Just not for me. Okay. They're popular for a reason. Some of them are really good. Yeah. Dude, Hanson. Fucking I took my wife to a Hanson concert where they were with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. I dreaded going to it because I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta go to this bop shit. When they played bop, I was literally standing there with her girlfriend's boyfriend. And we both had long hair. This was really funny. We got like we were just standing in line for a beer, and they're like, excuse me, are you Hanson? And we just looked at each other like, that's hilarious. But yeah. From a fucking balcony seat, which was it was baller. It was at it was at the Chicago Theater. So like we had one of the operas, like one of the suites. That was sick. And yeah, I enjoyed the fucking crap out of it. And when they hit bop, I was bopping. Okay. Also, Taylor Hanson is based as fuck. He you can look up anything that Taylor Hanson has done for a bunch of left-wing causes. Like he's got so much political activism like crap going on right now where it's just like, yeah, dude. Based. Anyway, folks, check out Scary Pocket Funk cover of Umba. Oh, really? Okay. See, that's Scary Pockets. Wait, is it actually like called Scary Pockets? Oh, it's a funk cover by a band called the Scary Pockets. Yeah, like I said, the Youth Assassins. Oh God. Anyway, I literally came up with the band name White American Minefield when I dropped White American Cheese on the floor. It's telling. That's yes. I love the fact that you did that. I love the fact that you guys have like those little moments. Like I have these. Like I love knowing that because I have so many random moments in my life where I'll just like that drop a piece of cheese and just be like, well now that's dirty floor cheese, and then dirty floor cheese. That's another one. That's like literally. I'm going to see White American Minefield with dirty floor cheese as their opener. You would never know. Why do I have Eddie Vedder doing mbop in my head? Sorry. I like Eddie Vedder. I like Pearl Jam. You see Pearl Jam live? Oh, wait. I gotta find that guy. I gotta find this guy. Wait, this clip is legendary. Hold on. You seen Pearl Jam live? Wait. Oh, come on. Where is this guy? Oh, fuck. Here, let's see if I can maybe find it from here. Bonfire Pearl. You've seen Pearl Jam live. Yes, this is it. Ha. All right. We're doing audio only on this one. This is hilarious though. Dude is getting arrested, right? And he's being booked. Oh, no audio? Oh shit. Here. You know what? Then I will This is not my Facebook, right? Yeah, we're good. Cool. Stage. Here we go. We got a clip. We got it. All right, let's give you guys. I know you got. You didn't hear the first part of that. That's actually good.
This man is being arrested for a DUI, and as the officers tighten the cuffs around his wrists, his breath reeks of booze. But as they pull him toward the squad car, he suddenly lifts his head and grins.
Freeze! Rest his head on a pillow made of concrete. Yeah.
Yeah. Breathe. Wait. We didn't get the beginning.
Want to hear a song?
You want to hear a song?
This man
Dude, I love this guy. This guy's a fucking legend.
For a DUI, as the officers tighten the cuffs around his wrists, his breath reeks of booze. But as they pull him toward the squad car, he suddenly lifts his head and grins.
Freeze! Rest his head on a pillow made of concrete. Yeah.
Dude, I fucking love this guy. Oh God. As I said, that is like that's a clip that lives rent free in my head. Like where every time that somebody mentions Pearl Jam, I'm just like, what? You want to hear a song? You ever heard Pearl Jam live? Oh, dude. At one point, he does that though, where he's just like, you ever seen Pearl Jam live? He's the greatest. Man, I just realized that I am totally about to do like almost a show clear of news. That's oh man, we're here for news and politics. We should probably do some of that. I'm sitting here getting lost in just talking, BSing, and going through some funny clips. Although I need to do more of that. I've been thinking about this, like where it's just I need to bring some more like just going through some like TikTok shenanigans and shit like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, political show. Well, I'm called PEPAGANDA. It's not like High on Politics where people genuinely fucking. I say that word a lot lately. That's like my word of the day. Word of the day. I always have like my favorite ones that my dad, his new phrase that he's been repeating a lot is at the end of the day. Like he'll say it almost every conversation I have with him. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah. More high, less politics. I mean, I get that from a lot of people that show up genuinely fucking, hey, watch it. Are you saying that I got to get a little cleaner with my language? Is that what's going? Am I getting chastised by my audience right now? Is this happening? Am I about to be told, Pep, I love your content, but I would really, really appreciate it if you would button it up a little bit and swear less. It's like, what are you, the FCC? All right, Brandon Carr, calm down. Yeah, if you guys know politics, that joke was actually a banger. You Peps, you. Thanks, Ghost Talk. Pep, the swear is just a fuck no from me. The poop talks revolution. Dude, I love the fact that Mitch has like the counter. And at one point I caught it where I'm like, wait a minute. That was accurate. Because he was like, it has been 6 days since poop talks. It has now been 0 days since poop talks. And I thought about it, I'm like, oh wow, he's actually been counting. The amount of weird stuff that I get people to focus on. All right. Here, let's do this. Let's do this first. Yeah. We'll do this first. Was this a good day, Chicago? Yeah, I can play this. This is not necessarily political news, even though lawmakers are involved. This is a story that affects me personally-ish. I rate burps. I can't judge. True. Touche. All right. Now we're doing it. It's official. At almost an hour and a half, with a half hour left in the show, Pep Talks is now talking about politics. Let's do it. Boys are gross. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Yes. I mean, just like the dude, it's so funny with my wife's medical stuff that's going on. At one point, she even said, she's just like, I used to think like you guys talked about poop way too much and it was gross. But now I have no shame, so I will be joining you in these conversations. She's like, just be prepared that you're going to get a little crash course in some things. And she wasn't wrong. All right, let's do this. Okay, so this is about the Bears.
5 on your Tuesday morning.
I have not watched this yet, so I have no idea what they're about to say. Let's hope it's good.
Early other breaking news with the Chicago Bears, the stadium saga. We know it isn't over just yet. After the team announced plans to move ahead with stadium development in Indiana, we have State Representative Dan Ugassi. He says he's drafting a bill that would keep them right here in the state of Illinois.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it, State Rep. Tell us how this is going to work, and isn't it a too little too late?
This blonde dumbass is fucking sitting here thinking that they're actually going to Hammond, Indiana. Guys, just look up Hammond, Indiana and tell me exactly where the Bears are going to place their stadium and bring in this wonderful economy to the city of Hammond.
Well, I don't know that it's too little too late. If it were too little too late, they would have announced they're just going to Hammond.
They would have made the announcement that they were just going to Hammond. But the thing is, they did this as like can you please revive? They don't want to go to Hammond.
And it's done.
It's literally them trying to strong arm us as the Chicago, like not just as Chicago, but as the Illinois citizenry. They are trying to like throw this little temper tantrum that you guys don't want to foot the bill for us billionaires.
It's my understanding Leader Cunningham and Leader Buckner have both had conversations with them and indicated that they're still open to discussions. So I think we can still do it if we move quickly.
What is this? What in the fuck is going on with that?
We wait too long, it may be too late. But this is a pilot bill, and what it would do is it would provide taxpayer protections for all local property taxpayers. It would allow the Bears to negotiate with the local government and determine a fair property tax for the area. And then it would also provide property tax relief for all Illinoisans. What the Bears project...
Because in Indiana, they don't get it. Like, if this does happen to Indiana, then guess what, Indiana? You're now footing the bill for the Bears to build that stadium. Have fun. Oh, yeah, have fun with the gas tax that you'll have to fucking implement, or the other taxes that you will have to implement because of this, because these billionaires think that they're doing you a favor.
Is called to everyone's attention is we have a property tax problem here in Illinois, and it needs...
You know what would be a good setup for this? Every Illinois taxpayer gets one game that they can attend for free with everything comped. Then I would fucking be like, okay, yeah, that's giving me my tax monies back, and I feel like that's, you know, that might be okay.
Be fixed. So
but nope.
Let's make it work for them, and let's make it work for everyone who pays.
God forbid they get good too.
Property taxes in Illinois.
You know, Representative Ugassi, I got to ask you, because when you talk to folks here in the state of Illinois, they've said that, you know, clearly there is a tax problem. I was just on a story yesterday in Riverdale where a woman has seen her taxes increase up to 27%.
Because they voted for it. Because they didn't want to vote for a new fucking progressive tax that would have taxed billionaires in Chicago.
Went from $6,000 to $17,000. And so a lot of people know that there's a tax issue here. Why shoulder
I had something similar happen with my property.
That on the backs of the Bears is what some people would ask, versus dealing with that as a separate issue.
It's ridiculous how much taxpayer money goes to subsidize this crap. Dude, we are in so much debt, like the national debt, the federal debt. Like, I don't know where, like, and then we have a balanced budget in Illinois, which now there's like, this is Republicans coming out and say, well, we have a balanced budget. We have $2.5 billion and they're giving $400 million of it to illegals.
All together.
Well, because I'll tell you this, I've been
so sick of these fucking red-headed idiots. I really am.
Legislature since 2019. We started talking about it in 2019. And in 2019, we had a massive task force gather and discuss the property tax problem here in Illinois.
Oh, he said Geneva?
Came up with ideas, never finalized the report, unfortunately, and no bills have moved forward since that time. Now's the perfect...
Look at that crown molding.
Perfect opportunity, because it's clear we need to do something so the Bears can stay competitive in the NFL and stay in Illinois. We must do something for them for property taxes. And absolutely, we should provide property tax relief to everyone else. I don't talk to anyone in the General Assembly. I'd like to see if there's a member who says, I don't want to provide property tax relief to everybody.
The thing, like, yeah, he just knows. This is why people hate politicians. I can literally see it in your eyes there, Dan.
I kind of am in the camp of I'll believe it when I see it.
Is his name Dan? Where are her pants?
Because the property taxes...
That's some fucking killer legs there, lady, but also...
are so ridiculous. And to Tia's point, why not act on this sooner? But also... the property taxes go to our local schools. So this is a two-part question. How are schools going to continue to be funded if you do give people property tax relief? And how are you going to give people property tax relief?
So under this bill, this is the start of it. It's not going to answer all questions for everyone. This is just a start. And what this will do is it will make referendums for any future tax increases, any projects that local governments want to do, go on a general ballot when everyone's paying attention, most engaged, most involved, and you actually get an honest feedback from the community as to whether or not they want their property taxes to increase. The second piece of it is that we would not have local governments rolling over bonds anymore. They'd have to go back to property taxpayers when the bonds have expired and get them to vote on another referendum if they want more money for something.
Oh God, I hope this I hope this passes.
There are other ways though.
Passes.
I have a bill, House Bill number 9, that would provide local governments with more money from the state that, you know, would make schools whole and yet provide property tax relief. But that's another issue. That's not in this bill, not even including that here. But I want to get something done to get that process started.
I want to ask you a few questions here because we actually had Indiana governor on our show just yesterday, Mike Braun. He made it seem like this is a done deal on the side of Indiana.
Yeah, because he's stupid.
Curious what's different with this new bill that you have here versus the Indiana deal. What makes this more
lucrative, a great point,
or enticing?
And it was a simple point. If it was a done deal, then they would have said it was a done deal. Not this Trump way of fucking doing things where it's just like, we almost have a deal, which it just means there's no fucking deal. And they're still talking about this. And they realistically, like I keep saying, don't want to go to Hammond. They want exactly what they want. And they think that strong arming the citizens of Northern Illinois is the way to do it.
For the Bears. And then what happens next on your end? Because I think a lot of people thought time had run out. So how long do you have here to get this done?
Well, I don't know how long we have.
It's all arbitrary. Oh my God. The fact is they're doing this because we have the smallest arena.
Bears.
We need more people in there.
Can tell us how long we have. And if everything I've heard is correct, they've given no final indication that it's a done deal with Indiana. They're definitely moving forward in case Illinois doesn't do anything, but it's not a done deal. I think if we wait till fall, it's too late. We need to do something now. And this bill is an economic development bill for the whole state. And it would address what the Bears say they need. And, you know, the difference is
reference frame. Good to see you.
Is Indiana's doing it and going to build whatever they have. I have to tell you, I've
let them go. Honestly, like as a fan of this sports team, of this franchise,
haven't even looked at the.
I'm right there with the rest of my Illinoisans that we see right through this. We're like, oh, wait a minute. We're already paying really high fucking property taxes and they want to fucking raise them to give these guys a sweetheart deal? No. Just no.
Details of Indiana.
Look up how much the McCaskies are actually fucking worth and then get back to me.
What I've listened.
How come they can't just pay for it themselves?
Listen to is what the Bears say they need to stay in Illinois. And by staying in Illinois,
oh, that's right. They can't touch that money because they need it to be at a number that's comfortable, so they don't have to keep up with the Joneses anymore.
Illinois, they just do better because we're a much larger.
They literally do the thing where they're just like, oh yeah,
community
look at
around
my
Chicago,
portfolio.
and they can still pull from all those different directions. Where if they go to Northwest Indiana, I think they're going to lose some of their fans that are in the northern part of the state, maybe even those who are in southern Wisconsin.
Yeah.
The General Assembly could not get the latest mega projects bill to pass, okay? And the General Assembly is controlled by Democrats. So within...
Man, she's trying to get that fucking Fox News call up.
The party, there were some issues. What makes you think that your bill is any different?
So my bill will be...
I'm just going to say it, though. All the women that look like her...
A clean bill, it will...
They all end up looking the same once they hit 40, 50.
Provide opportunity for
Actually 50, because 40 is the new 30.
Everyone to compete for this...
Or 20.
...project, if they so desire. And what it would do is provide property tax relief for mega projects over $500 million. And it would allow it would allow the local governments to negotiate the deal. But here's the difference between my bill and what the House and Senate both already passed. Under my bill, there are property tax protections for all local taxpayers, plus the property tax relief portion I have, which I believe is more substantial than in that first mega project bill.
At least there's Charlize Theron, who...
and in the Senate bill...
that woman's just a goddess.
It was a sports authority... deal, and that wouldn't have provided any property taxes. Well, that doesn't work for the local government wherever that's going. Local governments are going to incur extra costs because of the project. So we need to make certain that they're able to provide the services that are needed without putting the burden on their local taxpayers.
Yes, thank you.
Already.
That's
in 10
what we should be getting
because
to.
I'm told that we have to let you go. What's the timeline on this new bill? What's the next phase?
Well, the bill's still being drafted. I don't have a final draft yet. We're working on it.
What up,
This is the
Silas?
framework for
Good to see
it. Hope to have it done before the end of the week, early next week at the latest. And then, once I have something, I'll reach out to the other side and see what their appetite is for doing something. It would take a special session. That's the only way we get
take a special session. But the other thing is, you need to go on other news programs and just be like, the ball is now on the other end zone with the other team. You got to use football analogies. That's how you get these guys, right? So yeah, the red team, they got the foosball now, and they got to get to our end zone, which our end zone's in Chicago, and we actually kind of want them to score on this one. Wait, bad analogy.
done before veto.
All right.
A special session would have to be called.
Well, we know that time is definitely ticking. You are on the clock, as they say. State Rep.
Why? It's not like the fucking building just fucking blows up or anything like that. They're going to have a place to play. God, I hate this. I hate it. I hate this fucking world we live in. It's so stupid.
Just in, new reports.
It is so stupid. God. Yeah, I'm removing this.
10:25 on your Tuesday.
Just in, new reports that the U.S. military says it is investigating whether.
All right, now we're getting to the actual news. So yeah, U.S. Apache helicopter goes down off Oman coast, and Trump was just like, the pilots got out, they're fine.
Iran is responsible for a U.S. Apache helicopter that went down near the Strait of Hormuz. This brand new reporting from Barack Reed of Axios also says that there was a dramatic hours-long search before the crew was found.
Jury's deliberating in the Carmelo Anthony case right now. I saw that.
Found and rescued from the
we'll cover that on the High on Politics hours.
Water. Also, Israel's military today launched new attacks in southern Lebanon. Both Iran and President Trump have warned Israel against continuing the offensive there. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for the latest on all of this. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. Yeah, I'm going to start with what we know about this Apache helicopter. There was a statement out from CENTCOM this morning saying that at 7:30.
Have I been saying it wrong my entire life, or is
3 p.m. yesterday on June 8th.
I hate when that happens.
2 crew members from that U.S. Army, it was an AH-64 Apache, were rescued by American forces after their helicopter went down near the coast of Oman. CENTCOM says that they were patrolling regional waters and that the soldiers were safely rescued within, they said, approximately 2 hours and are now in stable condition. We heard the president, who was taking questions from reporters about this early this morning, said that none of them were injured and that they are doing fine. I think this line from the CENTCOM statement is important. They say that the cause of the incident is under investigation. We're still learning, of course, what exactly happened here. But to give you a sense, I mean, one, the loss of this aircraft marks the first loss of an Apache since this war began. And I note that these helicopters have been previously used to attack Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz. Apaches, primarily used for precision strikes, close air support, and air reconnaissance. So we're still learning to get more about what exactly happened and how this helicopter was downed.
President Trump confirming the pilots on board that U.S. Army Apache helicopter were not injured following reports that the chopper went down near the Strait of Hormuz. Take a listen.
Report that an Army helicopter went down in the strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And
nobody injured.
Barack Reed from Axios reports that officials are investigating whether Iran is responsible for shooting it down. With us now is CNN national security analyst, former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sander. This is what the Apache looks like. Hours-long rescue from the water. The 2 crew members plucked out. That's according to Barack Reed. Does it feel like the type of thing, or what kind of risk should I say? Because we don't know whether the Iranians shot it down, but what kind of risks are these missions as they continue, even in this, in inverted commas and quotes, ceasefire period?
Well,
God, CNN is just useless. They're fucking all useless. Once they get to this part where they ask questions, they're just so useless.
Absolutely. Every kind of combat area has risks, John, and it is just a matter of time before things happen, whether it's a shoot down or just something happens.
Blah, 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 blah. Let's get to the Spencer Pratt shit. I'm fucking done with this. It's going to be one of those days today. especially when you guys come join me on High on Politics. It's going to be very much like that, where it's like, if I'm not feeling it, we're moving on.
Well, how could everyone just go, that ramen really has some...
God, I love this. I love this. It was funny. I showed my wife that Spencer Pratt lost, and she was just like, oh, you know what? And all is right with the world today.
Great qualities. She did absolutely nothing, terrible in the debate, but she gets a last-minute surge past, by the way, there's not ranked choice voting, as the #1 seed to be the pick over
I like this
Bass.
one meme I saw. Oh, my God. They're surprised that, a state that has 80% Democratic voters has Democrats winning.
And as she surges past Pratt. It's insane, along with the qualifications for mail-in voting. Do you know that
it's only when their candidates have to go through this? Otherwise, it's completely fair elections because, it's not that fucking blatantly obvious what they're doing.
If you don't have a driver's license, you can use an employer ID card? Really?
Yeah. There are a lot of people who look at this and say there is no fraud.
You know what an employee ID? I don't think you understand what that is, and I don't understand you do understand that all of this is tied to you being a citizen, right?
Okay. I don't think that they're right either.
This is so easy to counter. It's like, shut up. Lose with some grace, guys. Like, we get it. Everything's rigged. Everything's rigged against you. But never. Oh, wait a minute. Donald Trump is the president, right? So Did he have to go and do a recount or any of that? No. That's odd.
Have a situation where you don't have voter ID.
I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Isn't it weird how when Biden was in charge, they didn't rig the election, but when Trump was in charge, they did?
The process.
And who's they at that point?
For class president at most schools,
the biggest sore
is
loser.
more secure than what they're doing.
Really
exactly. And you find out the same day.
Colt maxing. I know. I love it.
The fact that they're mailing ballots to everyone that's registered and then just, okay.
So people can just
that's how that goes.
Dig through garbage cans, find ballots, and send them in, apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
Well, there's signature verification, so good luck with that. It's not like they're putting up a whole bunch of fucking, signatures. So what are they doing? They're signing it, then throwing it in the trash? These fucking idiots.
That was just a tiny taste.
Hey, it's Mike.
Of the right-wing shitstorm that ensued after Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in LA's mayoral race. You heard
get a few clips from
exasperated Fox News hosts suggest that it was scandalous to allow alternate forms of ID and have ballots mailed to all registered voters. But that's kind of how it's supposed to work. They're trying to make voting less tedious to encourage people to vote. That's how democracies are supposed to function. But my favorite claim came from Republican Randy Fine, who said that people in California were dumpster diving for ballots because, of course, if you're going to rig an election, it makes the most sense to physically go dumpster diving in search of ballots that have already been filled out, as opposed to, say, just printing off a bunch of fake ballots or changing the number in the system. Like, it's nonsensical on its face. And I've already put more thought into this claim than he did.
They did. Because that's my point, is the fact that you have us just being like, why didn't you say this?
These people don't.
We shouldn't be the ones giving them like, hey, by the way, next time you want to lie, maybe use this.
Like, these are Republicans who just say things without ever thinking them through, ever wondering whether or not they should vocalize the dumb thoughts that are going through their brains, assuming they have internal monologues in the first place. Like, their disappointment is enough for them to conclude that the election was, in fact, rigged. And it seems like the LA race is turning into the new 2020. Elon Musk amplified multiple false claims of election fraud on Twitter to his millions of followers because, of course, closeted homosexual Benny Johnson claimed that it defies all mathematical probability to see a Republican fall to third place in a city that overwhelmingly leans Democrats. Just hilarious. Clay Travis echoed Johnson's sentiment, arguing no one with a functioning brain believes these results. And washed-up actor Kevin Sorbo tweeted, "They're stealing the election in front of our eyes. What will be done about it?" Of course, Donald Trump also argued on Truth Social that
Dean Cain, Kevin can we just...
But it was not possible.
Dude, get to the fucking Comic-Cons that you're late for your appearances at and just leave everybody alone.
Possible for...
Can you just ride into obscurity the rest of the fucking 90 celebrities that kind of
Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton because apparently they can only rig one election at a time. And of course, Trump was one of the first idiots beating this drum, writing on Truth Social the day after the election that there was big cheating by the Democrats in California. And in case you missed it, he threw a conniption fit during an interview about this, which culminated in him storming off like the petulant child that he is.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in California.
Presented evidence.
It's happening right now in California. Right now, it's look.
Oh my God, he's just such an old fuck that just constantly prattles the same bullshit.
What's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California?
to that?
It's
God, I love how angry he gets here. Look at this little baby. Look at the little baby. Oh, he got called out on his shenanigans.
They're doing well.
Go to timeout.
In California.
Oh, did he fill his diaper too?
California, no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days. And they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count.
You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all
that?
I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen.
All I have to do is look and make up some bullshit. So my stupid base just fucking they repeat it, and they're just parrots. They're just parrots.
Listen to people and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
The suit is doing a lot of heavy lifting with this guy.
You think it's appropriate?
That's how they.
I love how just absolutely ridiculous he looks, and you got idiots out there saying like, "Yeah, look at him. He's a picture of power."
Count the votes.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
really.
Let's
well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's
to be fair, I'm not crooked. You're the motherfucker that is constantly coming up with new ways to be a crooked son of a bitch.
Either crooked or
God damn, I just want somebody to call him on it. Just call him a fucking corrupt person.
Stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain.
I know. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
On and off in the rain. And I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I applaud these reporters for their restraint. I really do, because if he talked to me like that, it would take everything in me to not just fly off the handle and go off on him. And he does this mostly with female journalists. You notice that? Like, he doesn't treat anyone with respect, but he especially degrades women and calls them names. And one of these days, I would love to see them just fucking clap back at him.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Fuck you, Mr. President. You know what? Fuck you. You geriatric diaper-wearing cunt. You don't get to talk to people like that just because you're the fucking president. Get out of here. I'm kicking you out, bitch.
Yeah, I'm kicking you out. Yeah. You know what? This interview's done. Dude, that's the ultimate power move. Just get up in the middle of him talking his bullshit. I'm done with this interview.
Microphone.
We don't need to hear any more of this. He's lying.
Like, it's just, that's not acceptable. But, putting that aside, with regard,
I would have so much respect for, like, honestly, the first reporter that does that, they're going to gain so much respect for me and a lifetime following.
To his claim, every single election that doesn't go his way is automatically rigged. It's not that Trump has repeatedly told Republican voters to not trust mail-in voting, meaning that Republicans are going to vote in person, and then their votes are going to be counted first, and then the Democrats who mostly vote by mail, their votes are going to be counted second. It's that the election was rigged because it didn't turn out the way that he wanted it to. Even though it's a minor miracle that Spencer Pratt got as many votes as he did, given how blue the city he's running in is. But this is what we all have to deal with now because of Donald Trump, the first president in American history to ever deny the results of an election. Him lying about elections is a price that we all have to pay because our lawmakers decided for all of us to not hold him accountable, even though he incited an insurrection. Had just 3 more senators voted guilty at his second impeachment trial, he wouldn't have been able to run again. And the nightmare as we know it would already have been over. But since that didn't happen, we're going to have to deal with his lies for the foreseeable future, the lies of somebody who refuses to accept results of elections that he does not like. And what makes it especially aggravating is that they're crying foul, even though they have a baked-in institutional advantage in the first place. Think about this. Trump,
this is what I was saying,
was able to take office in 2016, even though he got less votes than Hillary Clinton, because we have a racist electoral college that doesn't just make the person who has the most votes win, like every other democracy. To add insult to injury, the Supreme Court just gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act at his behest. And southern states are gerrymandering black...
Yeah, and to be fair, we as the American electorate have just sat here and done nothing.
...voters out of existence as we speak. And he's still mad. When blue states like Virginia responded by disenfranchising Republicans, their state Supreme Court struck that down, even though voters approved of those maps. When Republicans do it, it's A-okay. But it's so much worse than that because our entire system, it favors Republicans at the institutional level. The Senate as an institution is designed to give rural Republican-leaning voters more of a say than the rest of the country.
In the city, which is
But that's not
insane.
enough for him.
Yeah.
They're making sure that they have the same advantage in the House now, too, as they did in the Senate. Because if they don't win every single election, then the system isn't fair, according to the party that has a lopsided advantage across the entire fucking country. It is infuriating to me. If anyone should be pissed off about the unfairness of elections, it should be us.
I got the update on Reckless Ben and his whole court case thing. He's fucked. I said it yesterday. He's fucked. Man, you know what? I'm gonna have to clip like both of these together from yesterday and today. 'Cause
they're the
I was right.
Ones rigging elections through voter suppression, through illegal voter roll purchase. Because, like, what do you call it when red states limit the number of voting stations in majority-minority precincts? Is that not rigging? What do you call it when states like Texas remove eligible voters?
You're going to make an example of him No, because I am hoping that there's enough YouTube like lawyers and shit like that that can also make like people aware of like, hey, so don't do things exclusively for content if that includes things that might be a detriment to a lawsuit or you breaking the fucking law. Because guess what? Spoiler alert, guys. Turns out that he was doing some pretty fucking illegal shit as far as trespassing because he doesn't have an idea of what the fuck he was doing.
The roles
he's all content brained and he was just like, oh, this is for the funnies. So I'm gonna get lots of fucking views on this.
Legally. Is that not rigging?
I'm gonna be completely real. He kind of deserves what he's getting. Realistically, this is where you have to be smarter about this shit. Maybe he'll learn.
What do you call it when...
The thing that really pisses me off is he's already been through this. He's already been sued. He's already gone after like big corporations, and it's the same thing.
Red states make voters jump through hoops just to register to vote and require specific forms of ID that are expensive and difficult to obtain.
One of the main things that really pissed me off is how he didn't understand how serving works.
That's not rigging? No, because it's only rigging when Republicans lose elections, because that's the standard that Donald Trump set. And it doesn't help that news anchors entertain these false claims of fraud just for the sake of neutrality.
Okay, so if you guys want to see the rest of this clip, you will likely be able to catch it here on this space a little bit later this week. I know that they play a block of Humanist Report, but go check out Mike. He is a syndicated This Space contributor. So, but this Space contributor is telling you that you need to go and watch the rest of that video in the time that I am going to be off. I am going to be going live in about 2 hours. Got some errands to run real quick, so it's going to be kind of a looser show, a lot like this, but I do appreciate you guys joining us. Yeah, time has flown. Yeah, today has been a fun show. So yeah, make sure that you guys follow me over on YouTube and Twitch. Here's my Twitch link. I know Johnny's got this usually, but I'm going to take that extra bit of effort and give you guys my links. Like I said, I really appreciate you guys hanging out today. And if you guys want to come and hang out later, check out my show at Pep Talks TV. If you're not already a member or a subscriber over there, please consider doing so. And with that being said, I do appreciate you guys being here today. Stick around for some of the fun syndicated content that we have coming up later. And we also have some awesome live content coming up in a few hours. So yeah, look out for that. And I will catch you guys on the next one.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Rest is right. We should be able to focus on what's important at that time. And sometimes the most important thing that we have to do is not go to work.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
You're listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. We are joined by Dr. Candace Duviel. Dr. Duviel, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Well, I appreciate being here. Thanks, Jacob.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your background and like why you decided to run?
So I decided to run for a couple of different reasons. The main ones are I feel like there's a lot of decisions being made by people that aren't necessarily qualified to be making those decisions. Or have the necessary background knowledge to be making those decisions. I also have a 2-year-old daughter, and her future, as well as the future of all children in this country, is riding on what our government does next. And for that reason, I felt like I couldn't sit on the sidelines. I had to get involved. I had to give people options on the ballot.
And what about your background? Like, can you tell us a little bit about, how you grew up? I mean, I particularly, politically, how you grew up. I grew up in the area, and so I have a little bit different politics than I used to when I was 16. So I'm curious about like how you got to where you are now.
Yeah, so my upbringing doesn't typically lend itself to where I have ended up, like running for office. I was raised by a small business owner. My dad owns and still owns a commercial concrete and steel construction company. And I grew up working on his job sites. At 16 years old, I remember was the first time he realized I was getting calluses, and he made me start wearing gloves, and I got mad about it. But that's how I grew up. I grew up on the feast or famine of small business. I grew up on industry, and so as I, transitioned through life, I watched a lot of things happen to my family that I felt like shouldn't have been so difficult, right? My mom needing a hip replacement and then not being able to afford that because as small business owners, we couldn't afford health insurance, right? So we were always cash pay growing up. These things really shaped how I viewed the world and what I decided to do with my career later. So when I went off to college, I actually did so fighting my dad tooth and nail. My dad is one of those people who believed that college was for those rich folks, not us. And he's right. With these student loan payments, he may have been right about that. But I am very happy with my degrees. So I ended up getting a degree in public policy because I always knew I wanted to build policy. I wanted to work in government programs. I wanted to make sure that I was doing what I could to improve the lives of people around me. And then after graduating in 2012, the job market was not great. So I, like many others, continued my education and got a master's in public administration and nonprofit management. After which, I started a HVAC company with my significant other at the time. That company is still operating very successfully. I am no longer involved, obviously. And after that, I started teaching. So in the course of teaching, was asked by the administration if I would be willing to go back to school and get my doctorate in education administration. And I was like, absolutely, that's something that I will do. And that is exactly what I did. And that's how my education turned out the way that it did, and my career kind of unfolded the way that it did.
You mentioned in there that healthcare was a really big, kind of a really big sticking point for you growing up, that y'all paid cash, you didn't have insurance. I'm in a place right now where I'm on the marketplace paying $1,100 a month, and it is nuts, absolutely crazy. What sorts of policy fixes would you like to see in the healthcare space?
So in healthcare, I think there's a couple of different angles we have to attack. The first is we need some consumer protections when it comes to insurance companies. EMTALA is set up in such a way that there are loopholes where hospitals can take advantage of how you are accessing the care and say, oh, well, you came through the emergency room, so we're not covering that. But if it had been a scheduled appointment, it would be this. There's all these little things that are preventing people from getting the access to the care that they need or being able to afford the care that they need. We also need transparency in pricing. So that's where consumer protections come in for me. The next is, I think the ultimate goal should be and is for me universal health care. Healthcare is a human right. The fact that we have people living in this country right now who are choosing to ice something or use a leave and fight through the pain rather than actually go see a doctor because the bill itself, the idea of getting a bill, is too scary. That's a huge problem for me, and that should be a problem for everyone, to be perfectly honest.
Right. I would think so. I would think that it should be. You mentioned a couple of those smaller policy changes, but then you talked about that the goal is universal health care. What do you think? What does that look like for you?
So I think it has to be transitioned. And it's because the current people in power have convinced a large portion of the population that the poor health insurance companies just couldn't take it if we switched to universal health care. And I say that as sarcastically as I possibly can. So for me, it starts out with making sure that basic services are universalized. So tiered things, making sure that people are getting annual well visits. We have a lot of Americans that are skipping out on their annual well visits because they're scared of the bill. Not necessarily the bill itself, it's that they don't know how much it's going to be, right? Making sure that we're getting blood work, all of these just kind of basic healthcare needs, and then graduating that up over time to include more and more services until we get to a point where health insurance becomes a completely optional thing that may need to exist if you intend to travel or if you intend to have some sort of cosmetic surgery or something like that. But it is not something that is necessary for you to be able to go get treated if you have strep throat or an ear infection, right?
Right. Changing lanes just a little bit, the TVA is something that I think a lot about. And, nationwide, we've really seen a lot of conversations about high utility bills and, stuff like that. I think that we've been a little bit insulated from that because of the TVA. But I'm curious if you have, has the TVA been part of the things that you're thinking about during your campaign? And if yes, is there anything that you would like to see to make it better, or things that you would like to protect? What are your thoughts on that?
So To be perfectly honest with you, I myself have been following what's been going on with the Alabama power rates in central Alabama, just because I feel like as a policy analyst, as someone who will potentially be affecting that as policy, I have to keep an eye on it. As far as the campaign trail is concerned, it's not something that constituents are bringing up a lot that they want to talk about. But I definitely think it is another area where we are allowing corporations to take advantage of consumers to a point that it's making it impossible for them to afford their bills. When you have someone who is getting a $700 and $800 power bill for a 3-bedroom house, that's absurd. That should be unheard of. And right now, that's the real lived experience of people. And I've sat with people on the phone while they were crying because they didn't know how they were going to cover their power bill. So yeah, I mean, that is something that we need policy to protect people from the consequences of corporations taking advantage of our natural resources.
The TVA, as you know, is a federally owned entity, and there's been a lot of, or I've seen a lot of concern across the valley about the potential for privatization of the TVA, and so that would look like potentially selling the TVA to potentially Southern Company or Duke or NextEra or something like that, and we're not as concerned about the whole kit and caboodle being sold right now, I don't think. But literally every president in my lifetime, except ironically Joe Biden, has put a proposal on the table, including Trump in his first administration. Is privatization something that you would support?
No, I don't think that privatization of our basic human needs, our access to our natural resources, I don't think that turns out to be a net positive in any situation, right? Specifically, if we're talking about the Tennessee Valley situation, you're talking about a government-owned entity that has used our tax dollars to build up its infrastructure that will then become a privately owned thing for a corporation to make profit off of. That should throw red flags for anybody. And that's happening across industries, right? It's happening in the healthcare industry right now in North Alabama. So no, that's not something that I support, because if you're putting people in a position where you're handing their fate over to a corporation for their most basic needs, it's unacceptable.
And just to bolster what you were saying a little bit, it wouldn't even be, at this point, our tax dollars, because, I mean, the TVA hasn't gotten any tax dollars in like 50 years or something. It's all ratepayers. We're paying for the services. And so, so the TVA has been self-sufficient for a very, very long time. And so the idea that what people in the valley, both through our utility rates and also through, the thousands of people that work for the TVA, have, put into this organization the idea that we would sell it to some corporation that they could make profits on. Obviously, I think it's really it would be a really bad idea, especially TVA utility bills are like 30 to 40% lower than Alabama Power utility bills, and so they would have to raise rates to make that profit if they were to be privatized. So it would be a very, very bad thing.
Well, and that's the issue with privatization of any of these organizations. And I myself am a little skeptical of any organization that's like, oh, we're nonprofit because we're people owned. You know what I mean? And because you're still trying to turn a profit somewhere. And when you hand it over to a corporation, it becomes exclusively about that. So then people's pay rates are now tied to profits, as well as how much people are having to pay for power. So I completely agree.
Because we're a union radio program, labor policy is obviously something that we're very interested in. Just generally, when people look for what does Dr. Duviel's campaign stand for on the labor front, what are some of the things that you would be pushing for vis-a-vis labor law or labor policy in Congress?
I can tell you the number one thing that I will advocate for is maternity and paternity leave. Like minimum maternity and paternity leave for any any employee in the United States. And the reason for that is we have to make sure that we're supporting families. We have to make sure that we are giving people the resources that they need and the time that they need to transition from one phase of life to the next. I think we have built a culture of rest is somehow a moral failing, right? But rest it's a right. We should be able to focus on what's important at that time. And sometimes the most important thing that we have to do is not go to work. So
yeah,
that for me is the number one thing. And then obviously just making sure that all of our other benefits are taken care of, basic necessities, making sure, like we had talked about, that safety protections are in place. That's a huge thing for me. So at some point last year, I think it was Spaceboy with his chainsaw started going after OSHA. And my husband is a manual machinist. He is using a lathe on a daily basis. And I know how much he complains about the safety equipment that they have to provide him and that he's required to wear. But as his wife, I'm a huge fan of him still being able to see and not getting his hand ripped off by a machine. So all of these things I think are very important and are not somewhere where we should be cutting requirements for people.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
Yeah, I mean, the cuts to OSHA are so concerning. And even before the cuts to OSHA, if you want to dig into this, you should check out the AFL-CIO's Death on the Job report. They put that out every year, and there's lots of really good information. But even under the Biden administration, there were half of the OSHA inspectors that there were under Ronald Reagan. I mean, it's just, it would take them, if they were to just inspect every workplace in the U.S. once, it would take them almost 200 years because there are just so few OSHA. I mean, it's literally less than 1,000 OSHA inspectors for the country, for, 100 million.
That's insane.
Workers.
I personally, we should have 1,000 here.
Yes,
that's crazy.
No, obviously, yeah. I think there's like 24 for Alabama. We should have so many more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, just last year, or maybe it may have been earlier this year. A fellow died in a trench collapse in Huntsville. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Yes, that was about 2 miles from my house. It was I think you're talking about the bridge they were building over here on Martin Road.
Trench collapses. I mean, trench collapses are one of the most common ways that people die, despite the fact that everybody in the industry knows that they're dangerous, that they happen, and they know how to fix them. It's just that management, gets lazy sometimes, and they value, the ability to do the job an hour quicker more than they value a person's life. And, I think that's what happened here in Huntsville.
Or even just taking the cheap way out of a repair after an explosion or something like that, so that we can just get things back up and running rather than putting people first. And I think that is one of the places where we fail in workforces across this nation, is we aren't putting the workers first. We're not valuing the lives of the workers. They're being treated as replaceable. And truthfully, I think, and it'll probably come back to bite me, but when I first started running, I put out a post because, of course, JD Vance is just so worried about me having more children. I put out a post and I was like, respectfully, I will not be producing more laborers for you in these conditions, because that's, at the end of the day, that's how working class people are treated by corporations. They're that disconnected from us. We're just a resource and replaceable.
One of the things that I think is Obviously, I would think this. I'm a unionist, right? But one of the things that I think is really one of the primary reasons for that is the difficulty of organizing a union in this country. You know, I mean, we look at other countries where the union density rate is much higher, and you know, I mean, jobs are just safer. The pay is higher. You're more likely to get things like paternity leave and maternity leave. The minimum wage. I mean, countries like Norway and Denmark, they don't even have state mandated minimum wages because everybody's a member of a union if you're a worker and you're not a boss. And so they do have actually an effective minimum wage of like $25 an hour. And so and one of the reasons that it's difficult to organize a union in the United States is because the laws are, it is so difficult to organize a union. It's so easy for employers like Amazon and, these huge companies, Walmart, to fight unions and to intimidate their employees. And one of the legislative fixes for that unions have been pushing for a few, like 5 or 10 years now, is the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. Is that something that you would support in Congress?
Absolutely. I think we need to protect our workers' rights to unionize. I think we need to protect collective bargaining. All of these things are necessary for us to be able to protect ourselves. And just on a personal level, every other employee at my company knows if you call me, I will tell you exactly how much I'm being paid. I will tell you exactly what my benefits are. And honestly, don't take that job offer until you come and ask me those questions, because the only person that wins when we aren't collectively discussing our pay and benefits is the people cutting our checks. That doesn't help us at all. So I think we need more of that in every space where we can get it.
And it is worth noting for people listening that if your boss tells you that you're not allowed to discuss your pay and benefits with your coworkers, that's illegal. They're not supposed to do that. But, it's only technically illegal because of, how just super messed up our labor laws are and how easy it is for, employers to get away with it. Because, if an employer goes around saying, you can't discuss pay and working conditions with your coworkers, maybe if the worker is super brave and they file a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board, the worst that's going to happen to them is they're going to have to put up a sign saying, I'm sorry, I violated the law. You can talk about your wages and working conditions. I'm not going to do it again. They don't have to pay a fine. They don't have to pay restitution. They don't have to, none of that. It's just totally terrible. And the proactive.
Well, and it's also a cultural conditioning thing. And I'm glad that you made that caveat, because a lot of people don't realize that.
Right.
Because we've been culturally conditioned. You're not supposed to talk about religion, politics, or money.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have found that when I started talking to my friends about money, about mortgage rates, about all of these things, that we were collectively as a community able to better ourselves, right, moving forward. If you want to buy a house, if you want to apply for a job, if you want to negotiate for a better salary, we have somehow been conditioned to believe that should be a solitary activity. Right. It shouldn't. We have a community. We, as the working class of America, should be working together to better all of us.
Right. We've been talking about worker policy, and we mentioned DOGE a little while ago. Obviously, the largest employer in Huntsville, I think, is the federal government on Redstone Arsenal. And then if you're not working directly for the government, you're working for contractors. And so, the DOGE stuff really, I think, hurt the morale of federal employees. How would you relate to federal workers as a congressperson? And, what are some of the reforms that you would like to see to improve the working conditions of federal workers?
So federal workers need to be protected in multiple ways. I think we need to diversify who the employers are. I think that is a big part of it. One of the things that is not being enforced right now that should is the ratio of contracts that have to go to minority-owned businesses or small businesses. So it puts companies who are coming to this area to try and break into the market in any area of STEM, aerospace, defense, whatever it is, it makes it near impossible for them to compete because these multi-$100 million contracts are going to these larger corporations. So for me, I want to instate recurring annual funding for the SBA to actually be able to enforce those contract ratios to make sure that small businesses have an opportunity to break into the market, so that people who are working in these industries that want to own their own company, that want to start their own machine shop, are able to do so and have resources in doing that. And at that point, then we can diversify employers and give people an opportunity to negotiate between not only positions within their company, but the different companies we have around here. And then obviously, I think the biggest issue that our workers here run into is they're the first ones that start losing pay when Congress fails to pass a budget. And for me, we have to pass it. We haven't passed a budget before the start of the fiscal year. Gosh, I used to be able to rattle this off, but it was like 2004 or something. It's been like 20 years. And it's far too long. You're failing at doing your job at that point. Congress's job is to create the laws and then fund the laws. So,
as we're wrapping up here, if you had 60 seconds, 100 seconds, what is your elevator pitch? What are the things that you're pushing for? Why should people vote for Dr. Duviel?
All right, 60 seconds. People should vote for Dr. Duviel because I come from a working class family. Like I said, my dad was a commercial concrete and steel contractor. I grew up on job sites, and as soon as I was old enough to pick up a 2x4, I was working on those job sites. I have fought the things that small businesses fight. I have tried to obtain the contracts. I have felt the labor laws both as an employee and as an employer. And we need someone making these decisions on behalf of the working class that understands the policy, understands the language, and understands how to make sure that our people, our community are being protected in this process.
As you know, after the primary, it sort of I had been, to be totally honest, not super engaged during the primary process. I went and I voted like everybody else, but I was sort of surprised at how quickly post-primary things got sort of acrimonious. Do you have any comment or anything that you want to say regarding the acrimony over the last week or so?
No.
All right. And then, my question, or there's always there's a ladder of support, right? You might, maybe you're going to be able to get somebody to vote for you, but they're not going to want to donate, or they're not going to want to go and knock on doors, maybe because they don't even see the value of it. They feel like maybe less the runoff, but especially the general, it's all kind of a foregone conclusion. Why should I, if I'm, a union electrician, a letter carrier, a Walmart worker, somebody like that, why should I spend my time and money on this campaign?
Our country is on the verge of creating a basically pseudo party within a party. The working class people, right? They're coming together. And in other areas of the global community, this is considered the Labor Party or something like that. If we do not, as those working class people, as those families stuck in the middle of it all, that have felt left out of this process, if we don't show up and vote right now, we may never get to see that kind of dream about what we want American politics to look like realized. So if we want to change that, if we want to change the establishment process of politics that we have all been watching play out over the last 30, 40, 50 years of our lives, now is our opportunity to do it. So yes, we have to get out, we have to make that known, and we have to show up. One thing that did happen on May 19th, and I will say this, the results from our election show that when people are given a candidate that they want to vote for, they show up. And we saw that in voter turnout, and we saw that in the results of my election. So don't let them convince you that your voice doesn't matter, because we made a big statement on May 19th. Now we just have to repeat ourselves on June 16th.
Dr. Duviel, thank you for taking the time. Is there anything else that you want to say before we let you go?
No, I appreciate you having me, Jacob. Thank you. This has been great.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Everybody in their unions. If you want to build the groundwork for a more powerful, more equitable society, you have to sort of teach the young, but also ordinary people about why this stuff matters. And we cannot trust our leaders to do that.
Peter Cole is an author and a historian. May is Labor History Month. May 1st was International Workers' Day, so we wanted to bring somebody on to talk about labor history. Professor Cole, welcome to the Valley Labor Report. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me. I appreciate the opportunity. And of course, happy Memorial Day weekend.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that came across my radar recently, shout out to Chris Garlock with the Labor Radio Podcast Network for putting me on this, but you had a recent piece in Long Haul Magazine, and the piece itself is really about memory, I think, as much as it is about the Haymarket Affair. Could you tell us a little bit more about what motivated you to write this, and what were you hoping to get across in this piece about the Haymarket Affair and its memorials?
Yeah, so thank you again for inviting me on. I live in Chicago part of the time. The other part of the time, I live in another part of Illinois, right? And so I work at a university in what we call downstate Illinois, but I also live in Chicago, and I'm talking to you from Chicago. Chicago is a fascinating place. It is the birthplace of Labor Day, right? It's the birthplace of May Day. And so in that way, as someone who lives here, I'm really interested in sort of my local history. But I also appreciate that in this case, the local history is both nationally and internationally significant. And when people visit Chicago, if you're not living in Chicago, you might, if you are pro-labor or pro-union or pro-socialism or anti-capitalist, you might visit the Haymarket martyrs who were killed by the state of Illinois in 1887 for a crime they didn't commit, right, in the Haymarket Affair. And I assume that your listeners know about that, right? But because I'm also interested very much in memory, as you said, historical memory and monuments, and how outside of schools and universities we remember the past and who we honor, right? I'm really interested in monuments and place names and those sorts of things. And so even though many people are familiar with the Haymarket Martyrs Monument in the cemetery where the people who were executed were buried just outside of the city of Chicago, a lot of people are unaware of the fact that the first monument was built actually to the police in 1889, 3 years after the Haymarket Affair. And so I wrote an essay that tells the story of the Haymarket Affair through the monuments to the Haymarket Affair. The first, which is the Haymarket Police Monument, and then the second, which was the monument at the cemetery to the Haymarket Martyrs, and then the third, which was only installed 22 years ago at the location of the bombing, which is called the Haymarket Memorial. And so it's sort of amazing that there's actually 3 monuments to this event in Chicago, but this event that has global significance. And so my essay in Long Haul Magazine, their online edition, it'll later come out in print, tells the history of these monuments and how it is that, in fact, no one knows about the police monument, which I suggest actually has been sort of essentially driven out of public site and public consciousness because it's been disliked for so many years by people in Chicago, but that these two other monuments, the Haymarket Martyrs Monument and the Haymarket Memorial, both are actually pilgrimages sites for people. So for people who might be coming to Chicago, say in a few weeks for Labor Notes, well, some people might in fact visit one or both of those Haymarket memorials.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do plan to be there in a few weeks for Labor Notes. So we'll have to stop by and check it out for sure. May Day exists internationally because of Haymarket, but in the U.S., a lot of folks really don't know that history. I know in our experience, we organized a May Day event this year in Alabama and Huntsville. And we were kind of starting from scratch, right? There were very few May Day events historically happening here in Alabama, at least in our lifetimes of involvement. Why do you think the U.S. labor movement has become so disconnected from May Day? And do you see hopeful signs of that changing in recent years?
Yeah, so those are important questions, right? Like, I do not assume that my students, I teach university level history classes. My students don't know this history of May Day. They don't know the history of the Haymarket. They've never heard of these things, right? That's not random, of course. It's intentional, right? So in 1886, right, there was a national movement for the 8-hour day that sort of culminated in a nationwide strike for, regardless of who you worked for, who your employer was, what industry, most workers worked 6 to 7 days a week and worked 10 to 12 hours a day. So one of the big pushes in the 19th century during the early generations of industrialization was to push for the 8-hour day. Chicago was the largest industrial city in the country at that time, and maybe the world. Chicago shut down on May 1st, but on May, some of these strikes lasted for more than a single day. And on May 3rd, right, at a international, well, what now is International Harvester, but was then a McCormick company reaper, so agricultural equipment factory in Chicago. Police killed 4 strikers on May 3rd, anarchists who condemned police brutality of killing these strikers, called for a protest on May 4th at an area called the Haymarket Square, which is just outside of the Loop, or the downtown part of Chicago, in what was then a bustling working class area. A bomb was thrown into the ranks of the police who were trying to break up this meeting. No one knows who threw that bomb, but anarchists were found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. No one knows who committed the crime to this day. But it launched basically this national backlash against unions, especially the Knights of Labor, and more broadly radicals, right? This sounds like the Red Scare of the 1940s with McCarthyism, but it actually is what we call the first Red Scare, right? In 1886, 1887. After the crackdown, workers continued to go on strike and whatnot. And in 1894, just a few years later, also centered in Chicago, there was the largest strike in the late 19th century, the first Gilded Age, when railroad workers connected to the Pullman Company went on strike. And then Eugene Debs, who was the leader of the American Railway Union, called for a national boycott of all Pullman cars, right, resulting in the shutting down of the transportation network of the city of Chicago, which was and still is the logistics hub of the country. But also it spread across the country. The government ultimately sent in federal troops to break this strike. Eugene Debs was, of course, sent to prison, as were some others. And in the midst of this strike, and the federal government crushing this strike, of which there was a lot of support for the workers, soon after, the U.S. Congress declared a Labor Day, a national holiday to honor workers. But rather than put it on May 1, which was, of course, when the 8-hour movement was born, Congress put it on the first Monday in September, right? Subsequently, around the world, almost every country in the world has a national holiday to honor workers and or labor, and it's always on May 1st. However, in the country that literally gave birth to May Day and International Worker Day, it is in early September. Right. And so there's a reason that we don't know and celebrate May Day in the United States. It's because it was designed that way in the 1890s by a very pro-corporate U.S. Congress. Right. As you also know, because of immigration, especially when immigrants come to the United States, including from, but not only from Latin America, they bring with them their working class and labor traditions. And so in many countries, they celebrate May 1st as a worker day. And that's also why immigrant rights groups, including groups that are anti-xenophobia, have been using May 1st, because it's sort of building on the traditions of working people who might be from Mexico or Honduras or Germany or Vietnam, for that matter, right? Who actually want to traditionally celebrate, but also in their new country, right? And so, as we know, just a couple of weeks ago, May Day was a bigger event than it has been in many decades. If the near future is going to track the near past, May 1st in 2027 will be a bigger deal than it has been in recent years too, because it's logical that workers organize in order to protest horrible situation in our country. And so what day better than May 1st to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate you walking us through that a little bit. I want to ask you about Ben Fletcher for sure while we have you on, because, you are one of the go-to guys on his history. But before we get into that, I want to kind of, flesh this out a little bit more in terms of the memory of Haymarket and the memory of International Workers' Day, which does lead me into May being Labor History Month. I will be honest with you, I didn't know May was Labor History Month until the last couple years. Even as a union member, union activist, even as a history teacher at one point who was active in the union, I did not know May was Labor History Month. So I guess part of where I'm going with this is, what do you see as the role of organized labor in reviving our proud labor history in this country? And, I'm speaking particularly as a Southerner. Here in Alabama, we have a rich labor history. At one time, 1 in 4 Alabamians were labor union members, but a lot of that memory has kind of faded away. A lot of people are now generations removed from that history personally. And so we know certainly in our school systems, labor history is not a priority. So what do you see as the role of the organized labor institutions themselves, from locals to the internationals, the labor councils, the federations, all of it? What do you see the role of labor and labor's leaders in reviving labor history as something we really take seriously in this country?
If there's going to be a future that's better than the recent past for unions and working people, then organized labor, which is say unions and other institutions, should be promoting labor history as much as they possibly can, right? Like, it's actually very simple. I teach, right? Our students learn about people like Andrew Carnegie. They learn about people like John D. Rockefeller. It's sad to think that in the future, young students might learn about people like Elon Musk or someone like that. These people are anti-worker, they're anti-union, they're anti-human, right? They only care about their own personal profit, right? And their corporation's profit. They are who we focus on in our educational system. We celebrate individuals, we celebrate leaders, and we celebrate the rich, right? Inequality in America and union membership in America, as you know very well, are inversely connected, right? Like, as unions have declined, so too has inequality increased in suffering, right? If we want to think about and make a better future, we need to be empowering ordinary people, including, but not only in, but definitely in unions. Therefore, we need to have positive union knowledge, right? Schools don't do this. If schools and other institutions like governments are going to do it, they're going to be pushed. What institution would be more logical to push these sorts of agenda than unions themselves? So in Illinois, where I live, Illinois Labor History Society was actually created in part to create a Haymarket monument, right? Because it was ironic what we were talking about earlier. The first monument created to the Haymarket affair was to the police who were killed. That monument was repeatedly damaged, vandalized, hated, relocated because people kept on blowing it up. Literally in the late 1960s, the Weather Underground blew up the Haymarket Police Monument on 2 occasions, back-to-back years. The police, ironically, cannot protect the police monument. And so they put it in a place where they can protect it, which is behind guards, which is to say that it's no longer seen, right? The Haymarket Memorial at the location where the Haymarket Affair happened in 1886 was created because unions in Chicago and labor union activists and labor educators made that happen, convinced the city to make that happen, helped fund it, right? And that's why we have a little bit better memory of those events, because we actually have created institutions, places, anniversaries to uplift us, right? Unions, it would be a really cheap investment for unions to promote labor history because it is our history, right? Utah Phillips, of course, said it much better than me, right? What we learn in school is the history of the ruling class, but the history of the working class, it's up to us, right? And so organized labor should be promoting the uplifting of history. States could have school curriculum that require the history of working class people in those places, as well as unions. They already teach about the history of the business leaders, and so it would be only reasonable and fair to also teach the history of working people, including unions, especially in states like Alabama, which, as you said, has this long and proud history of organized workers fighting against racism, fighting against poverty, fighting against autocracy, et cetera, right? And so I think that everybody in their unions, even though it seems sort of abstract and not immediately important, if you want to build the groundwork for a more powerful, more equitable society, you have to sort of teach the young, but also ordinary people about why this stuff matters. And we cannot trust our leaders to do that because, of course, they're not our leaders. They're leaders that are bought and paid for by someone other than us.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
If we don't tell our story, who will? And if we're not telling this story, how will folks know about it? And to give a practical example, when UAW's campaign here in Alabama at the Mercedes facility was really ramping up, we saw a lot of rhetoric portraying the UAW as an outside interest, as, a Yankee interest, trying to interfere with Alabama's way of life, which, if you know a little bit about Alabama's history and the labor history we have here, it's pretty laughable, right? Because Alabamians have been organizing, including interracially, for a very long time, about as long as we've had workers here in Alabama. So, but that only works, right, if the average Alabama worker has no knowledge of that history, right, and can buy into that propaganda. So that really, I think, it speaks, and it's something that I've had a lot of conversations with communications professionals and labor educators and communicators, that the history is so important to remind folks that, folks before us have done this. This is not a new or foreign concept. We have this long tradition of resistance, and remembering that is so important to, we have to know where we came from to know where we're going. And, one of the, highlights of your work historically has been on the work of or the career of Ben Fletcher. You wrote Ben Fletcher, The Life and Times of a Black Wobbly. And when I'm thinking about like historical lessons that are worth us remembering today, and figures in our movement that we could really draw inspiration from, Fletcher is definitely one of those, because he helped build interracial union power at a time when white supremacy was deeply, deeply entrenched in this country. And I'm wondering if you could just tell us a little bit, for those who aren't familiar, just give us a little glimpse into who was Ben Fletcher, why write that book, and why is it still relevant for us today?
Well, of course, and actually the history of Ben Fletcher and the union, he was a part of the Industrial Workers of the World, is deeply tied, as you know, to the South, especially their multiracial organizing in Louisiana and Texas in the timber industry, right, with the Brotherhood of Timber Workers in the same era. So we're back in the World War I era in the 19-teens, right? Philadelphia was the third largest city in the country, was the third biggest industrial center in the country, was also actually the fifth biggest port in the country, and unlike many other industrial cities in the Northeast and the Midwest, was actually more xenophobic and had less union density than a lot of other cities, right? But in the Philadelphia waterfront, an African-American from Philadelphia named Ben Fletcher, along with others, organized in 1913, just before World War I, a strike this month, May 1913, right? Like, it's always good to go on strike in the spring because that's when basically business is ramping up. And so you want to go on strike when you want to hit the boss where it hurts the most in their pocket. Back before climate change, the Delaware River froze. In the spring is when more shipping's happening. That's when you go on strike because that's when workers have more power, right? Like 4,000 workers shut down the Port of Philadelphia for 2 weeks. Out of that was chartered a union called Local 8 of the Marine Transport Workers section of the IWW. Ben Fletcher was one of the leaders of that. That union was approximately 1/3 African American, approximately 1/3 Irish and Irish American, and approximately 1/3 European immigrants of other places than Ireland, especially Eastern and Southern Europe. Super diverse workforce. That actually usually has hurt American workers because American workers often are racist or xenophobic or sexist, right? And so employers create divide and conquer strategies. Of course, I'm talking to you in Alabama. I don't need to tell you about how race is a wedge, right? Like working people are confused by racism and we get weakened and the bosses take home the money, right? Like so too in Philadelphia. It's not unique to the South, right? Like it's that same game is played all over the country and the world, right? Like Ben Fletcher and the IWW was born as a reaction against the existing labor movement, which had problems. It was often tied to craft or industry trade as opposed to industry. It was often sexually exclusive. It was often xenophobic. It was often exclusive of Black people or treated them second class. The IWW rejected all of that, called it the American separation of labor, and instead sort of organized workers regardless of race, national birthplace, etc. Right? They dominated the Philadelphia waterfront for nearly a decade and became the most powerful interracial, multi-ethnic union in that time period in the United States, led by a Black man when a white majority workforce existed, right? And I say, if you've heard of Fred Hampton, you really should know Ben Fletcher, right? Arguably, Fletcher was more effective in his domain than Hampton was because Hampton was murdered so young, right? Fletcher only went to prison for a couple of years because of his crime, which was organizing a multiracial socialist union to try to overthrow the wage system, right? And so Fletcher is wildly unknown in Philadelphia, although last week the city council passed Ben Fletcher Resolution Day, right? Like because a group of Black Philadelphia workers put that before the city council and got it approved, right? And so that's an example of a group in Philadelphia using labor history to promote labor activism in the present, right? By honoring leaders of the past and empowering us and making us going, oh yeah, we've done this before, and take inspiration from past leaders. Whether it's Mother Jones, also a founding member of the IWW, or Eugene Debs, also a founding member of the IWW, Big Bill Haywood, also a founding member of the IWW, right? Ben Fletcher wasn't at the founding convention, but he became the most well-known African-American in the IWW, and people like A. Philip Randolph and considered him to be the best Black union organizer of his generation, right? And so I've written a lot about him, and in Philadelphia, we now have a mural on a building and a marker by the riverfront, right, to sort of remember this history, because for over 100 years, honestly, few people have known this history, and we're trying to sort of uplift that there, because we believe it matters, right? And of course, what is past is future, right? A radical multiracial union is what we need perhaps more than ever today. And so we can use the past the way that Howard Zinn might use the past, right? To sort of uplift histories or stories that provide inspiration and education.
I love that, and I love the resolution being passed at the city council. I mean, I think that is such a clever way to, engage folks right now in an active campaign while remembering the past and teaching folks that history. You got my wheels spinning for sure. Got some ideas already, and I know that I will definitely be reaching out to you offline and how we can build up the Alabama labor history scene. I'm a fan of the Illinois Labor History Society and what y'all are doing. And, many of our states here in the South are lacking that kind of organization and infrastructure. So that's kind of the step we're at is the informal committee building out a plan and building out something there. But Peter Cole, really appreciate your time. Appreciate you coming on the show today. We're going to definitely have to have you back. Was there anything else you wanted to leave us with, especially as we start wrapping up May Labor History Month?
Well, thank you again for inviting me. And of course, I'm thrilled to sort of work with you or anyone else. So in Chicago this summer, one of the big things that I'm involved in is another public history and public art project. I wore my hoodie today to remember the Red Summer of 1919. One of the more bloody time periods in U.S. history where white supremacy reared its head right after World War I in Chicago. 38 people were killed in a week of violence. It began when a black child was killed by a white man for swimming in a so-called white part of Lake Michigan. And then the police didn't arrest the killer, right? Sparking a week of violence, 38 people killed, over 500 injured, contributed drastically to the subsequent expansion of segregation in the history of Chicago, which still exists today. Chicago is still a racially segregated city. I'm part of a group called the Chicago Race Riot of 1919 Commemoration Project. We hold an anniversary event every year around the anniversary of the killing of Eugene Williams. And we do a 2-hour bike tour in certain neighborhoods where the events occurred. A slow roll, educational, enjoyable, multi-generational, multiracial group of people who ride together, and that in and of itself is healthy and enjoyable and educational, right? We uplift this history, right, by confronting segregation firsthand, by riding black and white people and brown people together through neighborhoods that are still often racially segregated. We also are almost done with our 38th marker, 38 people killed, one marker for each person killed, installed in Chicago sidewalks at every location someone was killed. Our final two will be installed next month, right? And so we use public art and public history to uplift. Now we also, though, go to the Union stockyards because the biggest industry in Chicago was the stockyards, and lots of black men and black women worked in the stockyards. Some of the people killed in 1919 were killed on their way to the stockyards or home from the stockyards during the riots, right? And so wherever you live, if you're listening or watching this, there is history, right, that can be uplifted through events, through tours, through art, right? Because we cannot depend upon our leaders to sort of do this stuff. They honor people like George Washington, who may or may not be a fine guy, but he was an enslaver, right? We can choose who we want to honor through the work we do in our communities. And so if you're listening and you're in the Chicago area, please follow us online at chicagoraceriot.org and come to our event on Saturday, July 25th.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed the interview and enjoyed your time. And maybe we'll run into you in Chicago in a few weeks.
That would be awesome. I'll see you at Labor Notes.
All right. Take care.
Peter Cole is an author and historian. You can check out his book about Ben Fletcher wherever you buy your books.
When this thing was designed, the average life expectancy of the only people that could be in Congress, which were, white landowning males, was 38 years old. There was no world of Mitch McConnell, so I think it's just time to get with the times. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
You're listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. Joining us in studio today is Andrew Sneed, a candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives in Alabama's District 5. Andrew, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Jacob.
I really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. It means a lot. We wanted to talk to you about your candidacy and give you an opportunity to, tell people a little bit about you, why you were running, and some of the issues, most importantly, some of the issues that you're running on. So can you start telling us a little bit about your background? Like, where are you from?
Not too far from right here. Born and raised in this district. I grew up right here in Huntsville. Came home. I tell folks, that I'm really from Huntsville because I went home from Humana Hospital, not Huntsville Hospital. That's how you know somebody's really from here.
Okay.
I've been here for a while. So I went home to a farm just outside of town, and then we moved into town in 1981. And I grew up kind of going to school all over Blossomwood and then AAA and, all over. And then I was a Lee graduate, graduated from Lee in 1998 and kind of moved on from there. But no, this district shaped me, and this is home.
Yeah. Have you always been like political? Has that always been a big part of kind of you and your family, or is your politicization something relatively new?
No. So yes, I grew up around this. So dad studied political science at the University of Alabama. Dad just passed a few months ago, and he was a good one. Dad was a good one. He studied, Dad went to University of Alabama the year after Wallace stood in the schoolhouse door.
Oh, wow.
And to study political science, no less. He routinely would show me when we were down in Tuscaloosa for ball games. So that was the tree I was standing at when Kennedy was shot.
Wow.
And would point to the hall where he went to his first civil rights protest. So Dad taught me from an early age that politics matters. It matters because politics affects policy and policy affects people. So he connected the dots from an early age. And so even though, I mean, I've literally played ball just right down the street from here growing up. So we did ball together and went to movies together. He was my best friend, but routinely on road trips and things like that, we were talking politics. I was probably one of the most excited 12-year-olds when Bill Clinton was elected in 1992 so really from a very early age, a man from a place called Hope was exciting to me.
Wow.
Yeah, in fact, I'll digress because we got a little bit.
Yeah, we got some time.
I remember coming out of a ball game around 1990-91 when we bombed Iraq, and when we first went in, and we got involved with Saddam Hussein the first time, and my coach at the time had been a passionate anti-war activist, and Dad had explained that to me about how the coach had just cared so much about it. And we came out of the basketball stadium, and one of the kids heard that we had attacked, and he was euphoric. Oh, we had bombed them. We attacked them. And the coach was so crestfallen. And Dad pointed that out to me. I hadn't thought about that in years. And connecting the dots between what happens in Washington and what happens around the world and how it directly impacts people. That sort of thing shaped me from early on. I've always believed this matters. And then I'll go further. I'm a plumber. I'm a former union member. Myself, I'm in the trades. I work with my hands for 25 years, but like all plumbers, I have an acting degree from Boston University. So it's not the traditional path to the trades. I went to Lee High School, which had a tremendous theater program, music program back in the 90s and through the 2000s. So it was not uncommon for us to go off and chase those dreams. They were silly enough to let me into Boston University and crazy enough to let me graduate. So I went off to New York City and chased that dream. I was a union actor. So that, which meant dignity of work. It meant that I'd made it. It meant that I was a professional. It meant that there was a possible future, as opposed to just being exposable, just being, being able to be cast aside. And so that was a big deal to me. But when I was living my best life in New York City in 2007, we were talking a minute ago about how when you got active in 2015 in politics, this guy came on the scene, Barack Obama. And so I was working as a professional actor. I had a great bartending gig that I'd had for years at a famous old New York joint called PJ Clark's. It's been there since 1884. It's just great place. It was a real great. But then Barack Obama, Senator Obama comes on the scene, and I knew that I had to get involved. That it wasn't going to be enough. I was in Manhattan. What are you going to do? Of course he's going to win there. It wasn't enough. I had to do more. So I started doing a bake sale on Roosevelt Island as a bartender, and then that's not enough. So I rent a car and I start finding strangers to drive over to Allentown, Pennsylvania and knock doors. So weekend after weekend, I'd go over to Allentown and just try to get involved. And I think that's kind of the moment that we're back at now for coming full circle to this present moment. Dad said, quite literally on his deathbed, he said it a lot, but literally we talked about it in the months leading to his death. This is the most important election of our lives. And he included his entire life. So and Dad saw some stuff, obviously. And he believed it. He believed that we're in an existential moment, that democracy, capital D, is kind of hanging on. And I think things are being intentionally destroyed. And we need to get, my job as a candidate is to hopefully wake up folks up to the fact that we can win this election. We can win this election. We can flip this seat and it will matter. But if we don't get involved, and if we just sort of sit it out, and if we succumb to apathy and feeling like there's no way forward, it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's a time for folks to get involved again.
Yeah. You mentioned that politics was always kind of a part of your life, and that your dad really tried to do what he could to connect, politics and policy to people's lives. And I think that really does get lost. I mean, especially, you have people that get really exuberant about war. And I mean, like right now, we're talking about schoolgirls being killed by American. And that's like, it's almost like it's almost saying it. It's been said so much that it doesn't really mean anything. But every one of those people are lives that have been ended, and there are so many others that are so many other ways that policy, like in a less extreme way, impacts people's lives. And so I'm curious, like what are one of the things that, as you were kind of developing politically, really animated you to have the kind of politics that you do?
Again, so I'm going to connect the dots here, and it might seem like, study acting, what in the world? What do that you'd almost think like, oh, that means you know how to pretend really well. But actually, anyone that's really studied theater, like at a serious place, acting's about truth, and it's about service. Right. So, and bear with me as I connect the dots here. So it's a service business. You serve a director, you serve a script. It's not about the performance of the person. It's about trying to give the folks in the audience an experience, a touch of humanity. And in the same way that the law should be, and that politics should be, it should be about truth and service. So awakening, there's that old adage that, people vote with their wallets. They vote with their wallets. That's true. People do vote with their wallets, but they go to the polls with their hearts. I think about this a lot. The thing that, I was always politically interested, but the thing that got me politically active was that I knew that our country would be better. It would be a better place if we could just do this thing. If we could elect Barack Obama, this was very important to me at the time. If we could do this, it's not going to solve all the problems. It's not a panacea, but it will matter. And I felt like my political action could make an impact. And so the thing that moves me towards, I say this all the time publicly, I don't think it has to be like this. I refuse to, and I mean here, right here in the 5th Congressional District and nationally, I refuse to accept that it has to be like this. I think that in our current congressman, we have someone, if he's not malicious, he's at least obtuse, because I think it's someone that doesn't listen, doesn't realize that folks are in pain, they're scared, they're hurting. They're hurting financially. They're hurting in all kinds of ways. The chaos is wearing folks down. We've come through the last 10 years. I call it a decade of division. We have 3 little girls, 10, 9, and 5. They have never seen a normal politics. Not that, at 10, you'd be totally hip to that, but our 10-year-old's starting to catch on. Right. And, she's followed this. And the chaos. So you asked me what calls me to it. What's this about? What's great about this country? And actually, I'm going to connect it to the theme, to what you guys talk about. What's great about unions is that you have a voice. That theoretically here, and even though we know historically, and we are still in the midst of so many injustices, so many things need to advance and progress. But theoretically here, justice can be served. Your voice can matter. You can weigh in on your future. And that's the difference between us and other places around the world. And that's the thing that stirs my heart. I want folks, I believe that if we run this campaign the right way, talk about the right things, and give people a choice that will turn away from the politics of division and move forward towards something better. Not something perfect, just something better. And I love that idea. It's actually my company's. I have a mechanical company, plumbing mechanical, and the slogan is "Your home better." I love better. And I think we should all want that, for our kids, so that's where I'm at.
You mentioned there, that if you can get in front of people and let them know, these are the things that I'm running on, and by implication, these are the things that I'm running against, we can make this district better, we can make the country better, we can make the state better. What are, I'm going to ask you what are the things that you're running on? What are the policy positions? But I guess one more kind of background, stage setting question before that. What made you? What was the thing that got you from I'm politically interested. I have these politics and I want to do what I can to. I'm going to be the one who's going to step up and I'm going to run for Congress.
No one's coming to save us. I looked around. We have to be the heroes of this story. It's like talking in cliches, but I don't mean it. I really mean it. I looked around and I thought, who might step forward? Who's going to step forward here in the 5th Congressional District? Because I believe, and I hope that we move forward here June 16th, win the runoff, and move forward to run against Dale Strong. I'm looking forward to running against Dale Strong because I don't think he's a good congressman. Let me not back away. Dale Strong is not a good congressman. When you don't have a town hall for 2 years, when you won't listen to folks, you're not a good congressman. When a solid 40+% of your district is Democratic, which means they don't necessarily politically agree with you, they're still your constituents. So people are losing friends. They're losing family members. The political acrimony is higher than it has been in my life. In your life, I know, because I'm a lot older than you. It is at this point where, you could put your finger on your pulse and think, is my blood pressure high? Because I think even folks that are happy with President Trump and happy with this administration and maybe pleased with some things that have happened, I think they feel it. I think we all feel traumatized in a lot of ways right now. And that's not, I don't mean that as snowflake language. I mean, I think we feel it as a physical stressor. And I'm worn out from it. And I don't accept that it has to be like that. So, like I said, my father just passed. We have these 3 wonderful little girls, this amazing wife that I love. And I'm tired of this. And I thought, no one else is coming to save us. And I said this in front of 250 people in our front yard when we launched this campaign on August 9th. So I don't mind saying it to you and your audience around the country. It starts to get me in trouble until I finish the statement. But Joe Biden is just about as responsible for me running for Congress as Donald Trump. What do you mean, Andrew? You're a Democrat. That's right. I'm a proud Democrat. Joe Biden was a great president. He was a great president. I mean, can you imagine bipartisan infrastructure these days? That's like a bizarro world now. We can't even picture something like that. And I don't see them as the same as human beings in any way, shape, or form. But Joe Biden announcing for re-election to me was a reflection of a broken politics, something deeper that is broken. Something deeper that I think we need to address, which is part of my theory of the case of how we're going to flip this seat, is that we talk about what's deeply broken, which I'm happy to get into later. I don't want to ramble on this one answer. So I thought things are deeply broken. We all feel it, no matter which side of the aisle that we're on. And I would offer to you, you may hear this, they're all the same. You ever hear this about politicians? They're all the same.
Yeah.
Oh, politicians, they're all the same. They're all the same. No, they're not. Like I said, I'm a proud Democrat. I'm a proud Democrat because our policies are better. They're better for working people. They address problems. But I do think we have a brand problem, especially here in places like North Alabama. And I think that, and I get pushback from this. I haven't reached out to the chair of the Democratic National Party since today. So I've said this to him in person. I think it is should be incumbent on our party to re-earn trust. And you look at congressional approval as a whole, it's at 10%. 10%. It's the second lowest in recorded history. One time it was at 9%.
Right.
So nobody's happy with how things are. And why do we accept that? So to put a button on it, I want to talk about these things that are deeply broken. We can get to specific issues, but also the things that are underneath that. I want to connect the dots to these deeper things and how we got to this place. And do it in a way that is literally saying, I want to hear everybody. That's why the campaign slogan is hear every voice. It means every voice. It means Republicans, it means Democrats, and somewhere in between or nowhere in between. To me, the job description of a congressional representative is in the title, represent. But you can't represent folks you don't listen to. And so I think we need to start there. So,
yeah. So what are the policies that, you think that would be better for the country that you're going to be supporting in Congress over and above what, Congressman Strong is doing?
Yeah, we have 4 hours or 5, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. No, we're getting hammered. So I'm a small business owner. Like I said, I'm a plumber, gas fitter. I hold an HVAC license, plumbing, electric. We work under houses for a living. Just in one small example, in my small example, it's one thing to put, everybody knows how painful it is to put gas in their vehicle right now. What about 6 work trucks?
Yeah.
It's not easy. I will tell you, it hurts. It hurts every week. It's, between, depending on how far, where our job site is and how far away it is, it's between $350 and $500 a week to fill up the fuel in those tanks. That's up, $1.20 approximately in just a few months. Okay. Right. So is gas a policy? No, but Congress being Congress is a policy. Congress didn't weigh in on this illegal war.
Right.
And this has been, should we be in war in Iran? I think at this point, it's pretty clear we shouldn't. We shouldn't have been. And the only reason I didn't say that unequivocally from the start is because I want Congress to hear what our case was. Do we want a nuclear Iran? No. Iran is an existential threat to the region It's the largest state sponsor of terror for, is it 47 years? I mean, they've been wreaking havoc. So it's not that Iran is a good actor, but I want Congress and our representative, who should weigh in more than the 5th Congressional District on military matters. So you asked me what's the difference between myself and Dale Strong. I would abide by the Constitution. And the Constitution says that war powers belong to Congress. And even if someone did elect, and I think it's time to get rid of the authorizations of use of force that we've been working under since 2001 and 2. Those should have been sunsetted a long time ago, and stop being cowards and use your voice. But if Dale Strong won't weigh in, you have to ask yourself, why? Why? That's your job. You should be proud to be the voice of this district. And we have more engineers per capita than anywhere in the country. We're a smart place. We'll let you know. We'll let you know what we think. Listen, vote accordingly. Tariffs. So economic policy. When our congressman allows tariffs to be unconstitutionally passed, he's not upholding the Constitution. It's laid out very clearly. But look at the impact that those tariffs have had people across the country. It's cost the average Alabama family $2,000 to $3,000. These illegal tariffs. Farmers have been devastated from these tariffs. Our soybean farmers, you probably know this, we grow the most soy anywhere in the state of Alabama here in the 5th Congressional District. They operated at a 10% loss this year, and that's after being reimbursed from the money that the government illegally took from them to begin with. They operated at 10% loss. So I come back to this. I'm running for something, not against someone, but I wouldn't be running, and I mean this, I'll look here. I would not be running for Congress if we had a congressman that was doing their job. And I don't believe that he is. So I think it's a problem. We need someone that's going to listen to everybody, try to, here's a crazy word, unity. You know, that doesn't mean kumbaya, but that does mean listening and bringing folks together. And I believe we can do better. I really, really do. So to put a button on an economic policy, a strict adherence to the Constitution, voting for this district first and foremost, and not what my corporate buddies want me to. I'd love to talk to you more about, these things that are deeply broken about government reform. I've started a whole national coalition called Take Back Congress. That's now 108 congressional candidates across 38 states on this systemic government reform. And I connect the dots to these things, healthcare, all these issues that don't get fixed. And we have to ask ourselves why. And I think it's because we have representatives, not just Representative Strong, all over the country that are not listening to their constituents and advocating for them first and foremost.
And so on that, just to make sure that I'm tracking right, at this point, you said that you were kind of like, oh, maybe not before, but at this point, you would be a yes vote on the War Powers Resolution to get us out of Iran?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, at this point, yes. There's clearly no plan. There wasn't a plan.
Right.
I think it was a safe assumption. It was, but that didn't mean that I didn't want Congress to weigh in. Because I don't know what the Pentagon knows. And the truth is, all of us armchair quarterbacks on that, unless someone had military briefings, yes, I think we've established that the president has a problem with the truth, more than a problem with the truth. He's pathological. And so there's no trust built up, but I still want Congress to weigh in. I want Congress to listen to, because maybe Iran was at the verge of something. I would have liked them to have been briefed and to have made a decision, and to have political courage and principle. So that was more my initial objection. But at this point, clearly there's no plan. It's disastrous and getting worse by the day.
And then the tariffs, is it your position that you think that Congress can or should have revoked the tariffs before now?
Yes. Yeah, of course. I mean, why would any, I don't mean to say, so for me, I say this all the time, this is not just anecdote for me. It's not just a talking point. I got the letter from Mingledorff's when our unit costs went up 7.5%. I'm a Bryant dealer. That's not a secret. I'm a business owner, and I'm Bryant, Carrier, and Heil. They're all the same. They're all under the same label, so they're all the same distributors. Are under the same manufacturer tariffs. We got a letter that prices were going up 7.5% based on the tariffs. Do you think they came back down? Of course not. Of course not. So on a $10,000 unit, that's $750, and that's not like throwing out a number. We buy units regularly that are close to that price. Somebody has to pay for that. And so, yeah, why would Congress ever abdicate their power to the executive? I think that's spineless, and I think I'll be honest, it's anti-constitutional.
You mentioned healthcare. What are some of the reforms that you'd like to see in the healthcare system that you think would be good for folks?
So, and I don't mean to equivocate. people say a great talking point for folks is we need universal health care. We need single payer system. So I don't care what we call it. I don't care what name we call it. I want, and we need to push for accessible, affordable, comprehensive health care for everyone. How do we get there? I think that it's going to start with throwing the lobbyists out of the negotiations. So this is where I connect the dots to these deeper reforms. One of these 5 points that we talk about in Take Back Congress is we need a moratorium on lobbying. And we also want to get rid of citizens. So the 5 points are term limits for Congress, get rid of Citizens United to get the corporate influence out of our politics, no stock trading when you go to Congress, a moratorium on lobbying where you can't walk out the front door and wipe back in the back door 366 days later, and separate issue, but hardest of all, but maybe most germane when we look at voting rights right now, an enforceable code of ethics for the U.S. Supreme Court. Everybody should agree on those things. Everybody. One person talking about it doesn't mean anything. That's why we've built this coalition to show that, hey, the votes are there. People want these things. So when you ask me about healthcare reform, I am skeptical after I'm 46 years old almost. I've been watching this closely for 30 years. What happens? The ACA was a great step. There were some bureaucratic hurdles. States like Alabama not expanding, Medicare were devastating. We've lost out on $1.3 billion of money that should have been available to members of this state. So Medicare expansion is crucial. I hope the state will wake up. We have 22 hospitals at risk of closing right now. Lawrence County Medical Center just closed last year. All of these things are disastrous, but you can connect these things, why they're so broken, to these deeper problems. I think it's time to flip the table over and throw the lobbyists out of the negotiations and get Congress folks that are working in earnest to try to solve these problems. So there's all sorts of little ways and big ways that we could move towards it. I'm just skeptical, color me cynical, that we're going to see any real progress until we change the underlying foundation of, I'll call it negotiations and discussions.
No, I can totally get that argument. And I want to talk about that before we do, though. But right now, you don't have any particular healthcare policy that you're really, really pushing kind of at the center or near the center of your campaign. It's more like we need to do something a little bit better. But I'm more interested in kind of the process stuff.
Well,
is that
specific? Well, the specific things, we need to go back to the ACA subsidies. This is something that can happen immediately. I love Bernie Sanders' proposal. Buzzwords for people, people worry, but I love the billionaire tax. Well, you got 935 billionaires adding 5% tax that would fully fund Medicare, Medicaid, and restore the ACA expansions. Not to mention, just on that one tax, get a base salary for public school teachers at $60,000 a year. I love that it's clean. So, Medicare expansion right here in the state of Alabama, we absolutely should take our Medicare money that we need to be getting out to folks. Like I said,
and do you mean when you said Medicare expansion? Do you mean Medicaid expansion, or do you mean actually Medicare expansion, like we're lowering the age limit to get into Medicare?
Sorry. The money that we refused. We've lost on $1.3 billion of money that we could have had coming in to keep these rural hospitals going and to support people of the state. So these are things that are here and ready and available. ACA subsidies need to get back in place. We see folks, had a guy come in right after the subsidies went away. He is a small business owner like I am. He makes, this guy came in, I won't give too much information, but he said, I make right at six figures, a family of five. I've been paying $1,200 a month on the ACA. My premium just tripled, and now my family of five has no insurance. So, these are low-hanging fruit, prescription drug negotiations, all of these things. I just think we need a wholesale reassessment. I would love to say, yes, universal health care. That's the goal, everybody. But again, I think we get hung up on what we call it. I think there's some economic hurdles as we look into the meat and potatoes of universal health care. I just remain, I'll put it this way. Why would Dale Strong be interested in healthcare reform when Blue Cross Blue Shield is writing checks for $10,000? So I feel convinced. I don't know exactly how the sausage is going to get made, but I think that there's a lot of smart people, and Congress could solve these problems if we just got the outside influence out.
And you mentioned that if I'm understanding right, that's really the center of your campaign is this, trying to get some of the outside influence out of Congress and trying to make representatives more accountable to the people with the Take Back Congress thing, right?
The BAC is spelled BAC, and it stands for balance and accountability. So balance of power, accountability to the people in the Constitution. So that's the foundation. I think that most folks agree on common goals. And I think so many people, you don't get to a congressional approval rating of 10%.
Right.
With folks being happy with their government.
I think I mean, like you said, like most people, I think most of those are really 80-20 issues on your side. I will say that I am one of the few that I'm not a super fan of term limits. I don't think that I'm not, I think that if we get term limits, it's better, and if we're not able to get anything else. But if we get the other stuff, I guess I'm always kind of like, I don't know. If people want to vote for the people they want to vote for, then that's fine. And if we're able to get rid of the Citizens United, the other stuff, then maybe it's less malign people staying in office. People want to vote for them, and they don't have all these outside expenditures kind of coming in. But if we're not able to get the other stuff, then I do think term limits would help. But that's kind of, but I don't know. I'll let you slap me around a little bit because you got the more popular position there.
it's I know they're not a panacea.
Yeah.
I know that term limits aren't, and I don't mean to paint them that they are. And I think absent the other things, in fact, could be very, very, very bad. If you don't have, that's why we put these 5 things together. But absent taking the money out of politics and reforming lobbying, you could actually, the counter argument would be you want those senior legislators that have been there, that understand the system, that I'll never get something for my state if I don't have, look at what Richard Shelby did for this district.
Yeah.
So that's the counter argument. Bud Kramer, that they were there for a long time. They learned the system. They got seniority. They were able to get things done. Presidents have term limits, counter to what President Trump thinks. Governors have term limits. Fish has term limits. We're not advocating for anything extreme. We say 12 years in the House, 12 years in the Senate. That's 24 years. If you can get reelected, that's a career.
Yeah, it's a pretty long time.
That's a pretty long time.
You can retire.
There is an organization called U.S. Term Limits. Another candidate in this race has taken that pledge. They pursue everyone all over the country. I didn't accept that. We came up with our own thing. They say 6 years in the House, and then they say 3 terms in the Senate. To me, that's giving the Senate way too much power. They also basically say that the folks that vote for term limits are going to be immune from term limits. So in the U.S. term limits pledge. So I think it's great. I'm for term limits, and I think it's great that they're trying to build coalition. I do think that's not enough time. I hear what you're saying, and I hear those concerns. I know they're not going to fix everything.
Yeah.
But if you can't get the work that you want to get done in government in 24 years, I'll say this. When this thing was designed, the average life expectancy of the only people that could be in Congress, which were, white landowning males, was 38 years old.
Right.
There was no world of Mitch McConnell. There was no world of Dianne Feinstein. That didn't exist. There was no world where that would happen. So I think it's just time to get with the times. It's cliche, but they say absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think we could adjust.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate. So we're obviously a union talk radio program. We're union talk. So we care about union issues, care about labor issues. What are some of the labor policies that you're supportive of?
I think it starts with the PRO Act. I think it's pretty. I won't say low-hanging fruit, but to be pro-labor, you have to be pro the PRO Act at this point. It's pretty comprehensive, especially in a place like Alabama where we're a right-to-work state. Benefits. So specific union policies, I start with the PRO Act. And that addresses a lot of things. That sort of updates where we haven't had any pro-labor. And I'll tie this in, again, with our congressman. Alabama still has a good many union workers.
The highest union density rate in the Southeast, and actually this isn't in District 5, but Muscle Shoals where we're on the radio, has the highest union density rate in the state.
Yep. Yeah, just the TVA and what they've done, all those contracts are just tremendous. Unions built the middle class. Dale Strong, and a lot of these unions are AFL-CIO. As I look at your shirt, AFL-CIO affiliated. I don't know if you're familiar with Dale Strong's career score right now from the AFL-CIO.
I'm not, but I can guess it's low.
Okay, I don't know if you'll guess it's this low because they just downgraded it from teens to a 7. It's a 7. It's a 7. You could almost not vote and have higher than a 7.
Right.
So there's one thing to be pro capitalism, pro business. It's another thing entirely to be anti-labor. And these are people of this district. You know, these are middle class jobs, and I think that should be the goal: is to want to support families, to want people to have a better life. So specific union policies, I don't want to hem and haw. ProAct, we could talk about any specific details about that. Pretty familiar with it in terms of the details and what's in there. But in terms of what unions accomplish, I think 2026 used to be a union election. You know, when we look at middle class being just absolutely ransacked, I would say they feel like they're under assault. You know, within my company, as a small service company, there's very few union companies. It's really hard to make the economics work. We have tried to figure out contracts. It's just really tough. But within my company, we have paid vacation, paid sick leave, paid paternity leave. Dads are parents too, and that's a way to support moms. If dads are able to have paternity leave, and after a year, I pay for everybody's health care in full because nobody should be afraid to get hurt or be sick. These are all those things that we love about our work week. Our weekend, was created by unions. All of these things that we think of that are just union employees. They're 20% more likely to have employer-provided health care. They are, I think it's 25% more likely to have a pension. The dignity of work. What are we here for? And also that means they're going to contribute more to the economy. Projects finish on time. Workplace injuries, since the advent of OSHA, I think are down. I want to say that workplace injuries are down by I know they are. They're down by 2/3. So workplace injuries since the advent of OSHA and workplace safety enhancements are down by like 60%. These are all significant things, but there's a positive economic impact of these things as well.
You mentioned the contracts and getting projects done on time, and that's one of my arguments for the government using project labor agreements when they do construction projects, and that's something that the Biden administration actually did, and the Trump administration revoked that. Is that something that you'd be interested in seeing put into law?
Yeah, I think PLA should be codified for sure. Yeah, absolutely. No, totally.
And then what about, you mentioned how unions are, you're totally correct. Unions are under assault, especially federal employees. I'm a member of AFGE, and so my union is totally under assault right now. Seeing union contracts ripped up, the administration purporting to say that they don't exist anymore. What would you do about that issue from Congress?
I am proud to have the AFGE endorsement. Thank you. I don't know if they I don't know if they pulled you or not, Jacob, but I'm one of 4 politicians. I guess I hate to even call myself a politician. I'm one of 4 people running for office in the state of Alabama that's had the AFGE national endorsement. I think that you hit the nail on the head, that it's contract. We look at Doge and the way that contracts were just disregarded.
Disregarded, and by the way, for people listening who are maybe like quote unquote anti-government, Doge totally disregarded union contracts, totally disregarded policy and process, and ended up not saving any money.
No.
Just by the way. No. Just like totally ineffective.
And so many of those people, like nuclear safety technicians, that were all hired back at a tremendous cost. Like, it cost us money. There's some math that says Doge cost us more money than it saved.
I wouldn't doubt it. You think about the amount of expertise that we lost. I was talking to some of my fellow union members from NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, and workers there do basically some of the only occupational safety and health research in the country is done through NIOSH, and they've got, some of these people decades of experience. And one of the people that I talked to on our program, one of their engineers that they represented said that immediately after he was laid off, he got an offer to work for the industry for twice as much money. But he didn't want to, because he wanted to serve the American people, and he wanted to stay working at NIOSH to help protect people. He didn't want to go and work for companies, to try to fudge their safety numbers or whatever.
No, and I think people want to say, well, why 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 should I have it so good? Why should these folks have it so good, so cushy in their union jobs or their government jobs? Well, because they're working for the government and they're not making oftentimes.
Right. It's just not true that they're making so much money.
That's right. Well, there's a couple things. One, depending in union workers and union families do make industry standard about, I think it's like 15% more, 10 to 15% more, but that doesn't necessarily mean government jobs.
Right.
So that's across all trades, which is a good thing. We want people, I mean, if you're kind of anti-billionaire, you should be pro-union. This is one thing we don't connect the dots on this to me enough. We want to talk about, and I know I'm the first one that just mentioned it a minute ago, because I do love the billionaire tax. I love this idea. I love how clean it is. But another way to sort of claw back money that's being hoarded is to pay it out in the first place. You know, and how we have to remember that unions have been affected because they make deals. They keep the wheels on the bus and everybody wins. Product safety, families, give people a piece of the American dream. I didn't mean to go away from your question. You asked me about contracts, PLAs, you know, and these specific things. Oh, you hate to say something like a word is a bond, but people should be able to trust contracts. And that's one of the things that has made this a great country, that it's not the proverbial wild, wild west, that someone gives you something in writing and people make plans. I don't know, you know, people that are listening to you have been in a position where sometime or another in their life, they had an expectation and that expectation was pulled out from underneath them and they had planned for that. Maybe they had a person that was a family member, a son or a daughter that was getting ready to go to college and they had budgeted for it and they had their retirement planned. Chaos came through no fault of their own, through doing nothing wrong, and those plans were torn up.
Yeah.
And if we can't trust our government to honor a contract, how can we trust anything? And I think this is where we get to the apathy and the disgust. I think this is where you see 10% congressional approval. It should be handed at the feet of Congress. To you know, these are our legislators. These are the people that need to be looking out for the people of their district. And if you're a Dale Strong and you are all for Doge, you might as well say, I'm all for chaos. I'm all for abandoning the balance of power, because that is literally what happened. So
one of the things that Dale Strong said in defense of Doge and the kind of the chaos that's been directed at federal workers in particular was that I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was something about well, it was probably to do with all of this, the government workers staying at home and not doing their job, referencing telework. What are your thoughts about telework?
What are my thoughts about telework? Well, let me go to my thoughts about Dale Strong's comments, and let me go specifically about, there was a wholesale vilification of federal workers specifically. Unions, yes, but federal workers, like this idea that they were lazy, that they didn't deserve what they had, that there's all this waste. There is waste, fraud, and abuse. We have House oversight committees to look out for that. That infrastructure has always been in place. And if you're angry about waste, fraud, and abuse, you should be angry at Congress. We didn't need a special panel to come in and try to clean up waste, fraud, and abuse. That's Congress's job. Now, maybe they should do that job better. So, you know, our career civil servants and our folks that work for the federal government are the best of us. Our researchers, our people that are keeping our food safe, keeping our medicine safe, really keeping our society safe. So, you know, I don't understand, especially in a town and a community, you know, Huntsville and the 5th Congressional District, where we get $36 billion of federal money that comes in here every year through contracts, many through government contracts. I don't understand vilifying federal workers and making enemies out of them. I think it's disingenuous, and I think that was the exact opposite of the posture that a representative of this district, among all districts, should take.
And then, you know, there's been some legislation in the House that would codify some of the Trump administration's rolling back of telework. Is that something that you would support, or would you oppose efforts to, you know, to basically, I mean, the legislation would really
do what these executive orders have done, which is, I think, hamstring management of the departments and not allow them to do, kind of what's best for their unit. But yeah, I mean, would you say that federal workers should not be allowed to telework, or what would your position on that be?
I understand this idea. I think that the way that this has been colored is that people think, well, I need to go into work, and therefore other people should too. We need to look at efficiency. And I think it's sort of trying to have it both ways, to say that we need to be efficient, but we need to get rid of telework. If the work is being done and the contracts are being fulfilled, or whatever the product is being fulfilled, then I don't know why we need to pull away from telework. Now, what I do for a living, working under houses, we can't do that remotely. And I think a lot of folks are used to that office dynamic. I do worry, sort of in a macro level, about folks not being together and not being teams. Maybe there's a hybrid. Oftentimes the answer is a hybrid. I think we've moved back towards more people being in office.
I think basically all federal employees are in the office now because of those executive orders.
But, to lose employees, and we don't talk enough about turnover and what a massive impact that is. But to have an employee that is able to nobody's saying you get to work at home and not perform.
Right.
Nobody is saying that. That's that's what's disingenuous about it, is what I'm trying to say. So if the performance metrics are down, okay, let's get people back in the office. But if the performance metrics are the same, if you have a young dad or a young mom, and due to we all know how crazy expensive childcare costs are. I mean, it's massive. It's almost a deal breaker for some people to even enter the workforce. But you have a productive worker doing a good job and fulfilling their workload. I don't see what
why
could
make
possibly,
his life
that's
worse.
Right. That's right. Why, sort of arbitrarily.
And I'll also say, I mean, for people listening, I mean, the telework thing is something that I've thought about a lot as, somebody who's always had a white collar job, where actually most of my career has been telework, because most of my career has been post COVID. I would encourage people to go and look at those telework hearings. We've reacted to some of them on the program. Because what I was looking for, and really almost to be totally honest, a little bit nervous about, was that they were going to come to the table with this department before telework was implemented, used to do this much, X units of production, and now they do Y units, and it's like half of X. I mean, folks should go and look it up. Not a single metric was shown of any department, any unit of any department across the whole executive branch. They couldn't even find one unit where there was a smaller or production and efficiency actually declined. The numbers that they pointed to were, well, this is how many people are teleworking, this is how many people used to telework. Well, I don't care about that. Is the job getting done?
That's right.
And they didn't say that the job wasn't getting done, which I think is interesting.
And that should be the goal, right?
Yeah, right.
The goal should be to get the job done, at many cases for the American people or for whatever the agency may be. And if we don't, again, I do understand. I really do.
No,
someone, because counter to you, I've never had a desk job.
Right.
I have had a desk at a job before, I think one time, but I've never had a desk job. I've worked with my hands for 25 years.
Yeah.
Whether it was 10 years in restaurants or 15 years nearly in the trades. But that's what I've done.
It's a super emotional argument.
Right. That's right.
And it's easy to, and it's easy, emotional arguments are not ones that are difficult to understand. I mean, it's similar, to like the people who think that, oh, well, because I paid off my college debt, you should too. And it's like, well, I had cancer. Does that mean you should have cancer? And it's like emotional, and you can kind of feel the resonance of, but it is, because my life was worse, does yours have to be? As long as as long as you're doing the thing that needs to be done, do I have to gratuitously make your life worse? But I'll say anecdotally that just, 100% telework for me has not been good. I mean, when we did it just like, I got like feeling bad and lonely, and it wasn't good. And so the hybrid stuff for me has always been the thing that I prefer.
This is the macro, to me, from the macro level, I would worry about people being exclusively telework. I think that there are fair questions at that point.
Right.
But again, I really do think you're hitting the nail on the head, so to speak, of it's emotional for a lot of people. It's not so much, and it's not based on a data analysis, on a production analysis, but it feels fundamentally unfair. And if something like loan forgiveness, it feels unfair. I had to, so you should have to. But other people don't have to lose, so that
Right.
Because you lost doesn't mean that that
Even
it's
though
not pulling, it's not taking
Right.
away necessarily. We forgive banks, we forgive there's we bailed out banks for the greater good, and there's so much sound economic argument. I know that we weren't talking about debt, but on student debt specifically, but there's so much sound economic argument for the macro American economy, for finding better ways to either repay or forgive student debt. Anyway, we weren't talking about that. Sorry.
And even
but-
though some people who are saying, well, I paid off mine, so you should pay off yours. Well, the people's student debt today is 30, 40, 50,
Right.
100,000, and your student debt was $100 and a couple of pennies and a couple of apples or something. Like it's totally.
People could afford to. Well, I mean, we all know the numbers. That average home buying, all these things that have gone up, that have almost doubled. I think the average home age was like purchasing a first home was 24 years old, and now it's 40 or 41 in terms of being. There's all these things, but people could have student debt and have one job and support a family and have that car, and just our money doesn't go as far. But what I'm trying to say is, and this is where to come back to me as a candidate, I think this is one thing that. Trying to get past the emotion of a conversation and really listen to folks and recognize that because someone is angry, because someone feels something is unjust, we don't just need to tell them, hey, you're wrong. The data says you're wrong.
Right.
And you say, I hear you.
Yeah.
I know you're angry about that. And that makes a lot of sense. Now let's talk it out a little bit more. Let's game this out. Let me keep hearing you, though, because I think it's when, and we've done this a lot as a party, when we finger wag and when we shame, we tend to push folks away. And I hadn't said this before, I think the Democratic Party, we want to be the party of the working class, but you can't be the party of the working class if you don't meet them where they are.
Right.
Even if where they are is not where you hope they're going to be.
Right.
So I know that's sort of talking in vague terms, but it really does matter if it's Dale Strong or whoever
it matters
it is.
so much that people don't feel like you're, looking down at them.
Right. Right.
And I do think that's a big part of, to some extent, I think it is partially due to the way that some Democrats act, and then partially, I think, the way that they're kind of portrayed.
I agree. In the media, I agree.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Let's see. I've got a couple more. We're already at about where I wanted to end. I got a couple more questions, and then I want to let you give like your kind of the closing pitch.
I'll try to answer briefly. I'm sorry. It's not my strong suit, Jacob.
No.
I'm sorry.
No worries at all. Across the country, there's been a lot of conversation about utility bills and how they're rising, just really, really breaking the bank. We're seeing some of that in Huntsville and the Tennessee Valley, but I really think that the conversation is a lot more muted because our utility bills just haven't gone up as much as they have in other parts of the country, because we have the Tennessee Valley Authority, the public power provider that generates the energy and electricity, for the valley. How would you, as a congressperson, relate to the TVA?
Well, I don't think it needs to be privatized. I'll start there. That would be, to me, a disaster. Our utility bills have gone up 5.5% in the last, I think it's 12 months. And maybe even less than that, actually. I know we've gone up 5.5% of late. And so people aren't imagining it, that costs are going up.
Right.
But no, I think that these big, I mean, if you like power and you live in the Southeast, you ought to be a Democrat. The TVA was a great thing. So it needs to be a healthy relationship. It's always worked well in our advantage. Like you said, we do pay some of the highest utility bills in the entire Southeast here, but
lowest, you mean?
No, the state of Alabama pays among the highest utilities. Here in the TVA, it's been better for folks, but the state of Alabama pays extraordinarily high utility bills.
Yes.
But that's an Alabama power discussion, not a TVA discussion. Right. So TVA has sheltered us. And so that relationship needs to be maintained. I do not like the idea of privatizing. I think this whole executive administration is pushing for privatization, and that's a whole different, longer conversation. But the TVA has worked. I think it needs to continue to work, and be supported. And
I had another question, but I lost it. So yeah, Andrew, what's your closing pitch to folks who are listening, and where can they learn more?
Yeah, listening. That's it. Listen. If you want a congressperson that is willing to listen, that starts with that. That starts with it's not just a slogan. Hear every voice. Really, I mean it. I think it's what we don't have right now. Again, you have a representative that hasn't met with folks that don't agree with him, especially for nearly 2 years. I don't think that's right. I think it's time to talk about some of these things that are deeply broken. I think that if we'll start bringing these things forward and addressing these things that are deeply broken, we'll get to some of the things that are causing so much pain in our everyday lives, our healthcare costs, our cost of living, our gas cost. Again, you can draw a line from every one of these things to a Congress that isn't being Congress and doing their job to advocate for the people of the district. So that's the job. That's the job that I would like to have. Listen to folks, advocate for them here in the 5th Congressional District. Principled leadership that actually speaks up and is consistent, accessible, and available. And I think it's time that we turn away from the politics of division, dividing folks on purpose, and see what we can do if we take a different direction.
Where can people find out more?
Sneedforcongress.com. They can check out separately this other, I think, is a cool coalition. Take, you got to put some dashes in there. I apologize, guys. Take-bac-congress.us to see this other thing that we've built for this systemic government reform that I think we're all ready for.
And I did remember it. We've been talking about kind of the whole conversation, your background, your politics, your approach to the campaign, and some of the policies that you are supporting, and talking about who would be your general election opponent, Dale Strong. And we haven't mentioned, and I just want to give you an opportunity to mention that you are running in the Democratic primary and runoff against another Democrat, and so. Is there any comparison or contrast that you want to make specifically within the context of the primary? I've also noticed that there's been some that I've been really genuinely only vaguely aware of, but some acrimony among some Democrats in the 5th Congressional District. So I want to give you an opportunity to, make that comparison and contrast if that's something you're interested in doing, and making a comment on any of the sort of discussions that have been going on between the two camps.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily between the two camps. I've genuinely been avoiding it. What I can say is that within a few hours after the primary, we won the primary, 42% of the vote. We won by a few thousand votes. Very proud of that. I was third on the ballot, so that means nobody accidentally filled in that third bubble. So we got 19,500 some odd votes. That's more votes than a Democrat's gotten here in a long time in a primary, a decade. So I'm proud of that. But less than 12 hours after that primary, the candidate that didn't move forward started attacks. I don't want to get into this controversy, but people, this, Jacob, and any former candidate would know this as well. Every financial thing that happens within a congressional candidate is all within a congressional campaign is all on the FEC. It's all available. So there've been some whoppers that have been told about the finances of this campaign. We have around 1,000 individual supporters of this campaign. Individuals, people that have chosen to give sums large and small. We have more than double the small dollar donations than the other two campaigns had combined. This is a people-powered campaign, and anything to say, and there's this accusation of PACs. We have one PAC donation. One. Congressman Tim Kennedy. Thank you, Congressman Tim Kennedy. I met him in Selma. He said, I want to help, and his PAC gave us $1,000. And every other penny that has come into this campaign, my wife and I gave money, not alone. We invested. It's right there as the first investment. Other than that, it's been supported by members of this community and all over the country. I've lived all over the country, Boston, New York. I have friends in California. We have, friends high and low. By contrast, and I do think this is important, if people want to go to the FEC and look for themselves instead of listening to what I would call BS and intentional lies online, and I just don't want any part of it because it's dirty and it's disingenuous. That's the thing that's really bad about it. It's disingenuous because no serious person, go to the FEC and look at the support that the other campaigns have received. The other campaign here, I'm born and raised here. I think that matters. I've lived here most of my life. I'm raising my family here. I didn't move to this state less than 5 years ago. We have deep connections. I don't think that should be a cause for attack. Maybe look at the numbers of supporters of people that have chosen to invest in the other campaign. Learn for yourself the contrast. I think they will see that there's less than a 20th of the support for this campaign, for the other campaign. That doesn't mean anything pejorative about the other campaign. It just means that this is a people-powered campaign. This is a campaign about hope. This is a campaign about listening to people. I think people feel that. And if we don't listen to folks, we're not going to flip this seat. We have to build a broad coalition. And that's just, I know this district, it raised me. I appreciate the chance to be with you. I shouldn't have even gotten that far into that. I'm trying to avoid all of that stuff online. It's toxic. It's a toxic space. I don't think anybody wins. I'm sorry that it's turned that way. And I hope that we can move forward. If I've said this so many times, let me say it again. I just said it recently. If Candace wins this runoff, I'm going to support her unequivocally. She's got my full-throated support. I believe that this campaign is the one that can unseat Dale Strong. That's what we should be focused on. That's what every Democrat in this district should be focused on. Who can beat Dale Strong? Who gives us our best shot to do that? I believe it's me. I bet you Candace believes it's her, and I understand that.
Oh, that's a good. Have you got another 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah, of course.
So the when people are thinking about, there's a couple of sort of tiers of questions when you're thinking about what am I going to do to support. The first tier is like, am I going to vote for this person or vote for the other person? But then there is another tier that's like, am I really going to get invested, or am I just going to be like, I'm going to kind of go and express my preference, but it feels like a foregone conclusion, and so I'm not really going to invest anymore in that. Make the case that you can beat Dale Strong, and make the case that a union member who has who's been working an electrician who's been worked 5-6 days last week, and they don't have much time. Why should they spend some of their time knocking on doors for you, or maybe donating to your campaign? Why can you win, and why should people go beyond just voting for you and trying to help you win?
Yeah, thank you for that. No, I believe this is the campaign that can flip the seat. If dollars don't vote, I know that dollars don't vote, but supporters vote, right? And it does take investment to get these things done. Dale Strong is sitting on a war chest right now, and I'm sure it's more since then, of $1.3 million. He's personally worth about $20 million, like all the EMTs, so there is a vast war chest. When we show that we're close in this thing, money's going to pour in. So we have to be ready to have the infrastructure and the resources, and I mean financial resources, to combat that, to get this message out. But we can win. We can win. We had more than double the votes here the other day than we've had almost in 10 years. I mean, we had 50,000 people nearly vote. Democrats are fired up. People are fired up. They're tired of the way things are. And if you feel that, if you don't feel like you're being heard, that your voice is being heard, you, union worker, if you realize that you have a representative here in the 5th District that has a score of 7 from the AFL-CIO that is anti-labor, and you don't like that, get involved with this campaign. Come knock a door, because it's by turning out this vote on June 16th matters. I'm sure Candace feels the same way, and I respect that. I believe this is the campaign that can win. We outraised Dale Strong 100% on individual contributions Q4 of last year. 76% of his money came from corporations and PACs. That shows you what people power can do. Now, go to Q1, and he had $380,000 come pouring in. So this is an uphill battle for resources, but that's why folks need to get involved. Your vote is certainly the most important thing, because all we have to do is get more votes and we win. But to amplify that vote, it takes knocking doors. It takes being that 27-year-old guy that goes and rents a car, finds 5 strangers, and goes and knocks on doors. That's what has to be at stake. So this has to be a hope election. If we want things to be different, we're going to have to work for it. Just like, but nobody knows about hard work more than union folks.
Andrew Sneed, thank you for your time.
Jacob, thank you very much.
All right. You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you
right. Hey ho, let's go. We are recording. All right, let's get started. Welcome to Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance and humanity tries to stay one step ahead of the curve. All right, welcome back. Super happy to be here. Last time we talked about that check engine light that just went off in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. What we're going to further discuss now is we're going to kind of go under the hood and look at the engine itself and look at the pathophysiology of Ebola and why fixing an outbreak involves a lot more than just medicine. So let's start with biology. If your body was, let's say, a high-functioning city, Ebola is essentially a biological pirate. It doesn't just attack one part of you, it hijacks the entire infrastructure. The virus targets your immune systems first, turning your body's own security guards into double agents that help spread the virus to your liver, spleen, and lymph nodes. And the scary part isn't just the bleeding, it's the systemic collapse. It causes your blood vessels to become leaky and your internal organs struggle to stay with their day jobs. This is why the sources emphasize high resource supportive care, meaning fluids and electrolytes, just to keep the city running while the body tries to evict the intruder. So why does this keep happening in places like the Ituri Providence? It isn't just bad luck. These are public health strained parts of the world where health systems are already fragile and outbreak fatigue is very real and a very heavy weight. Imagine trying to fix a leak in your roof while the house is on fire and the neighborhood has been under construction for 30 years. That's the reality for these health zones. In the past outbreaks, we've used a strategy referred to as a ring immunity. Think of it like a biological fire break. When someone gets sick, you vaccinate everyone they've touched, the so-called inner ring, and then everyone those people have touched, the outer ring, and it creates essentially a human wall that the virus can't jump over. But here's the kicker for our current situation. There is no FDA-approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain. That fire break strategy is currently off the table, which makes basic infection control and triage the only shields that we have left. So this brings us to the most human part of the story, burial practices. In many of these communities, honoring the dead involves close contact with the body. But a person who's passed away from Ebola actually has a higher viral load than someone who's still alive. The virus is essentially waiting for that final goodbye to find its next host. And public health teams use something that we call safe and dignified burials. It's kind of the snarky version of us might want to say, just stop touching the bodies. But the human version of us knows that's not how grief works. If we don't respect the ritual, the community won't trust the science. Community engagement isn't just nice to have, it's a clinical necessity. You can't stop a virus with a protocol if the people don't believe the protocol respects their ancestors. So to put this in perspective, there are currently 80 suspected deaths in this outbreak. If that were a small town's high school graduating class, every single empty chair would represent a family that had to choose between their tradition and their safety. We're fighting a 21st century virus with 19th century tools, isolation, soap, and empathy, because the 22nd century vaccines haven't caught up to this specific strain yet. This has been Resistance Radio. Stay grounded, stay empathetic, and remember, in the fight against an outbreak, a lot of respect is often the best medicine that we've got.
So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that there is a man doing journalism in this country who is helming nightly news shows and doing it spectacularly, asking hard questions, actually holding people in positions of political power to account. And, I think we need to check in on what he is doing in this lead up to the midterms. And that man's name is, of course, Kyle Clark, one of the best newsmen in the business, out of Next 9 News. and personally my favorite local news individual. And he sat down with the Colorado Republican gubernatorial candidate, Victor Marx, and they had just a fascinating interview. And I thought you all would appreciate going over it with me. So let's take a look. Who is Victor Marx? I don't think any relation to. I don't think he would say he's a Marxist, despite the name.
Great to be with.
I feel real dumb because I don't know who this is. Kyle Clark. Sorry, before we really jump into this. Kyle Clark is a favorite of the channel because we paid attention to a lot of what was going on in local news reporting, especially during the 2024 election. And they were a great news team on the ground, basically debunking a lot of the lies that Donald Trump was talking about when it came to Colorado cities. And the way Kyle Clark comports himself in his interviews and in his questioning, and the way he moderates debates between political figures, I think is genuinely top tier. Like, I wish in presidential debates we could see Kyle Clark moderate, because he actually fact checks. It's great.
So you have agreed to debate your Republican opponents on 9 News next week, and that discussion is going to focus on policy. Our conversation here is going to talk about your backgrounds and your qualification.
Great.
The stories that you tell about your life and your accomplishments are extraordinary. How much of it's true?
All of it.
Easy enough. You describe yourself as a high-risk missionary, a renowned martial artist, you're a ministry leader, you're a speaker, you're an author. What qualifies you to be the governor of Colorado?
So just to be clear, this guy's claiming to be a missionary spreading God's word in the most dangerous places on earth, while also being an expert martial artist with 2 deadly weapons on him at all times. Yeah, what does qualify you for public office? Because being able to snap a man's neck with your bare hands doesn't really make you qualified to be someone who serves the public in this capacity.
Well, I'd say first is, what are the qualifications to be governor? The main one for me, you first got to care for people. You got to truly care for Coloradans, because if it's just some type of job, it's going to be reflected in the way you run the state. I think it's reflected right now in how bad the state is. So, and then it's a CEO position. It's not a legislator, and that matters to be able to build teams out, probably assign the right people in the right positions to help run the state. And that's one of the things I do well. I build out solid teams.
One claim that you make as central to your life story and your accomplishments, to me, stands out above all of the others.
I was a brown belt before joining the Peace Corps. What state does that qualify me for governor in? Is such a great line, Indigo Phoenix. I appreciate you immensely.
Saving women and children.
Yeah.
Your campaign website falsely claimed that you had rescued more than 45,000 women and children, and that claim has since been taken down. How many women and children have you rescued from captivity and abuse?
Well, regarding the 45,000, is that the number you're making reference to? Never did I ever say that I rescued 45,000 women and children. And I mean, I've been doing this for years. Our ministry website never claimed that. Our current campaign website doesn't say it. I think what happened, the best that we can see, is an independent contractor put together our first.
I'm sorry, real quick. Is this the same Victor Marx? I need to know. Wait. I need the trailer.
Give me your money.
You sure this is what you want?
What do you think?
This got released 13 years ago. I'm almost certain that this is the same guy. He's one of the top martial artists in the country. I've never seen anybody faster with their hands.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
How many agree you would not like to be in the street with a guy with a gun to your head like that? Raise your hand.
I found out in pieces about Victor's childhood.
My life radically changed when I was about 5 years old.
Some of it was just so hard.
You know, there were things I'd blocked out pretty good. It's a form of survival when you're a kid. You can't stay in that moment because you break and you never come back.
Great-great-great-great-grandnephew turned out. Guess the good genes got thin?
I genuinely don't know if they're related. His dad's name, I shit you not, is Karl with a K. Karl Marx.
There's no way. No way.
I'm sorry, the Gospel Martial Arts Union? Okay.
That kid could ever forgive me.
I really came to a point and said, Victor, if you don't get help, I'm going to take the kids and we're going to go move out.
And he came to that door and he pulled out his pistol and he started shooting out all the lights. How many of you know about being afraid where it becomes terror?
Holy shit. So, maybe opening up this interview by saying, was any of that real? Was any of that real? Valid question. Is this a Christian horror? No, it's the story of his life. Apparently. Anyway, let's go back into this.
You know, website for the campaign, and then that individual inadvertently put rescued, and it was corrected as soon as we knew.
So mistakes happen, I understand that. How many women and children have you rescued?
We've never publicly given the number out for security reasons.
What?
And we don't have a need to. I would say it's more than one and less than a bunch.
Okay, but like, there are claims circulating that you've saved tens of thousands of people. And now you're saying it's more than one, but less than a bunch, and we can't tell you the exact number for security reasons. What on earth? What security is compromised by knowing an abstract number?
Our desire is to protect those that we have and our current network that's in place. So there's no benefit from us.
Giving a number would put people in danger.
Yes.
How does the number put people in danger?
Jujutsu. Get CrossFit to fight with Jesus.
Isn't that like an actual movie? Wait, real quick. Yeah, here it is. There's unironically a movie about this, titled The Carpenter.
Name?
Warren.
Where are you from?
Cana.
You don't look like you're from Cana.
I know where I'm from.
You have to weaken them all and you win the fight. You cannot fight only with your fists. You must use this organ too.
least you are as champion fighter. Just don't lose focus.
Use whatever time you have to train and heal. No distractions.
What do you do for work?
I'm an apprentice.
Oh, for who?
Come, follow me.
Do you think it's true what people say about him? He's not like anyone I've ever worked with. This carpenter paying him? He takes care of what I need.
It's literally what if Jesus taught someone to do MMA? Biblically accurate UFC.
Whoa.
Chud see this and go, whoa. Super Dark Shadow Andy, thank you for the $50 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 5-tier 1 subs. We'll take a look at your link in a second.
There are many good life lessons to be learned from sport. If this is your gift, can you cultivate it to positively affect those around you? To let your light shine?
Jerusalem Invitational.
I love that Jesus also teaches him how to do parkour.
400 denarii. None of this is ours if you don't keep fighting.
For that money, I would jump in the fight.
You really enjoy it?
It's not just the fight. It's training, walking out of each fight knowing that I defeated whatever they put in front of me.
You are aware of his miracles?
He's a carpenter, son of a carpenter.
No. Look further.
So why help me? I'm nobody.
You're somebody to me.
Get it? Because he's God. He's God. Do you get it? Do you get? No, the ginger man isn't Jesus. The carpenter who trains him is Jesus. Do you think it was intentional that they like chose a font and like color scheme that apes the Mandalorian a little bit? Also, dear Christian filmmakers, I understand what you're going for with like I came from where you guys are. Like I get it. But I do want to throw out there that for those who are not of the faith, this just looks very homosexual. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine if it is gay. But, like, maybe be aware of that during,
I love this movie. It inspired my WWJRNC bracelet. Who would Jesus rear naked choke?
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh, God. All right, wait. How would Jesus actually fight?
In the new millennium, vampires no longer fear the sun. Now they're going to learn. It's time to fear the Son of God! Live to fight, fight to live. Live to fight, fight to live. When the living dead outnumber the living, even the Messiah needs a little help. Phil Caracas is Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 out of 10. Oh, God. Hell yeah. All right. Back to this guy. Bible 2 Revenge of Jesus.
I think if those that we've disrupted, nefarious characters,
I know he's trying to say words, but he just said nefarious characters. It's nefarious. Like, good golly. It's nefarious because 4 is more than fair.
Disrupted nefarious characters and organizations.
Or was he trying to say notorious, but he like slurred it? Also, Animal, welcome to the Riverboat site.
Had the number, it would put us and our network at much greater risk than we are now.
You certainly fundraise off of your ability to rescue women and children. 2021, you said we're best known for recovering women and children from ISIS. You said to donors in 2022, your donation empowers us to rescue women, children, and the exploited. You said in 2024 to donors, your faithful support helps to set
Yeah, like how are donors knowing that you're actually using the money to save people? You know, like, do when you say also, and I it's terrible that I even have to ask this, but like when this guy says save women and children, does he mean save them from being killed and tortured and abused, or save them insofar as like we baptized you, you're good now, see you in the next life?
Is free, but you're saying that your donors and voters don't get to know how many people you've actually rescued.
What I'm saying is people trust that the work that we've done, which we've documented throughout all the years, is sufficient enough so that we don't put either those we've helped or us in unreasonable danger because of it. It's when we say, I mean, our mission statement is to set captives free, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. I think.
But like giving a number doesn't put anybody in danger because you're not giving any identifying information. Like no one can say, oh, they've saved 235 women and children. We can use that information to track them down and stop their operations. Like that's not an actual threat.
What I've always said is true. We're best known for rescuing and recovering because people, whether military or the special operations community or law enforcement, people who are in that realm have, especially in the beginning, are shocked that we've been able to do some of the things that we've done.
You certainly do use specific rescue numbers, though, when you feel that it suits your purposes. You wrote in February of this year, just last month, our team rescued 43 children from the grips of evil predators.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Security breach, security breach. Alpha, Bravo, Tango. Security has been breached. We must remove the teams. Get them out of the deep cover. Their cover is blown. Their cover is blown. Get them out.
Where did that rescue of 43 children happen?
In the U.S., and that was by, through, and with law enforcement, through a special operations that we do with protecting children's innocence.
Are you referring to Operation Northern Lights in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. So the U.S. Marshals named 25 partner agencies, including 2 rescue ministries that were involved in that operation. They said nothing about you and your ministry. But you're claiming credit for those 43 rescues? They didn't even mention you.
Yeah, not credit, participation in what we do.
You said our.
Oh, that sounds pretty fucky to me. That sounds like you just been caught in a lie.
Our team rescued 43 children, and the marshals who ran that operation named 25 partners and never said a word about you.
That's because the police are liars, and ACAB. Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Does that mean we didn't help them?
No, I'm just curious why you think that is.
We don't require that we be listed or named in any operations. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
When you say our team rescued 43 children, what did your team specifically do?
Well, when I say our team's expanded associate team members in what we do. We were part of seeing 43 kids being rescued.
What part?
Training, equipping. Again, the Protecting Children's Innocence Task Force, we come alongside to help law enforcement do what they do best.
You give folks grants so that they can hire officers, they can buy vehicles, they can get technology, that kind of thing. And your own organization, PCI, says that you do so without directing cases. So you're not actually involved in the actual rescues themselves in those situations.
The kinetic rescues here in the U.S., no.
No. So when you say our team rescued 43 children from the grips of evil predators, you mean to say your organization gave a grant to officers who went out and rescued those kids?
Well, were any of those officers here at our retreat center getting trained? That could have been.
Oh, he's like deep caught in a lie. Like he's now retreated to our team helped those people to, well, officers that did this could have been at our training retreat. Maybe, possibly, but I could neither confirm nor deny. Is this Tim Ballard? No, this is Victor Marks.
When were those MOUs signed? Because I see dates in September of 2025. That raid was in late 2025.
Yeah. You would need to check with Buddy Jericho, who's the commander of the task force.
His name's Buddy Jericho? How do all of these people sound like they were at the shootout at the OK Corral? Yeah, we got Doc Holliday, we got Victor Marks, we got Buddy Jericho. Like what? Okay, Billy the Kid's coming in hot.
Your campaign manager, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't hold on to those details like that.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the specifics of what you will.
I mean, he is kind of doing the Steven Seagal thing, right?
Share about your rescues. You said that you've performed more than 130 missions to rescue.
There's Buddy Jericho, Trip Babylon, Victor Marks. There's Rich Eden. There's a lot of different guys on our team. You also got the Billy Canaanite. You got the really incredible and talented
Buddy Jericho sounds like the protagonist in my upcoming Christian **** film, Getting Nailed by the Cross.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you? You have a God-shaped hole.
Women and children from terror and abuse. Your organization says that you've saved women and children from 30 nations. 30 nations. That's a lot of countries. Could you list off a bunch of those for me?
Start with the.
See, this is what I love about Kyle Clark. Kyle Clark does something that is incredibly rare in U.S. journalism these days, which is just asking very direct, basic follow-up questions that flow from the previous question. And it's incredible because politicians in America just don't expect it anymore. They don't expect it. People in the Trump administration, they yap and they give a bullshit answer, and then there's no follow-up from that. It's crazy. Yeah, does Victor know 30 countries?
First.
Yes, sir.
What did I say?
You said that this in 2024. You said that you've performed more than 130, quote, missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse. Is what you said factually true, that you have performed more than 130 missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse?
Where do you cite that?
You said that on X on August 12th of 2024.
That's not something I believe I would ever say.
Your full quote was, I wrote this book, Dangerous Gentlemen,
yes,
after 130 plus missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse. So that's not true, what you wrote.
I wouldn't, that doesn't sound accurate, that I would specify how many missions.
That would be if I had said that would be an incredible breach of security protocol, and my buddy Jericho would be in grave danger. I don't believe that I would say that. Well, sir, you said it right here. It's currently still up on your feed.
Okay, I'm happy to provide you with a copy afterwards.
Thanks.
Yep. Your organization claims that you've saved women and children in 30 nations, and I was wondering if you could list off a bunch of those countries.
Saved or helped?
Quote, saved women and children in 30 nations. That was from the Protecting Children's Innocence Task Force fact sheet.
Well, I would say check with Buddy. Again, our commander, I don't hold on to stats.
But I mean, you're the CEO of the organization. If you really have saved women and children in 30 nations, you could name off a bunch, right?
I don't memorize every place that we've gone.
Okay.
I mean, none stand out to you? There aren't like a couple you could name? 30's a lot. Could you name like 3?
So I got a passport.
You said that you have, quote, never failed at a mission, which is quite a claim.
Yeah.
I mean, elite military units would envy that success rate. In decades of what you describe as this high-risk work, you've never had an unsuccessful mission.
I would say we've accomplished the mission and never failed at what we were wanting to accomplish. I mean, there have definitely been challenges and very...
Yeah, we're all fans of Kyle Clark here. He's an incredible asset to just people who care about truth in America.
But yeah, we're really excited that we've been able to accomplish what we have.
Which is what exactly, right? Like, you aren't naming how many people you've saved, where you've saved them. You can't seem to remember much of any of the details about any of this, but you're really proud of what you've accomplished. What is that?
I want to return again to the core question about what I think is the biggest claim that you make about your life's accomplishments, this idea of rescuing women and children. You'll share the number of missions that you've supposedly gone on, these rescue missions, 130 plus. You will say how many countries you've supposedly rescued women and children from, 30. You will share very specific totals of individual operations, like the 43 kids in Florida.
Yeah.
But you won't provide a total number.
No.
Because it will endanger safety and security.
Of everything that we do.
How does listing the number of, like, from specific operations not compromise security, but giving an overall general number, it's utterly baffling to me. But also, this guy is everything that is currently wrong with Republicans in this country, right? Like, the reason we have Donald Trump right now is the same reason this guy thinks he can get elected, because when it comes to the conservative end of politics, it's all become vibes-based. It's just vibes-based politics. It doesn't matter to conservatives if this guy actually saved children or not. It just matters whether his vibes make it seem like he saved children. That's it. That's it. It's just, do his vibes make you think that he saved people? Well, then he's running for office. He's running to be governor of Colorado. And, like, for Republican voters, it doesn't matter if someone's a liar and a charlatan as long as they believe in his vibes. Which is why I think that what Kyle here is doing is so important. Because when you ask basic follow-up questions to a charlatan, well, then the vibes get disrupted.
This is Kamala levels of nothing comes to mind.
Yeah, like, honestly, so many of the up and coming conservative politicians they're full on Bidening. They're beyond Kamala. They're Bidening. Whether it's their mental state or just, like, being caught in their, like, tangled web of lies, they're Bidening real hard in real time. Yeah, this guy's Tim Ballard. That's saying something.
Let me throw out another theory about why you won't share the number.
Let me ask you, why do you think it's so important that we present the entire number? Why?
Or even just a ballpark, so that people have some idea if you're telling the truth and the scope of impact that you've had.
Yeah, also, too many Democrats rely on the we see you, we hear you, and we're not going to do shit to help you.
Anytime somebody's running for public office and they claim to have done something, I ask them for proof. And in lieu of proof, I at least ask them for specifics. You have no proof, and you have no specifics.
That's not true.
You won't offer the specifics. What is the proof that you have rescued significant numbers of women and children?
Well, I just walked you through our training center.
You show me your own photographs,
Yeah.
which are not proof of anything other than the fact that you took a photo with someone.
What do you think is required of proof?
Oh God, my guy, you're literally a pastor. You should have a pretty good handle on what proof is. Like you're talking to people about like what you believe, like the almighty God you believe in. Like you should have some idea and handle on how to prove basic facts about the world.
I would even be willing to let you set the bar other than something that is simply, I verify it by saying it myself. I've heard you say the proof is a video I made, a promotional video I made. The proof is a photo I took. The proof is my book. You get that we can't rely on you to verify your own stories, right? Like, who can independently verify that you have rescued significant numbers of women and children?
Well, I think a video was just put out. We didn't ask for it, but...
The promotional video with the people saying that you saved them. Who are those people? Where are they? How can we talk to them? How can we corroborate their stories?
Well, I mean, they made it public. That's in Southeast Asia. But I can tell you this, without reservation, I have no need to prove to anyone what we've done over the last...
You do if you're running for governor while touting these things. Like, you might personally have done some great things, and you don't feel a personal need to prove it to anybody. But if you're going to ask for the public trust, for the public to put their trust in you as an elected official, you need to demonstrate that you are trustworthy. And if you're not willing to do that, you shouldn't be running to be the governor of a state.
Many years.
Also, you do if you want to avoid fraud charges. Very, very true.
Because we know what we've done. People believing it or not, it has no bearing on our work.
Well, there is this guy who can who can prove and corroborate what I'm talking about. You'll have to look him up. His name is Buddy Jericho. I've got his number right here. You can call him anytime. You call. Feel free to call him anytime. Kyle Clark just dials the number immediately. His Victor Marx's phone rings.
I could totally see a Stephen Colbert in character run for elected office pulling a full George Santos but without the damage to society.
God, wouldn't that be great? I can see that for Stephen Colbert too. I hope he keeps doing some more public access shows though. That was fun.
Let me throw out another theory and you can tell me what you think about it.
Okay.
What if the reason that you won't say how many women and children that you've rescued is because that number is actually quite small?
See, this is why I like Kyle. I like Kyle Clark a lot. Like, he will just look this man in the face and be like, what if the reason you don't want to say that number is because you're a liar, though? What if that's the other possibility here?
But admitting that would hurt your fundraising. And now it would hurt your political campaign. So you cite individual stories of rescues, this one story in depth, this one story in depth, and then you tie those individual anecdotes together with big numbers, like we've helped 45,000 women and children. And if people think that your operation is bigger and more impactful than it is, it helps you financially, and it now helps you politically.
I don't think that's true. And whether people think we rescued 1 or 100 or 300 or 3,000, I think the response is still going to be the same. We're doing the work that we say we do. And if people want to give, we're not some big marketing machine. If people want to give to
good Kyle.
It's true. He's the last of the line of Kyles.
the ministry, like
ever since the incident.
We don't even do fundraisers.
The dankening.
They give. If people want to support me as a candidate based on my life or what we've done, that's just one aspect.
If people want to support me based on my vibes, it's their God-given American right to do so.
Can, but I'm a person of integrity that won't compromise or risk.
But that's the problem. Voters don't know you from Adam, my guy. They don't know that you're a person of integrity.
Always, I'd rather be misunderstood than risk putting anybody in danger or network.
He rescued somewhere between 67 and 69 people.
Or kids or women that we've helped because we still do the work.
I want to talk about other claims that you've made about your life. And a lot of your life's work is centered around and motivated by childhood abuse. That your stepfather forced you at age 3 to behead a cat and put it on your head.
One moment.
Yeah, please.
Jesus.
Motivated. What do you mean by that?
Meaning you seek to help children because you were hurt as a child.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Yeah, fair.
Okay. So you've talked about how your stepfather forced you at age 3 to behead a cat and wear it on your head. That your stepfather made you
the carcass of the cat.
Carcass of the
not
cat.
the head.
That your stepfather made you shoot and kill a man when you were 7.
Yep.
I heard more than a decade ago
What?
you refer
What?
to those claims as unprovables or non-provables.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not provable that you shot and killed a man when you were 7? Feel like that would be pretty fucking provable.
What did you mean by that? And how should voters now assess claims
I'm sorry, I need to hear that again.
because you were hurt as a child?
Yep.
Is that fair?
Yeah, fair.
Okay. So you've talked about how your stepfather forced you at age 3 to behead a cat and wear it on your head. That your stepfather
It
made
was
you
the carcass of the cat.
carcass of the
not
cat.
the head.
That your stepfather made you shoot and kill a man when you were 7.
Yep.
I heard more than a decade ago you
Yeah, I'm still baffled here.
refer to those claims as unprovables or non-provables.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that? And how should voters now assess claims that you acknowledge can't be proven?
Yeah. Well, I think people who've been abused will best understand this, that horrible things happen to children that you can't prove. And those are the things that actually, I think, hurt a person worse, because you want...
Okay, that's true, right? Abuse can be very difficult to spot, and like, especially abuse that happened a long time ago might not leave a lot of traces of evidence. But something that would have an evidence trail would be a missing person or a murder, right? Like that has a trail. Figure out who the guy you shot was. Look into missing persons report. Yeah, like if you shot and killed a man at 7, what was the sequence of events that made that an unprovable thing?
to be able to have justice brought on your abusers. For me, those acts were done without the aid of other people that could help me collaborate it, and I was a child. So me working through it my entire life, I mean, there were definitely what I would say the horrible results of abuse that I wish I didn't have to deal with as a kid and a young man, but I did. So the people that understand it most are those who've suffered abuses where, again, was it videoed, were there pictures? Back in the 60s and 70s, not so much.
Sure, nobody expects you to prove it. I guess, is there a part of your life story that can't be scrutinized, or is it all fair game for people to look at?
It's all fair game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
How is that a sigh and need to think about it kind of question? Bro, why do you have to think about that? Bro!
Well, I would say,
Oh my God.
as a child, yes. I mean, without question.
The question wasn't the only person you killed as a child. The question was the only person you have ever killed. Why are you qualifying it?
But I've been in other situations where, possibly people or persons died.
Multiple people?
As a result of me defending myself in other countries.
What?
There's no count on that, and there's no photos but that was something as a kid, without a doubt. Yeah.
Well, like, he thinks
went
he's...
from Kamala to RFK Jr. Was that the only bear you beheaded in Central Park?
I mean, genuinely, that is where we're at right now. But like, I see, like the comment, this is a facade, he's lying. I am very willing to admit he might be lying here. But if he's lying because he thinks it makes him look like a tough guy, it makes him look like a liar and or a fucking insane person.
You think that you've killed people as
like, if he's trying to badass signal, he's doing a really bad job. Because if when you're trying to badass signal, instead you look like an incompetent or psychotic individual, you aren't a badass. You are just like someone who should not be given, I don't know, the governorship of a state.
An adult?
Does it matter?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Why? As a result of me defending myself in other countries. There's no count on that, and there's no photos but that was something as a kid, without a doubt. Yeah.
Do you think that you've killed people as an adult?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look, does it matter if I have a freezer full of heads in my basement? I think it matters more that I'm a swell family man. What?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Why?
Like, killing somebody's a pretty weighty thing.
If someone's trying to kill you or you're in combat?
It's still a weighty thing to take somebody else's life. I mean, it could be self-defense, it could be justified, but it's still a weighty thing. So I'm just asking you, how many people have you killed?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't be telling a reporter.
Why not? Is it because you could go to jail? Did you kill these people in America? This is genuinely disturbing. He has, by the way, pulled out of upcoming debates after this. I have to assume it's related to the fact that this is fucking insane.
Sitting here in my training center.
How about voters? Would you tell voters?
There's no need. I don't think that's important. It's actually it's an odd question to me.
It's not important how many people I killed, and I don't even understand why someone would care, is maybe one of the most insane things I've ever heard somebody say about being asked, hey, are you a murderer? To someone trying to be governor of the state. Bad, by the way, Mufker, I didn't celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I actually have a 3-hour-long video going over my thoughts on Charlie Kirk in detail. So, maybe you should know what the fuck you're talking about before you start speaking to people the way you're speaking to them, huh?
It's funny, you describe it as an odd question because you actually talk about the idea of killing people with some frequency and why it's a necessary thing to do, killing people. You said on NRA TV in 2017, now a lot of them just got to be killed. I've had them shoot at me and I had to shoot back. There's a time and place to eliminate the enemy and you have to. You said on Jeff Lerner's podcast in 2025, some people have to get killed. Some people have to die. But it's an odd question to ask you how many people you've killed.
Yes.
Okay. You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
Oh. Okay. Okay then. We'll move on.
You know who did celebrate his death, Erica.
That's true. Oh God. Lady, I don't understand how you maintain composure in your line of work sometimes. Oh, mostly it's just not paying attention to the ramblings of bigots. That helps a lot. Trump is thriving and accomplishing many things. Nah, we'll talk about that later, but we're not talking about that right now. You can stick around though, and I'll make my case later.
You've previously spoken about the details.
Didn't say them.
Well, I don't want to read back your own words to you. I'm curious how you would describe the act of calling in a military airstrike that killed 70 people.
I'd like to hear my own words.
He doesn't fucking remember what he said. He doesn't remember what he said, so he's really hoping that Kyle Clark has receipts. And Kyle Clark always has receipts.
I don't want to spend our interview time reading your own words back to you. I'd rather ask you some other questions that I think are of pertinent interest. You told a church congregation earlier this month that you caught child traffickers at the U.S.-Mexico border and, quote, made them pay a price. Yeah. Can you tell us what your ministry was doing catching human smugglers at the border and what?
Yeah, what price exactly are you talking about? If you're going around talking about how you're murdering people, being coy about it, like did you just kill a bunch of people that you caught?
The price was that you made them pay.
We were working both with...
Oh yeah, he's a minister and a martial artist.
The National...
And maybe the next governor of Colorado.
Guard. And the Border Patrol. And we were helping children and women crossing over. That was that night. That was memorable. But receiving kids crossing the river... It was a horrible reality. And then later that night, in a different part of the river, we caught men smuggling children over. And we were, again, the Border Patrol took care of that.
When you say the words, we caught them, do you mean your team caught them or you watched the Border Patrol catch them?
Also, do you mean that your team caught women and children? Because that's... When you say we helped women and children and we're working alongside like ICE and Border Patrol, what that sounds like to me is you just caught women and children desperately trying to come into the United States and then handed them over to be sent to concentration camps in the United States. Like that doesn't sound to me like helping women and children, actually.
We identified them. We were by ourselves. And then we brought in Border Patrol.
And then you said, quote, we made them pay a price. What was the price that you made them pay?
Consequences through the Border Patrol.
Last night when you told the same story at your town hall, you said, we caught guys bringing kids in, they got their feelings hurt. You use that phrase, hurting people's feelings, frequently for acts of violence, right? Beating somebody up, shooting somebody, killing somebody. Did any of those things happen to those smugglers that you caught? When you said they got their feelings hurt?
I believe when I used the term feelings hurt, that could literally mean hurting someone's emotional feelings.
You know, it's interesting that you said it could mean that. That is interesting. It could technically mean that, but that's not the way you use it. Which is why he's asking the question to you.
And sometimes other things, but we were not.
And sometimes other things, but I'll never tell.
Not involved in any acts of violence against.
He thinks he's being very cute.
Those traffickers. They were arrested by Border Patrol.
You perform exorcisms. commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
What?
When you say I perform exorcisms.
Yeah. You described yourself as a quote-unquote reluctant exorcist.
Right.
Yeah. Describe to me how your exorcisms work when you command demons out.
Well, that's a joke, the way I say that. But as a follower of
Is it a joke? Because I don't think it is.
Christ and someone who's very familiar with evil, that's been both forced upon me as a kid and then seeing the effects of it in humans' lives, I believe the Word of God that I can pray for people and see people set free from whether it's demonic oppression. I never call it possession. I believe there's levels of demonization where people are suffering because of evil.
But could you explain to folks who have never witnessed this, don't understand how it works? I've heard you describe it a number of times. You've got the two angels with the swords, you've got the circle of judgment, and you command the demons out of someone. Can you explain to folks how that works so they can hear you describe it?
Well, I don't command the demons to come out of someone. I think of them as assignments or attachments to people. And we identify the demon like Jesus did. We ask what their name is, and then we give them commands. And they very frequently and typically will answer through the person's mind. They'll tell us what they hear, and then we destroy them, banish them to perfect judgment from Christ.
You also perform these exorcisms by phone. Are those just as effective?
They are.
You claim to have cast demons out of a number of people, including...
I'm sorry, you can do... You can do exorcisms by phone now? Why are we... Hollywood is behind on this, okay? Hollywood is behind. We need to get Hollywood up to speed with the world of, dial-up exorcism. Or, textorcisms. If an exorcism can be done over the phone, why not via text? What about with the Zoom? Can AI do exorcisms? Yeah, why not? Get your ChatGPT ordained today for the low cost of $500, and then you can do AI exorcisms. I mean, this is a whole new world of don't give them ideas. Look, all I'm saying is there's a non-zero chance, right? There's a non-zero chance that these kinds of spells in the mind of this guy actually work. And I hope that this person had enough time to read all the books they wanted to read in 2022.
Including your friend and the late conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. You claim to have cast demons out of a high-ranking Pentagon official and other celebrities. If you're elected...
I'm sorry, I want a follow-up question. Which high-level Pentagon official did you cast demons out of? I feel like we deserve to know for national security reasons.
Governor, would you continue to perform exorcisms while governor?
Well, let's make sure we get the semantics right. It's not casting demons out of people.
Who gives a fuck about the semantics in this case? Are you going to continue doing exorcisms as governor? Seems like a pretty straightforward thing that people want to know.
Hello, I'm Paladin, your tele-evangelist. You've requested an exorcism. We'll need a 99.99 fee for that. Cash, check, PayPal, Google Pay, Dogecoin, and Ethereum accepted.
And Ethereum. All right. Finally, we're sprucing up the blockchain here. And that, of course, you want to use crypto for all of your exorcism needs, because then the demon can't track it back to you. Okay, that's very important. Mammon remembers where the money changed hands.
It's breaking strongholds, which are evil.
We've got demons in the Pentagon. Pentagram. Pentagon. Oh my God, it makes sense. I think we just cracked the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, We got him.
Oppressive. I mean, I think there are people out there that suffer tremendously because of evil. And I would never stop praying for people.
Can I ask an ignorant question? You're going to
Sure.
say you've asked 13, but no, here's my question. When you do command the demon at the end of the retooling prayer, the demon stays inside?
Oh my god, we're getting... Kyle, you're going even deeper. Also, Shafiker, thank you for the 1,000 jewels. Appreciate you.
The person?
I'm not saying the demon was ever inside the person.
Assigned to the person.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, a demon assigned at birth. I got you. I understand. That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you for clarifying
So
that.
assignment or attachment,
Okay.
not inside of a person.
Where does the demon go at the end of the exorcism?
We send them to the footstool of Jesus Christ, who we believe is sitting at the right hand of the Father, who then absolutely gives them perfect judgment of what happens.
You don't charge for the exorcisms, right?
No.
Okay. But they were part of the how-to guide that was available on your website for $99.
No, we would never charge for an exorcism, but we would charge for exorcism materials. Ah! Oh, man. Man, this guy, Kyle Clark. Fuck, I needed this. I needed this. This is a gift to the world.
Spiritual warfare guide with battle tools and resources. It's no longer available on the site.
Well, I think that's a film, and it's always, whatever we have posted with that was, you can pay $1.99 or, yeah.
You did have a pay-as-you-could function on that, and
Yeah, how do we incept demons? Incercisms?
Hello and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel. And today's was a very special day. Today was a very special day. Y'all don't even probably know. And there's not that many of you right now. We'll wait for y'all to trickle in. Wait for Johnny to throw out that tweet and that blue sky. I appreciate you, as always. But let me give you a little recap of what I've been doing past few days. Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest happened. And started last Tuesday with the PlayStation State of Play announcement. And I missed that one. Because I had this show to do. So I was watching a little bit of it with my buddy Warhite, who has been on before. And they announced God of War Lofi. And they announced, what was the other thing? I want to say Gears of War. But, Wolverine. That was the other announcement. And that was pretty cool. But, as soon as that announcement happened on Tuesday, I said to War, War, this new God of War that takes place during the events of God of War 2018 that follows his wife who dies in the beginning of that game. This new game follows her journey through the afterlife, battling different gods and whatnot. Kind of a throwback to the OG God of War games, where Kratos is fighting through the gods of Olympus and whatnot to avenge his dead wife and daughter. Now we're at this place where he's remarried. He's got this news. He's got a son, Atreus. Now his wife has died, and we're following them through the last two games, God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. And now in this one, it takes place during those two games. And you're playing as his wife battling the gods of Egypt and Mesopotamia. And that's a cool thing. And I said to War, War, Asmongold's going to hate this. The loser bigot chuds are going to hate this. And lo and behold, as soon as I knew it, as soon as I finished this show and went on Twitter again, God of Woke was trending. And it didn't stop there, folks. It did not stop there. Because on Friday, we watched the full Summer Games Fest main event, right? Now, I have a couple of reactions out here for Vince Staples. This album is fantastic, by the way. Literally a hip-hop album against MAGA. Definitely check that out. But I clipped a couple trailer reactions here. Resident Evil, this was great. Alien Isolation 2. There's a new there's a new game by the people who make Yakuza called Stranger Than Heaven. And it features Snoop Dogg, but also Tupac. And I'm like, what? And then a couple days later, I saw Snoop Dogg was performing on stage somewhere and had like an AI angel version of Tupac above him. And I'm like, does Snoop Dogg somehow own Tupac's license? Like his face right now? Or does he have some kind of deal with the estate doing that? Because this is weird and gross. It feels weird and gross in this trailer, and it felt weird and gross. But yeah, so then Friday we streamed that. On Sunday, we streamed the Xbox showcase and the PC gaming showcase. And there we got the announcement of a brand new Spyro game, which is pretty cool for people who like Spyro. I personally do not. God of Woke, the Cryberries are calling it. Yeah, I know. It's so silly. It's so silly. I knew it. We also got an announcement. The trailer's not on my channel, but we got an announcement of a new Castlevania game where you play as the daughter of the main character, Simon Belmont. And I knew this one's gonna get it too. They're gonna be mad at this one. But we also got a game coming out today. Today we got the Nintendo Direct. Nintendo announced, I think yesterday, hey, by the way, we're here too. Tomorrow we're gonna have our thing at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I streamed it. For all handful of people that was there. Pinkerbell was there. The new Nintendo Direct stuff. And there was a lot in there that I was just like, what is this? Why did I wake up and decide to watch this? Who cares? There was, dude, they announced remakes and ports of like all the Kingdom Hearts games. And there were so many that they named. I missed the reveal of Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming out. So Kingdom Hearts fans, there you go. I only realized it later on Twitter. I was like, oh, they actually announced 4. It was just in that mishmash of all these other ones coming out. So I was like, oh, I just couldn't tell the difference. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts guy. But at the very end of the Nintendo Direct, they announced something I never expected. Something that is blowing my mind. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake. Now, I'm not going to play the trailer. Because we might get dinged for it. I don't know how that works on YouTube. I didn't get dinged for it, but, I don't really care what happens to my channel. If I get a DMCA, okay, then I won't do that again. But oh my God, it was amazing. Oh my God, it was amazing. And, you know, again, I just wanted to mention this because I, as far as I thought, you know, of course they're going to hate God of War starring a woman. Of course they're going to hate Castlevania starring a woman. But this I didn't expect. This is someone called Smash JT. I've never heard of this guy, but apparently he's yet another, you know, Asmongold wannabe, geeks and gamers, nerdrotic kind of guy. And he goes, this is unnecessary and intentionally signaling trans. They know what they are doing. Once you notice bisexual lighting being used, you cannot unsee it. This is intentional. I will not be gaslit. And what he's pointing to is this image of Halo. This is just like, here's the campaign mode for Halo Infinite that came out like a year or two ago. I have Halo. Halo Infinite is the first Halo I ever owned because it's free. It's just multiplayer mode. They separated it out. Here's multiplayer mode as its own game. Here's the campaign as its own game. And the campaign's coming out July 28th. They pointed out this patch of cloud that has some purple in it as this is bisexual lighting, and so it's signaling trans. The community note on Twitter is hilarious. Yes, Johnny, Ocarina of Time. I know. I'm excited. I'm so excited. The circled purple area is the planet Threshold, the largest planet in the system Alpha Halo resides in. Okay, so this is actually a planet. Interesting. The new cover art for Halo Campaign Evolved is a direct remake of the original for Halo Combat Evolved, also featuring Threshold. So let's check it out here. So this is the original back in the day Xbox box art for Halo, and this is the new one, right? So they wanted to like give homage, update it a little bit, and yeah, it's there. But you know, I Smash JT might have a point because I don't see purple lighting over here. I don't see purple lighting. They changed it. They made it purple to signal trans. This is, look, for the folks trying to gaslight or act like I'm crazy, here's the original artwork. I mean, here, look, there you go. He's pointing it out too. It is slightly bluer over here. And it, but you know, of course it's ridiculous. It's the sun coming through. It's a little more dynamic. Instead of it just being blue, it's like, oh, there's a little bit of sunburst through the clouds. It's just, this is what hate does to a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Hate does this to a person, and this makes them lose their goddamn minds. So we're here for it. We're here for God of Woke. We're here for trans combat evolved. Halo. You know, Johnny, you want to see the Ocarina reveal? So let's check out this. Maybe we'll be able to show this. So this is one of my favorite creators. Her name is Rachel. She's from Scotland. She was part of a group called What Culture, and then just branched out on her own and streaming on her own. This is her reaction to the reveal of Ocarina of Time. Let's end this on a positive.
Next is our last announcement.
Ocarina of Time.
Please take a look.
Ocarina of Time.
See, again, I guess people did have an inkling this was coming. I was completely blindsided. I had no idea.
Even if it's not Zelda, we got Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom,
It is Ocarina! Did you hear that?
This is similar to my reaction, folks.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry!
An ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest.
Oh my god!
So yeah, go check out my reaction. over on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube, to the amazing Ocarina of Time. It's just a teaser. You barely see anything, but it's there. You hear it. Saria's song. It's there. Oh my God. Okay. Now, on to bigger and better things. Even though this is like weeks old news at this point. Kevin Hart had a roast. Kevin Hart had a roast on Netflix. I didn't talk about it. Enough people talked about it. But I just wanted to take a look at this reaction here. And this is his reaction to the backlash of having Tony Hinchcliffe, Shane Gillis, people like this on the roast and, making highly racist jokes.
Here, I'll say it again. Stop talking as if I said it. So when you say the family and the family's affected, I didn't disrespect the family.
Yeah, you did. Now, this is his defense. I say, yeah, you did instinctually. His defense is, I didn't say those jokes. Now, what he's talking about is jokes about George Floyd. And they say the family is affected. The family's upset. The family's affected. And he's like, well, I didn't say the jokes. Well, it was a roast on Netflix. They run all the jokes by them. There's a team of writers writing the jokes. And you're Kevin Hart. You have pull. If you said, you know what? I don't want these jokes. They would have pulled the jokes. Or I'm going to pull out of the event. But money is more important to Kevin Hart. Now, we all know this. That money is more important to Kevin Hart than anything else. But this is him telling y'all, in case you were wondering, here he is giving middle fingers to George Floyd's family. Wasn't me. Even though my name's on the roast and I could have pulled out. Wasn't me. I have no power. Despite my name being on the roast.
Showed up for the family when it happened. Made sure that the family felt supported. Made sure that all things there were actually cool. Behind the scenes, just as an example, you know the one person that I talked to? And I'm not even going to tell you the conversation. Stephen Jackson.
Oh, I know he caught that.
That's because that's my nigga.
Yeah.
Hey, Stack, let me just call you, man. So I can explain to you like the world of the roast, X, Y, and Z. We talked. I get it, Kev. We had a great conversation. But that's what I mean when I say, hey, man, let me call the one person after. And that's before whatever you're talking about. That's immediate. Stack, hey, Tony threw one out there. It's this and this, but you do know that that's what this shit is a roast. But I just want you to know from my side.
That's Kevin going, hey, this roast just happened. They made fun of your dead family member. The racist who was headlining Madison Square Garden during the Nazi rally. Yes, the Nazi rally. That guy, yeah, he's on the roast. Oh, I let him be on the roast. I didn't say no to him. I didn't say no to him. I didn't say no to Netflix. Totally fine. He was on the roast. Knew he was going to say some racist shit because that's kind of all he does. Yeah. I just wanted to do this so that I could say I did this for when I'm interviewed inevitably afterwards. That's what he's doing here. I did it privately. So y'all don't care. Y'all don't really care because you're not actually talking to the family. I'm talking to I don't even know who Steve is.
That man is on his own.
You ain't lead with that, Kev. You
Lead
should have been
what?
leading with that the whole time.
Because I don't need to.
People just want to know you care.
I don't fucking need to prove to people that I give a fuck. Yes, you do. No.
Yes, you do. Now, here's what I remember. Here's why I wanted to talk about this at all. I remember years ago, Kevin Hart made some kind of joke in a stand-up routine about a kid coming out to him as gay. By the way, hi, Wanda. Hi, Bebe. Hi, Snicks Bay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the chat. How are you? Kevin Hart made a joke about, like, if my kid ever came out as gay, I'd strangle him. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. Some kind of gay joke. And, you say, Bebe, George Floyd jokes, some things aren't funny. You can make a funny George Floyd joke. I believe you can make a funny joke out of pretty much anything. You just have to make it funny. I think so. Kevin Hart made a gay joke. People got upset, and he went and apologized. He apologized publicly on like Ellen's show, which is hilarious in retrospect that Ellen was the arbiter of morality. He apologized like individually, made like a apology video, and that was it. And then it kept coming up years after, like over the years, it kept coming up. Whenever he got like a big new movie role or something good happened to him, here comes people on the internet being like, "But remember this," and he would apologize again and again. And then it got to the point where he was offered the hosting gig at the Oscars. And he was like, "Oh, cool, big cool gig, whatever." And then here comes the people again. But he said this homophobic thing. He said this joke. And he was like, "Okay, you know what? I don't want to have to apologize for this every fucking couple years. Fuck you. I'm not taking the job. I'm just not taking the job." And that, I think, was the year where they decided to like have no hosts for the Oscars and just rotate through. Here's Tina Fey, and here's Trevor Noah, and here's Michael Che and Colin Jost, blah, blah, blah. I understand that. I get that. But how hard is it to just be like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad." Now, he might be in a position where like there's no benefit to really taking that job, because what do you take the hosting job at the Oscars for? Just to keep your name in the mouths of Hollywood studio executives. Be like, he's a person that we know about, we like, right? I guess he didn't need to. He's already someone that they call. He shows up, he does his job, boom. This is about credibility with the culture. This is the same shit. We're going to get all back around to this when I talk about Jay-Z towards the end. But this is about credibility with the culture and being like, no, I didn't shit on George Floyd. I didn't disrespect the family. That was Tony. That's part of a roast. I'm trying to justify it. And Charlemagne's like, you absolutely do need to prove to people that you care, because they don't know that you're calling the family behind the scenes. If you are, they don't know that. They think you're cool with it. You signed off on this. You signed off on everybody because it's your roast.
You need to prove to people that I give a fuck.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Just this time. This one time.
No.
Yes, this one.
No. If you open that door, then that's the door that people expect all the time. Why the fuck do I need to do that?
I think it's because...
See, that's what I mean. You open the door, then that's what people expect. That's what is in his back of his mind. I opened the door. I gave that apology years ago, and now they expect me to constantly apologize, and I don't want to do that. And my question is, why not? Why not? Why don't you want to learn?
Because of how much the George Floyd situation affected so many people. I think I get what you're saying and how you stand on your business, and I respect you for that.
I'm not standing on my business.
Or whatever it is. I think with certain things,
not say it.
But their pushback is it happened at Kevin Hart's roast. Kevin Hart, who is like, he's out, like, so many of us support you. You're ours.
They just want to hear you say. Okay, I just want to hear you say what you said today is tasteless. You actually reached out to somebody who's considered their family to say, let them know. That's all.
I have the best example. If I go to a nightclub and like we're celebrating, right? And 2 people get killed that night at the nightclub. What's the headline?
Kevin Hart's party got shot.
Shot up. 2
got
people
killed
died
at
Kevin Hart's party. Right? People may say, I'm not going to Kevin Hart's party again. Man, you can't go to Kevin Hart shit. Kevin Hart shit ain't safe. I ain't fucking with Kev. You heard what happened. I go, but I didn't fucking do it. I didn't even know the people that fucking was shooting. I didn't even know the 2 people that got killed.
That's not at all an apt analogy. This is more like you went to a nightclub. No, this is more like you rented out a nightclub. The only people in the nightclub are people associated with you. And yeah, someone got injured. Also, maybe don't use the death thing as an analogy when talking about George Floyd. Stupid. But yeah, that is not an apt analogy. What's the headline say? Again, more concerned with like media perception than like you were cool with it. You were okay with that joke. You didn't want to say, maybe you didn't want to say it because you didn't want the white people at Netflix or the writers or whatever to be like, oh, he's so sensitive. We can't work with him again. I don't know.
The nature of being the name. Your name is attached to things to make things bigger. What is my fucking... I didn't shoot the gun. Why am I arguing? Why am I doing interviews after?
Why were they in your party with guns?
Who knows? I don't work the metal detectors. I'm not the security guys. The club does all that. I don't have those answers. You understand what I'm saying? Like the responsibility just it starts to compile as if I'm the one in charge. We are not in charge of the dialogue from anybody on that stage.
If Tony calls you right now and says, man, Kev, man, I was out at the comedy club, man, and man, this dude, man, who said he was George Floyd's brother, smacked the shit out of me.
Yeah, deal with that.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
He just doesn't want any responsibility. And here's Van Lathan, higher learning, with a response to that.
There are a lot of people who do not like the way this is being handled. You know what this is really about? Black people don't like to see black subjugated to anything. There is no culture that should overtake your duty as a black person. Black comedy. People are going to ask, which culture is more important, the black or the comedy? Black police officer. Which culture is more important, the black or the police officer? If you are saying I am blue before I am black, then that means a nigga is going to get punched in his fucking face. Or a black man, as a black woman, is going to be abused because you are in the middle of a culture that can be dangerous to black people, and you ain't gonna say nothing because you blue and not black. We're gonna talk later about Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart and the sanctity of the NFL locker room. Are you an NFL player, or are you a black NFL player that will stand in the gap against racism or racist policies? Will you disturb the sanctity of the locker room, the culture of the NFL?
And this is a good analogy, folks, because what happened when Colin Kaepernick decided he was a black man first before he was an NFL player? NFL said, I bet, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You're going to kneel for the national anthem? No. You perform the ritual we want you to perform, or you're done. And I think that's what Kev is worried about. If you don't subjugate yourself a little bit, allow white comedians to make racist jokes at you, and not even at you, to kind of just in general, again, spraying bullets into the wider world. George Floyd. The joke was like something about like George Floyd is looking up at you, smiling right now, saying he's in hell. That's what the joke was. Which again, not much of a joke. Not much of a joke. Other than, I watched South Park. South Park jokes that everyone's in hell. Everyone you loved who has ever died. Princess Diana. I mean, this is from the 90s, but like Princess Diana, who's the dude from It's a Wonderful Life? Like everyone who's ever died is in hell. Gandhi's in hell. They're all in hell. The only people who get into heaven are Mormons in South Park. And that's the joke. It's like whatever, this is a beloved actor, beloved public figure, beloved whatever, they're in hell. You can make that joke. Tony's joke was just bad. Just wasn't good. And Kevin decided, I'm a comedian before I'm black.
For your blackness. If you do not do that, black people feel unprotected by you. And if they feel unprotected by you, they feel like they cannot trust you. And if they cannot trust you, they'll find somebody else that they trust to support. So the question in all of this stuff is, if you're a black comic, what's more important, the black or the comic? Because if there are rules in comedy, that make black people feel less protected, less seen, more exposed, then people are going to be like, fuck your jokes. And that's fair. But when people are asking them, it's important that people know, Kevin Hart or anyone else, that they're not asking these questions like with an objective view of the lens of freedom of speech in America. They're asking these questions in context. And the context is 400 plus years of some of the worst torture, degradation, and disenfranchisement in the history of the world. And it's difficult.
And also the context of currently the revitalization of that movement that subjugated black people, the Confederacy, and the ideas of the Confederacy, the subjugation of black people in the culture right now. That's the context. That's the context. And some of this dialogue is happening right now around FD Signifier. Was that guy Bad Empanada? They had a debate, and essentially FD was like, yeah, maybe don't call a black person slave. That was his criticism. And Bad Empanada was like, no, I should be able to do that if I disagree with them politically and if I'm morally correct politically. And FD's point essentially was, you're not morally correct politically if you are using that language. You kind of just want to use that language, and you're trying to find any defense of why you should be able to call a black person a slave as an insult. Because you want to do that. Because you want to be an edgelord. That's the point. What are you first? And people are pointing at FD going, are you a leftist first or are you a black first? And he goes, I'm a black man first. Bro, I'm a black man first. And black man inherently is leftist. Now, there's a whole Cheyenne Bryant conversation happening. If you're watching my streams, check me out over on YouTube and Twitch. I broke down the whole Cheyenne Bryant situation, watching Olay's videos, watching Culture United. Essentially, she's a hack, fake doctor, calling herself a doctor, maybe has a doctorate, but calling herself a doctor to use that as legitimizing her opinions as a relationship expert and life coach to get a following so that she can sell books and all this. She's already selling books. She's already on a book tour right now. And there's black people who defend this. There's black people who defend Kevin Hart because why are you trying to tear a black man down? So what? Okay, he had to deal with a little bit of that, but that's all right. Everybody does. Why are you trying to tear a black woman down when you're talking about Cheyenne Bryant? It's like, well, it's not, nobody's trying to tear down a black woman or tear down a black man. Trying to tear down a fraudster, a grifter, someone who's not helping the culture, who's not there for you. So we'll see. I doubt Kevin Hart's ticket sales numbers are going to go down. This is my same argument with Vanguard. If I ever go on the Vanguard, I'll bring up Bill Burr. I don't think whenever he goes on tour again, we'll see if the ticket sales are down because of the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt anybody really gives it that much of a shit. I highly doubt anything's going to happen to Cheyenne Bryant because Olayemi is talking about her or Karam James is talking about her. But the people who are in the know. And that's all you got to know. All right. So that's that segment. Let's talk a little bit about the turn. So I've been talking about this for weeks at this point. People are turning on the right wing. People are turning on the right wing, including right-wingers themselves. This is just kind of apt because it happened last night. I watched basketball for the first time probably since the 90s on TV. Not that I even watched basketball on TV much in the 90s anyway. Sometimes with my dad, if I was at a friend's house and they were watching it. But Knicks fever is here. It is real. And I watched the whole game. It was a buzzer beater. It was close, tied to the end. Unfortunately, the Spurs won because this fucking asshole decided to show up and lock down all of Midtown so that no one could get near Madison Square Garden. It was annoying. What's up? Hey, what's up, Hank? How you doing? Taking a break from suntanning at Celebrity Beach. Skippy a speedo to say hello. I can tell. And, you better keep that quiet because Trump over here is going to try and find you. He loves milky, creamy thighs of men. He keeps talking about it. That's probably why he truly forced himself into the locker room last night. Reporters were not allowed into the locker room pregame to interview because he wanted to go in. Because he wanted the milky, creamy thighs. But here he is at Madison Square Garden getting the absolute shit booed out of him. I'm proud of my city. I'm proud of my city. I will also say, poor guy who's singing the national anthem. Like, you're just singing and you know they're going to cut to Trump while you're doing it. And you hear the boos and you just got to maintain the song. I felt so bad for him. But, so Trump is booed. Here's Megyn Kelly. This is from a few weeks ago. Saying, why aren't we blaming ourselves for Trump?
Like Trump, he took $200 million from Marion Adelson. Well, how did we think that was going to end? I think we took Trump too much at his word on the, I'm not going to start any more wars, especially not Middle East wars, especially not one with Iran. We could be here for the next hour running those sound bites. We were too non-skeptical when the answers were right there. If you looked at who was backing his campaign, the biggest donor, and it wasn't just Miriam, there were many, he said her loyalty is more to Israel. Why didn't we pay more attention to that? Why aren't we blaming ourselves?
First of all, where is she? This looks like the Daily Wire set, but it's not. This is RT, which is Russia Today. Maybe she's getting some Russian money. I don't know what this is. The blank show. I can't read that.
I don't accept that there's no one we could find.
Sean Ryan's podcast. Thank you, Hank. Thank you.
Who wouldn't be true to the agenda he or she ran on. I am not quite that cynical yet. I'm not quite that black-pilled.
Well, that's good because I am. but I wasn't even talking about president. I was just somebody running for Congress, Senate, whatever. I even think the president, they'll just get eaten alive by the machine.
All right. So the reason I wanted to talk about this is, yes, they're all turning on Trump. They're turning on themselves. Here's Mehdi Hassan saying, on the one hand, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, etc., definitely should blame themselves. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're saying this stuff out loud and finally being somewhat self-critical. And yet again, I grab Mehdi Hassan by the fucking shirt collar and scream in his face, Mehdi, what the fuck are you doing? Stop trying to legitimize them. They are not. They are lying. They are lying. They are lying. They are lying. Megyn Kelly, in particular, she got fucking fired over Donald Trump. She was at the debate. She was the moderator of the debate. She asked a tough question. The primary debate. The Republican primary debate before he was even the nominee. She asked a tough fucking question. You're hating on women. You got all this criticism and didn't let it go. And then he said, you're bleeding out of your eyes. You're bleeding out of your whatever. You're on your period. And she went on the news and she kept talking. She kept criticizing him. And then she, came out with allegations of assault from Roger Ailes and left Fox. Was hired by NBC. Had a show, a daytime talk show on NBC for like a few weeks. until October ran around, and there was a debate about whether it's okay to wear blackface as a costume. And she staunchly stood on the side of, yes, you should be able to wear blackface and not get criticized. Once again, you can all wear blackface if you want. You can get criticized, though. That's the risk that you run. You also run the risk of getting punched in the fucking face, but you more likely run a risk of getting criticized, maybe expelled from school if you're a student, maybe fired from your job if you have a job in this economy. Her argument is you shouldn't have any consequences. That is all of their argument. I should be able to say whatever slur I want with no consequences, or do anything I want with no consequences. Same argument, strangely, that Kevin Hart was kind of making. So fuck Megyn Kelly, fuck Tucker Carlson. She, again, because of Trump, lost her job. Because of Trump. And then after NBC fired her, was like, shit, I'm dead in the water. I need to do something. I'm going to go pro-Trump. And has been pro-Trump ever since, trying to make up for the fact and have people forget that she lost her fucking job for criticizing Trump. And now she's going to be the biggest Trump fucking supporter. But now that he's unpopular, I'm going to pull back again. But I'm not going to pull back. She could have, dude, if she had stuck with it, she would have been like, she would have had the most credibility. I was against Trump from then. For 10 years, I've been against Trump. But no, because that wasn't going to give her money. And she wasn't going to go full NBC either. She couldn't. She tried. She couldn't help herself but defend blackface. So fuck that. Fuck this idea, Mehdi. Again, I appreciate your appearance on the Patrick Bet-David show. That was fantastic. But even then, like, what did that accomplish? Share audience? I don't know. But they're not the only ones. Now, this was Paulina Mangubat, content and creative director for the Democrats' social media account. Okay. She replied using the Democrats' account under Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, "Your husband's an ugly fuck." And this was her response to Katie Miller saying she should be fired. This is inappropriate, and blah, 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 blah.
Let's bring in Paulina Magabutt, content and creative director at the DNC. So Katie Miller has been posting about you. She
says, who runs the Democrats account. She's 30, unmarried with no kids, as if that's an insult. Put your name on it next time. This is what a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. That's why Pew reports 50% of them have been diagnosed with a mental condition. This is low-key, high-key threatening her because if she's killed because of this, some lunatic Republican is like, oh, I'm going to find this person. How dare you insult Stephen Miller and kill her? They'll go, oh, well, she was mentally unwell. It's just like when Joe Rogan said to Theo Vaughn, oh, I think you're having, you're a little suicidal. Like maybe stop talking about Israel so much. Very weird. Very weird. People pointed that out. And her response, this is her response.
You want Katie Miller to know?
I want Katie Miller to know that her husband is an ugly fuck. Stephen Miller is one of the most powerful men in the country right now. He is a White House official who is taking to Twitter to hurl these absolutely false and transphobic attacks against an amazing candidate in Texas, James Tallarico. We simply called him ugly, and I think that what he has been doing is ugly.
Okay, so there's her response. Well, actually, let's finish it.
He is celebrating when ICE shoots down Americans in the street. He thinks that it's cool when families are separated, and it's just absolutely disgusting. And so, yeah, I stand by calling him an ugly fuck.
Word. This goes into the broader conversation that I've been having. I think Dieter has been having. And unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow. So you're going to have to, next week, me and Dieter will reunite. But this broader conversation of the Republicans expect the Democrats to hold decorum. They expect the Democrats to hold up the fucking institutions that they keep wrecking. And as soon as the Democrats are like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to hold that shit up anymore. They go, whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're breaking decorum. You're being unfair. You can't do that. You can't call us weird. You can't call us weird. That's not fair. What about policy? What about policy? You can't call us weird. Don't call us ugly. What are you doing? We call you ugly. We transvestigate you. You can't do that to us. No. They get mad because they will fucking lose. Because our insults to them are fucking cutting. Fucking cutting. Dude, that is someone running a social media account for the main Democrats account. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Democrats did let her go because they want to hold on to decorum and, oh, we're so special and we care about institutions and bullshit like that. But so far, I don't think they have. And so far, they're getting some fucking pushback. Now, here's another person. Now, these aren't turning against MAGA. These are just, again, this segment is people who are turning against MAGA and MAGA people feeling the heat. Okay? These are some MAGA people feeling the heat. Fresh off her debate with Sam Cedar and fresh off his appearance on Jubilee, here is Dave Rubin talking with his actual friend, Jillian Michaels, about the crazy environment of Jubilee, which we cannot show because we will get DMCA'd.
And I honestly believe several of them would have killed me if given the opportunity, truly. And you all know my guy Joey, who works for me. And he said to me after, he said, Dave, I made a choice halfway through that if one of them was going to attack you, I was going to get involved. Because that's the level of—
Oh my God, Dr. Drew fucking jump scare. Holy shit.
Tension. Like I could feel the dagger.
I don't know who this is. I want to say Stacey Dash, but it's definitely not. But Stacey Dash adjacent. Stacey Dash mold
is coming at me. The ones that mostly they had horrible scowls on their faces, but the ones that smiled at me actually seemed like the most dangerous because they were like Joker smiles.
So here he is complaining about how scared he was in a YouTube debate setting. Now, I saw, speaking of Mehdi Hassan, Mehdi do that same debate. And there was times watching that where I was nervous for Mehdi. These like rabid Islamophobic fascists, they look like they did want to actually swing on him and were close to swinging on him. Matter of fact, he said afterwards, yeah, I was actually kind of nervous. Whereas Dave Rubin, ain't nobody swinging on Dave Rubin. Nobody cares about Dave Rubin. Nobody knows who you are enough to care. Okay? Nobody knows who you are enough to care. But again, I just need to keep pointing out this stuff that even MAGA people are feeling the heat. This clip went viral a couple days ago. Now, he has not moved off being, MAGA, lunatic, fascist, whatever. But as I was talking about in the beginning, one of the proponents of the God of woke bullshit, Asmongold, kind of had an accidental moment of self-reflection on stream. And I just want to play this for y'all.
I mean, I'm going to bed at like fucking 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I mean, this is getting bad, guys. Like on my day off, I washed my car and I did lawn work. I fed the birds. And I'm stressing out, boys.
He's talking about being lonely.
I'm stressing out. What's going on? Like we gotta do something about this. Like I have to like I don't know what I need to do. It's got to be something. I gotta figure something out. They're expiring, I guess so. And become a eunuch. Fuck it, I guess so. Damn, Unc got them old.
Someone said become a eunuch. That'll be a move. Do it on stream. Get castrated on stream. I'm telling you, They are feeling the turn. And I don't know if it's just the unpopularity of Trump and that trickle down effect, or it's some kind of internal growth. And I don't mean growth as in they're becoming good people. No, I mean growth in terms of they're recognizing the environment that they've created around themselves, and it's stinky and gross and they don't like it. I point to iDubbbz. What was stressing him out, Hank? It was the fact that he doesn't have a girlfriend. That's what was. He's like, I'm alone. It hit him for a minute. It was like, actually, yeah, I go to sleep really late. I'm always tired. On my days off, I just do chores around the house. I have no one. He has no one in his life. He doesn't even say like I have friends I meet up with and go. He has no one. He's isolated himself. That's his problem. And again, I don't think it's growth. Like I point to iDubbbz. iDubbbz was an edgy content creator back, I don't know, fucking 15 years ago on YouTube. I only found out about him in retrospect. I point y'all towards this video. This was 2 years ago. It was actually one of her first videos. Ole ME made a video with iDubbbz interviewing him, calling it the leftist rebrand, quote unquote, featuring iDubbbz. And she talks to him about like, why did you kind of do this? Was it like, oh, you were trying to do this for political reasons, or what motivated you? And he was like, dude, it was just the people I would meet who were fans of mine when I went to TwitchCon or YouTube conventions or whatever it was, or just walking down the street and the people coming up to me like, I'm your fan. I didn't like those people. And I realized I was cultivating this kind of fan base. People who would come up to me and yell slurs. You know, there's a great interview he did with one of the guys from Smosh, which once again, in the 90s, and remembers what YouTube was like when it first launched, that it was just America's fucking funniest home videos, people getting kicked in the nuts, and Smosh was just two dudes singing the Pokemon anthem. And now they're like media creators and producers and blah, blah. It's fucking ridiculous. But one of the dudes from Smosh interviewed iDubbbz and was like, yeah, people would come up to you and yell words that you can only describe by describing the first letter of that word. He was like, yeah, that was the problem. And he realized that's not what's in his heart. As much as, and hell, I'm just watching this video coincidentally by this other great creator, Saros TV, talking about Funky Frog Bait. These names, dude, I swear to God, I know, dude. I know. I hate these names. But this is kind of in the same vein of like, and now, neither of those two people did anything wrong. They're talking about somebody else. But like Saros is talking about every white creator, especially if you're like a certain size and you've been around for a certain amount of time, there's guaranteed racist shit in your past, because that was the meta. That was the thing. It was edgy stuff. Okay. Sarah Silverman show, The Man Show, Adult Swim, like all Family Guy, South Park, all this shit from the 90s into the 2000s. And it kind of, I'd say in the 2010s, kind of got all the racist shit got swept up by the right wingers. And they said, no, we are going to own this stuff. It's going to be our stuff. And that's where the separation began. Breitbart, Epstein, kind of making that clear, cleaving that room, Gamergate really being a part of this. But this idea of, yeah, they actually don't like the environments that they've created. I will point to another example. This is Sneeko. This is Sneeko outside Madison Square Garden with the watch party, watching the Knicks. Okay? I don't know this guy outside of, he hangs out with Andrew Tate. I get him confused with Aiden Ross. And this is, I don't know, one of his fans or like a member of his crew or something. And watch this clip.
Let's start a chant. Go ahead, you do Let's free Chud.
So he wants to start a chant. Let's free Chud. Okay? If you want to know who Chud is, let's talk about this guy. Chud the Builder. And I am not going to play clips of him because all he does, this guy right here in the cowboy hat, all he does is say the N-word. All he does is say the N-word. And yeah, this is actually I'm gonna play this. Content warning. But this dude is reacting to Chud and kind of explaining who he is.
Content, and I think you're a bitch. Your mom. Yeah.
Did you say your mom? That's it. That's that.
But hold on. Let's finish the Sneeko thing. Because, like, look, he starts the chant, let's free Chud. Chud's been arrested. What has he been arrested for? He says the N-word around black people. He has a gun on him and pepper spray. He got into a shootout. And he's charged with attempted murder because he was intentionally provoking people so that they would attack him and he could pull out his gun. The stand your ground shit, he was pushing the limits of even that.
No? You can't do that one? Any other ideas? That's such a fucking drill, wow. This bitch looked over here and smiled when I'm reading a chat saying, tell the fat Asian she's not mocking.
So this is a fan. This is someone else streaming, I think, because he has a mic on him. So I think he's streaming himself. And this is the face of someone who realizes this is my audience. This is my audience. He wants to start a let's free Chud chant. And Sneako's like, nah, bro, you do that. And he's also like, who is this guy? Like, why is he looking at me like I'm in solidarity with him? And then when he doesn't do that and he kind of like brushes the guy off, the guy's like, wow, what a Jew. What a Jew. And then this girl was looking at him weird. And he's like, oh, the fat Asian said she's not mogging. Like, oh, she got mad because she saw that I was tweeting fat Asian. And actually, you're not mogging me. Like, you're weird. You're weird in public, and he's embarrassed. He's embarrassed that you're looking up to him for approval. And yes, let me go through Chud.
That's the best he could do. Your mom? What a fucking moron.
Yeah. He's always chipping out.
This has led to nobody liking Chud. His wife left him. She's trying to change.
His wife left him?
Their son's name.
She's trying to change the son's name so that they're not associated with him.
Because she doesn't want her son to have the same name as him. He's even
Based, honestly.
been kicked out of his church.
Been kicked out of his church, his community.
I am unable to enter the church because I am a non-repentant sinner, I guess.
Wow, even the church kicked him out? Holy shit, dude, what a W.
Like, my whole family doesn't.
Wait, sorry, this guy's entire support structure has
And his whole fucking family.
disavowed him for being a racist piece of shit. His own wife.
Like, this is what I mean. It's all falling apart because the fascist structure you thought was going to protect you is not that micromanaged that they're going to protect you from your family leaving you. Now, ask Steven Crowder about that. And they're already trying to like, maybe we shouldn't let women divorce men so that we can mitigate that problem. Because, if people start getting divorced because of this shit, if your women start leaving you, if you start being isolated, even more isolated than you already are, then they're going to be like, yeah, all right, fuck Trump. I'm going to throw my life away for this fucking asshole who doesn't give a shit about me, who keeps making my gas go up and start fucking wars on Iran. I'm going to make my gas go up because of him? Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. It's turning. The mood is turning. The mood is turning. Dude, everyone wants to be in New York right now. We got Mayor Mamdani making the place fucking nice. We got the Knicks on a fucking streak. Fingers crossed, knock wood. All right? I'm saying, bro. I'm saying. Now, I promised I would end with this, and so I shall. The billionaires are nervous. The billionaires are nervous. As I said, the Trump people are nervous, and they're trying to change the narrative and whatnot. The billionaires are nervous too. And I point to you, Jay-Z had the Roots had a picnic, a performance. Jay-Z has a couple more performances lined up for the anniversary of his first album and the Blueprint album. I'm still going through his albums on my channel. Once again, check out Devil's Advocate Productions to see me go through Jay-Z's albums. I went through the second one so far, and I even covered the freestyle a little bit that he did. He did a freestyle. Okay, he went after Drake, he went after Nicki Minaj, he went after MAGA, right? And we like that. We like that. Little golf clap for you, Jay-Z. Now, I don't give him a golf clap because I remember this interview from not a couple weeks ago. Not a couple weeks ago. Watch this. Interviewed about being a billionaire. And also, an interview, period. These motherfuckers don't have to give interviews. I pointed this out when Jeff Bezos gave an interview on CNBC. They never give interviews. The fact that they're giving interviews tells me they're fucking worried about something. And I think it's guillotines. It's a backlash. It's class war.
Like you said earlier, like the things that you do for the culture, the ways that you put on, the ways that you try to protect and move forward, but kind of the pushback that you get sometimes about like people throw capitalists at you in a derogatory sense.
Yeah, I think in that verse specifically, the only thing I heard coming up was the American dream until we started being successful. And it was like, wait a minute, you're selling out because you're making money. That was the first thing that was put on musicians. People had this law for the struggling artists. That's a mind game. Well,
No. They were not mad at you for making money. And it wasn't, as soon as you started making money, they said you're selling out and you're capitalism's back. American Dream is not making $1 billion. American Dream is having a job that pays you enough money to own a fucking house, have a fucking family, go on fucking vacations, not worry about bills and all this shit so much that it bogs down every single second of your day. That's the fucking American goddamn dream. It's the middle fucking class, dumbass.
we would call back in the day for tricknology. It was like, no, I'm not going for that. Like, no, I make.
See, again, the tricknology, that signals to the black culture. Hey, they're trying to trick you. They're trying to talk you out of making $1 million. I'm part of the culture. I'm here. You put me here. We're all here together, even though I'm the only one in this room. I'm the only one who lives in a big mansion in Manhattan or wherever the fuck he lives with Beyonce. Only I'm the one who owns a fucking record company. This is all of us here, except I'll just hold on the money for us as black people, as a collective. Watch FD's videos about black excellence.
Art first, and then I make sure that I'm compensated for my art. I didn't take advantage. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people. I didn't take it. No one.
That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. I didn't take advantage of no one. What are you talking about? You're a record executive. Like this dude, Scooter Braun, who's dating Sydney Sweeney now. I most know him. I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't give a shit about Taylor Swift. I know him from owning Taylor Swift's music. That's what he did. And now he's dating Sydney Sweeney. And I'm sure starting to own everything that she puts out. That's my guess. This is by the Free Press, by the way.
One thing that's been heavily debated is Live Nation, the ticket sales platform. A federal jury recently found that Live Nation and Ticketmaster, which Live Nation bought, operated an illegal monopoly. Is Live Nation like the big bad that everyone says it is?
No. We come in a society now where it's like, if you are big, you must be an oppressor. You must be bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we used to be a society that celebrated great entrepreneurs. And that was the American way. And funny enough, Live Nation is ran by a really great Canadian, Michael Rapino. Michael Rapino is a
Wow, doesn't that sound a lot like what Jay-Z just said? It used to be that this is the American way. This is the American dream. Aim for something big. But now, if you become big, oh, you're an oppressor. It's a new thing. It's brand new. No one's been talking about this for 80 goddamn years. Socialists haven't been around. Communists haven't been around. Leftists haven't been around saying this same fucking shit. Saying monopolies are fucking bad. You know who else has an investment in Live Nation? J fucking Z. And here's yet another billionaire, Mr. Beast, also saying something very similar. This is to the Wall Street Journal.
You said you keep less than $1 million for yourself despite being a paper billionaire. Why do you choose to operate that way?
It's funny talking about my personal finances because no one ever believes anything I say. So, I mean, because they're like, you're a billionaire. I'm like, that's net worth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, did that glitch out? Sorry.
Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than me.
He says, technically, everyone watching this video has more money than him. Is that just like Jay-Z? I'm not a billionaire. I'm holding it all for you. That's just net worth, man. Come on. I don't have liquid money. What are you talking about?
And their bank account, if you subtract the equity value of my company, which
the equity value
McDonald's in the morning or whatever. But yeah, why do I choose to keep it that way? It's not, I don't know. I just don't really think of it. I wake up, I just work, and I don't know. I'm just so busy working. I don't really think about my personal bank account, if that makes sense. I'm just laser focused on, you know, making the greatest videos possible and building the business as big as possible.
And once again, think about who I just played here. Here's Mr. Beast, right? Here's Jay-Z, who's actually a musician. I'll give him that. He's actually a musician. Here's Scooter Braun. I don't know what the fuck Scooter Braun does other than own shit. And here's Mr. Beast, who makes fucking videos. And what videos does he make? His very first video that got him famous was counting to 10,000. So nothing artistic, no fucking work goes into that shit. All of them are saying being a billionaire is not bad. Don't worry about it. Bezos was out here a couple of weeks ago. Maybe a flat tax, giving alternatives to taxing the wealthy. Why does he keep a little bit of money in his bank account? So it doesn't get taxed. That's fucking why. That's fucking why. They're all fucking coming out here doing a fucking PR tour, billionaire PR tour, to try and avoid their fucking necks resting on the guillotine when we take power back, because they feel that it's coming for them. And if they fucking feel it, then it really fucking is. Keep fucking pushing. Election night's tonight. We're watching Grand Platinum in Maine. Let's fucking go. A Difficult Truth up next. I'm sorry for running over time. I love y'all. Take care. I'm going to see Luke.
in a world where we get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for that awesome show, Alex. We have the soundboard back so we can do rounds of applauses. Thank you. Appreciate it. Johnny, too late. Welcome. Alex, good stuff. Once again, winners and losers. Bruno, welcome. Nadia, Captain. Homer. Hope everyone's doing all right. Bebe. Snacks. Wanda. Folks, it is the top of the hour. If you haven't done so, please do all the things and hit all the buttons. It really does help us out. Spread the word. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Check out every Monday for Monday News Day if you want to catch up on the news. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we have live and syndicated content like this show here on this space, so there's something here for everyone. Fixer, welcome. Spread the word. No, thank you. Howdy, folks. Let's get started. We have a few things to go through. So the war in Iran was going to end in a couple of weeks. Now it's been a couple of months, and now we've been told time and time again that a deal is coming. J.D. Vance has said just recently that a deal is coming. There goes Lucy with the football. A deal is coming, I promise. Okay, and get this, it's coming before the midterms. It's coming before the midterms. Yes, the war's going to end before the midterms. Your gas prices are going to evaporate right before, conveniently, in the midterms. Obviously, that is a lie. That's not how that works at all. If the war ends tomorrow, the infrastructure and all that to get things back to quote unquote normal is not going to happen overnight. So he is lying. And also, just to be clear, I don't think that, as far as I've been seeing, and given the actions of this government, as far as anyone can see, I don't think that ceasefire is the goal here. I've said this probably multiple times. I may have even said it here. I don't think that ceasefire, a actual ceasefire, is the goal here. I just don't. So a helicopter was downed, and now we're trading missiles, I guess. The U.S. military launches strikes in retaliation for Iran downing helicopter. At least we're saying that's what happened. Iran has not said whether or not they were responsible. Just to be clear, that is what we are saying. We are saying that Iran is responsible. And what ceasefire? Yeah, exactly. U.S. forces on Tuesday evening launched strikes against Iran in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The quote, self-defense strikes are a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. So this is about as 1984 as it gets. Okay? This is the full post here. U.S. CENTCOM forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern at the Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump's direction. In response to yesterday's downing of an Apache helicopter, the mission is a proportional response to an unjustified aggression, Iranian aggression. So let me get this straight. We go and bomb their country, okay? And they retaliate, we retaliate, they retaliate. And somehow we're the ones acting in self-defense? You see how Orwellian that sounds? We're the ones that initiated this entire kerfuffle here. We're the ones that initiated, with Israel, the attacks against Iran. Period, point blank. That's not up for debate. This is we are the aggressors. Period. And the audacity to put out a statement saying that we have to retaliate in self-defense is just wild. It's wild to see. It's wild to see. I mean, I was very young, and I don't think... correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Twitter was really a thing in 2001, 2003. But the level of gaslighting here, to say that we're launching self-defense strikes in proportional responses to unjustified Iranian aggression. The whole thing is upside down. We're the aggressors. If anything, the country being attacked, Iran, is the one that has the right to say that they are doing self-defense strikes in response to U.S. aggression. But anyway, we continue. The latest clash undermines the U.S. ceasefire with Iran, which, not a thing, which remains nominally active. This is also bad on the press here. How is there a nominally active ceasefire when you have people shooting missiles at each other? Okay, Israel on several occasions has violated the ceasefire. We have violated the ceasefire. Despite numerous outbreaks of fighting, which, again, the media fails to report that it was mostly Israel and us, and could even put a temporary peace deal farther out of reach. Almost like maybe that's not the goal. The strikes were ordered by President Trump, who said earlier Tuesday that Iran shot down an American helicopter that was patrolling the Strait of Hormuz and that the U.S. would retaliate. The two pilots involved in the attack are safe and uninjured. Trump wrote in a Truth Social post, nevertheless, the United States must, out of necessity, respond to this attack. Okay? So, again, this is the Orwellian language, the gaslighting that this administration is using. We're saying that we have to respond to an attack, okay, supposedly. Let's just say that it was Iran. We have to respond to this attack after we bombed them, after we killed thousands of their civilians. How many bombing runs has Israel alone done? How many missiles have we shot? And we have it is necessary to respond to an attack by someone who is being attacked? Did you see the CIA coup attempt which may yet succeed ongoing in Mexico? No, I'll have to look into that. Iranian state media later Tuesday evening reported the sounds of explosions in multiple locations in the area surrounding the strait Iran will respond to U.S. military action, the country's Tasnim news agency reported. Iran has not directly claimed responsibility for shooting down the helicopter, and Iranian state broadcaster IRIB reported that no offensive military operations had been carried out in the strait in the last 24 hours. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their human errors. Plane accidents are potentially being caught in crossfire, said Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in a statement on Twitter afternoon prior to the U.S. strikes. To reduce risk, the best solution is for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too. And they are they are totally correct. They're totally correct. The best course of action is essentially for the United States to leave. Less than a day earlier, Trump claimed that a deal with Tehran could be reached as soon as this week. Yeah. Well, there's your deal. There's your deal. The two sides are in the final stages of a, quote, very, very good deal that will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Never was a thing. And fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz immediately upon signing, Trump said late Monday night after leaving the NBA Finals game in New York City. So again, just to be clear, like, Iran's the one that controls the Strait of Hormuz, okay? Draft a deal or no deal. At any given point, like, Iran is the one that is dictating all of this. Such a deal could be signed in 2 or 3 more days. Yeah, 3 more days, he says. After what, like month 3? Month, 4 at this point? But he's repeatedly claimed throughout the war, which crossed the 100-day mark. So yeah, just over 3 months. 3.5 months-ish. The US and Iran were on the cusp of signing a deal. No deal has yet emerged. Trump's late-night comments came after hours of the helicopter incident, according to CENTCOM, which said that the American H-64 Apache had gone down near the coast of Oman on Monday evening. In a statement Tuesday, CENTCOM did not Tuesday morning, CENTCOM did not initially blame Iran for the downing, saying the incident is under investigation. Ladybug, welcome. 2 soldiers involved in the crash were rescued within about 2 hours with the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and 82nd Airborne Division. Iran's official broadcaster Press TV responded to Trump's truth by mocking his frequent claim that the Iranian military has been destroyed by the U.S. So much for the Iranian military have been obliterated, hinting at the possibility that they may be responsible. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Iranian parliamentary speaker, and Twitter posted a cryptic threat similar to Araghchi's statement. We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled. I mean, yeah. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Wednesday is scheduled to travel to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and Tampa, Florida to engage with troops at Gitmo and CENTCOM. Fantastic. Folks, I'm under no illusion that this is going to end anytime soon. Okay, it may be months. If it ends, it may be months before any of this gets resolved. And when it does, when this ends, that does not mean that things go back to normal immediately. If JD Vance, if we're going to use JD Vance's timeline, okay, say anywhere from weeks to months is what he said. But before the midterms, so that could be anywhere from what now to 5 months from now, 4 months from now. Midterms are in November, so let's say 5 months. The longer this goes, the more the effects are compounded. And just to be clear, they are all aware of this, okay? Marco Rubio testified that they are very aware of the consequences of all of this. But that they chose to go forward with it because Iran having a nuclear weapon supersedes all of that. Supposedly. Iran not having a nuclear weapon is more important and worth the international economic destruction that is happening that will soon come home here. For the MAGA folks, by the way, this is what you voted for. I don't want to hear it, come months down the line when things are objectively worse, because, first of all, things have not improved, okay? That is just the truth. Things have not improved, and things are about to get a lot worse. We just have not yet felt it. Months of this, folks. Months. Possibly. Shifting gears here, the House approves the bill to fund ICE for the rest of Trump's term. That's the only thing that they could have managed, ending months-long impasse. The House on Tuesday today passed Republican $70 billion funding immigration enforcement, the Gestapo, through the rest of President Trump's term, bringing an end to the month-long stalemate over the funding of ICE and Border Patrol. The legislation cleared the House in a 214 to 212 vote. The Senate approved it earlier Friday, following weeks of roadblocks. It now heads to Mr. Trump's desk. Presumably, he'll sign it. Ladybug, welcome. I'm not sure if I said hello. We have 3 full years of funding, said House Speaker Johnson, a Louisiana Republican, after the vote. What we've done now by funding it for 3 years, we've taken away Democrats' ability to cut that funding, to block that funding, or to take hostage the funding for the remainder of the Trump administration. Here, I'll translate that. In other words, we, the Republican Party, have deemed $70 billion worthy of our white ethno-state project, but you plebs do not are not worthy of healthcare. How much do you think 70 billion could fund for healthcare? What about SNAP benefits? How much could 70 billion fund how much could 70 billion do for funding SNAP benefits? What about affordable housing? How much can $70 billion do for affordable housing? What about education? What can $70 billion do for education across the country? They deem this white ethno-state project more important than your healthcare, education, housing, food, infrastructure. All of that is just not important to these people. House Republicans have been waiting for weeks for their Senate counterparts to send over the legislation. Both chambers had hoped to have the bill on Mr. Trump's desk by Memorial Day in order to meet his June 1 deadline, but those plans were impeded by the president's request of $1 billion related to the construction of the massive ballroom and the announcement of nearly $1.8 billion Justice Department fund to pay people who claimed they were politically persecuted, the slush fund, i.e. the slush fund that has reportedly fallen through. Rare GOP pushback against the president's priorities forces Senate Republicans to delay votes until after their Memorial Day recess. Language for ballroom security funding was ultimately stripped from the legislation, and the Justice Department said it would no longer pursue the anti-weaponization fund. Note the administration's assertion about no longer pursuing the fund failed to convince some who were skeptical. A number of amendments to formally bar such payouts were defeated in a marathon session of votes in the Senate. that stretched from Thursday morning to the early hours of Friday. The House GOP leaders initially expected to hold a vote last week on passage, but delayed taking up the measure until this week, and Tuesday's vote on the measure were not without drama. A 5-minute procedural vote earlier in the day had to be held open for about 30 minutes as GOP leaders worked to get the members of the conservative House Freedom Caucus to vote in favor of advancing the measure. On final passage, Representative Tim Walberg of Michigan initially voted in opposition. Tying the vote, GOP leaders quickly closed the vote as soon as he flipped. One member who caucuses with Republicans, California Independent Kevin Kiley, voted against the bill. Kiley had very strong concerns about the strictly party line process and wanted to see significant bipartisan reforms to interior immigration enforcement. That's not a thing, okay? There'll never be bipartisan reform in that sense because, like, one party only wants their way. Even when Democrats are willing to capitulate to this fascist party, there is no bipartisanship. Still, Kiley helped advance the measure during the party line procedure vote, which so yeah, okay, sure. Mr. Independent. They're going to do plenty more than racism. Mass forced birth, mass incarceration, or worse of LGBT people. Racial apartheid will stand far beyond the voting booth. It's clear where it's going. Oh, I agree. I agree. I agree. Republicans use the budget reconciliation process to fund immigration-related agencies. The process allows them to pass some fiscal legislation by a simple majority, bypassing the need for any Democratic votes to overcome the 60-vote filibuster. Democrats have refused to fund ICE and Border Patrol without reforms. The reforms, by the way, the reforms being like basic stuff. The reforms being like, hey, can we maybe have the Gestapo present, like, I don't know, paperwork or whatever? Can we maybe have, like, the Gestapo not operate with, like, masks? Can we maybe have the Gestapo, I don't know, follow the rules or something, which they're supposed to be doing anyways, right? That was the reform, by the way. Yeah, my video cut out for a second. Sorry about that. Those were the supposed reforms. This is why I say, like, what are you talking about, like, bipartisanship? Like, the Democrats literally wanted to pass a comprehensive, like, Republican immigration bill, and they still didn't take it because it was, like, a Democratic, like, offer. So I don't know, like, what significant bipartisan reforms you're gonna have, but whatever. At the rate they're going, I'm surprised those masks aren't tall, white, pointy hoods. Same thing. Same thing to me. Same thing to me. They're basically like the new white hoods, right? More modern, right? More modern. Apparently there's fraud in the California elections. Trump inventing fraud in California, experts warn as president ramps up baseless claims, which is really ridiculous. Donald Trump is inventing fraud in California's primary election and likely ramp up unfounded allegations, which, when more races go against him, pro-democracy experts have warned. You don't need to be an expert to see this coming, folks. He's going to be doing this till the end of time. He's going to be, like, long gone from the presidency, and he's going to still be like an old man yelling at cloud about rigged elections, that don't go his way or don't go his party's way. While the president has used this playbook for years, from his loss at the Emmys as a reality TV star to his defeat in the 2020 presidential election, election integrity campaigners fear this time could be different. California's election is not the problem here. Omar Naruddin, a senior vice president of policy and litigation at Common Cause, a pro-democracy watchdog group. The problem is that we have a president in the Oval Office who continues to lie and sow doubt over elections instead of facing accountabilities from voters. I mean, yeah. This has been a thing since 2016. Okay, this has been a thing since 2016. Trump lost his cool after a journalist pushed back on his latest attempt to sow doubt in the election results, storming out of the Meet the Press interview, which aired this weekend. He got mad when he was just simply asked to provide evidence because there's no evidence of that, and that's why one of the reasons why he rage quit. The outburst showcased a feature of Trump's approach. If results don't go his way, he quickly declares them rigged, rallying his supporters and right-wing media to spread similar messages. California is the latest and largest test of this technique in election style. This year's midterms will serve as an example of how the president will wield the federal government's power at cities and states in a crusade to ensure his party maintains power. In contrast to 2020, when his false claims of voting fraud helped set the stage for an insurrection inside the Capitol. I like this. Good job. I like this. In the wake of Biden's presidential election victory, Trump now has an administration stocked with loyalists and election deniers who may not stand up to an attempt to undermine election results. Yep. He has a few vocal detractors left among the Republicans in Congress to speak out against these efforts. He has a right-wing media ecosystem poised to advance his talking points. Yeah. No doubt. The president keeps inventing fraud in elections he loses, said Edgar Lynn, Protect Democracy's deputy impact director. Now he's aiming federal power at California's locally run vote. This is the same playbook he always reaches for, only this time he has the muscle and federal tools to act on it. Excuse me. Individuals, voters don't do any of that stuff because risk rewards vary against it. The real rigging is Jim Crow stuff with counting process. I mean, yeah, certainly with how they're trying to redistrict. And certainly now, this article brings up another possible angle where he can use the federal government and weaponize the federal government to just commandeer elections or pause them or, use the power of the federal government to throw a tantrum when things don't go his way. Trump has repeatedly called the California results, and the last article kind of like reflects the mindset, that Trump and this Republican administration has, because he's trying to use the federal government against perceived political opponents and people who stand in his way. So it would not be surprising if you see the Department of Justice being, sent in California to investigate irregularities or whatever. False claims about illegitimate individual activities, a pretext of Jim Crow, which is rigging that actually works. Yep, I agree. Trump has repeatedly called California results into question as ballot counting continued into the country's most populous state. In the governor's race, Democrat Javier Becerra is projected to advance the general election, and Republican Steve Hilton is poised to advance over Democrat Tom Steyer. California has so-called a jungle primary system where the top two vote getters advance to general election regardless of party affiliation. Because it is a large state that favors voter access, its election results can take weeks to count, leaving a vacuum for misinformation to thrive. Only if we let it. Okay? Only if we let it, because this has never been a problem. Okay? To my understanding, California has been here for a long time. Okay? And it's only been a problem recently. Okay? It's only been a problem recently. All eligible voters in California receive mail ballots, and most voters vote by mail. The state also allows a grace period for ballots to arrive after election. day gives voters 22 days to cure any ballot errors like mismatched signatures. The system is highly accurate but can take time. I mean, I'd rather have that, right? Like, why the people that are, falsely, okay, I would say disingenuously talking about, we need to make sure that our elections are good. This system works, okay? We want to take our time and we want to make sure that people's voices are accurately documented, okay? And that takes time, okay? If it takes a couple days after the election day, if it takes a week after the election day, who cares? Okay? Who cares? This is the kind of stuff that the supposed election integrity warriors are supposed to be in favor of, okay? If the people that are disingenuously talking about election integrity, they should be on board with things like this. They should be on board with making sure that people get their ballots and their mail-in ballots. They should be on board with systems to make sure that you have plenty of time to corroborate and fix and make sure you have any ballot errors corrected, to make sure that everything is, accurate. These are the kind of things that these people should be in favor of, but they're not. They're in favor of things coincidentally or incidentally that put barriers for people to vote. Trump claimed last week that the state's elections were, quote, under investigation by U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles, though provided no details on what was being investigated. The Justice Department sent a federal prosecutor to observe ballot processing in L.A. Last week. Bill Essayelli, Trump appointee for First Assistant U.S. Attorney for Central District of California, claimed there were multiple election fraud investigations underway, though did not provide details. In the LA mayor's race, Trump said it was not possible that the former reality TV star Spencer Pratt could have lost. Pratt, in California, by the way. A registered Republican, was initially in second place behind the Democratic mayor, Karen Bass, but as more ballots were counted, Democratic Nithya Raman pulled ahead of him. Third World Nation, Trump wrote in Truth Social on a post on Monday, rigged elections, now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton, won't have the results for possibly 2 weeks, according to officials. It's not working. The Republicans are rigging all Musk did dirty with counting machines and cellular modems. California has a large electorate, the California State Secretary of State office said on Monday, with more than 23 million registered votes across 58 counties. Ensuring a thorough and accurate count takes time. Votes go through numerous verification steps, including signature verification, tabulation audits, and reporting of results to the Office of Secretary of State. Again, things that presumably all of these people would be in favor of, right? Presumably. After the Meet the Press, journalist Kristen Welker pushed back on Trump's claims about the 2020 and California elections. He said, "You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this crap. You know these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged." Old man yells at cloud. I voted with my feet because votes don't count. I think in certain in certain circumstances, I think that it is important, but in others, yeah, like if you live in a red state, your vote basically doesn't count if you're not a Republican. It just doesn't. Imagine a president lacking manners. Oh, we don't have to imagine. Trump has made election now a central part of his political movement after voters elected Biden in 2020. He unsuccessfully sought to overturn the results in multiple states and pressured Congress not to certify the results. And then, yes, a crowd rallied at the Capitol on January 6th, culminating in the insurrection. Yeah, this is so important. I'm so glad that they mentioned this several times here. Very important. Among election advocates concerned for democracy and about repeated attempts to undermine election results and voting access have been persistently high since Trump retook the White House last year. They have seen the different ways that the administration is trying to throw the kitchen sink at sowing doubt in our elections. Yeah, no doubt. Said Northern Common Cause. In his second term, President has used the power of the federal government in attempts to limit access to voting and to investigate his previous election fixations. The federal government seized 2020 ballots in Fulton County, Georgia. His administration has sought to access to millions of voter data via the states, resulting in ongoing lawsuits. He has tried to assert federal dominance over election administration, which is not how we do things here. A task largely left to the state and local jurisdictions. He's prosecuted his political foes while attempting to create a slush fund for his allies, which failed, who believe they were persecuted by the federal government. He has pushed for legislation like the SAVE Act, and called for mail voting to be banned. In the past week, in addition to his repeated unfounded claims about California's election and outbursts on Meet the Press, Trump suggested Bill Holt, the newly appointed acting director of national intelligence, could investigate election issues. You may find out some things about the rigged elections, he told reporters. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna preempt. This doesn't need to be said, okay? But there's not going to be any significant evidence of any shenanigans the way they think, the way they describe are happening. Okay, there's no millions of undocumented people voting. Okay, not a thing. There's not a plethora of dead people voting. Not a thing. There's not going to be very much evidence of any of this. So anything that will come out either will be negligent or made up. Okay? It'll either be negligent or just simply made up by the administration to push and to make this false claims that Trump keeps talking about, will those into existence. But it's not real. Stephen Richer, former Republican county recorder in Maricopa, faced pressure campaigns from within his party to undermine the election results. He lost his primary to retain his office in 2024. He called the Trump going after California elections utterly predictable. It's your party, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. He claimed the recent Virginia redistricting election was fraudulent. He claimed that his loss to Ted Cruz in 2016 was fraudulent. He complained the Emmy Awards were rigged when The Apprentice didn't win. The boy has pathetically cried wolf scores of times. If it was your child, you'd tell him to grow up, but I guess as president, we tolerate it. Yeah. I mean, that's your party, my dude. That's your party. He also claimed, by the way, even though he won the election in 2016, that he should have won it. By a bigger margin, because of all, I don't know, because Hillary Clinton had a bunch of undocumented people voting, or whatever. They'll hire Dinesh D'Souza to fabricate the evidence. I hope they do, because that guy is an absolute clown. The 2,000 mules thing. Norlandon of Common Cause said there is few ways to fight back against efforts to undermine elections. Republicans in Congress need to begin pushing back in their own party. He said not going to happen. Not a thing. Not going to happen. Adding that the courts and pro-democracy groups who file lawsuits against these attempts should again serve as a bulwark. People can organize protests and voter education campaigns. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. People need to be organized. People need to be informed and aware of what's happening, so that they can plan accordingly. Voters can turn out against this agenda, registering their discontent. Norlandin said, while Trump himself is not on the ballot this year, Norlandin said his actions show he doesn't want his party to lose control of Congress because he doesn't want to face accountability. Right. He doesn't want to lose the rubber stamp that he currently has in Congress. Trump is kind of allergic to accountability. He's willing to throw out entire elections in order to make sure that no one can hold them to account. Richard, a former Maricopa County recorder, warned the problem could grow during the general election, where control for the U.S. House could come down to a few competitive districts in California, providing ample inroads for misinformation. California needs to be prepared, and they need to do everything in their power without fundamentally changing their voter model to speed up their tabulation. I mean, like, honestly, I don't know. Like, why are we on their terms? Why are we playing on their field? I think that California should do whatever California needs to do to provide accurate and safe elections. That's it. Doesn't matter. Whatever leads to accurate and safe elections, which they've been doing since time immemorial, they should continue to do. Doesn't matter what Trump says. What Trump could do this year was a wild card, Richard said. Unlike 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024, some key law enforcement positions are now occupied by people with questionable morals, a strong interest in pleasing Trump, and who accordingly indulge in this stolen election message. This I agree with. This is a big problem. Very big problem. Derek Tisler, an election security expert at the Brennan Center's Election and Government Program, said that Trump's election lies have not changed, but now his megaphone and for pushing them is bigger and offers a veneer of credibility. And, you know, he's also like the head executive, right? The head of the executive. Since 2020, election officials have been pushing back on these false claims and educating their voters on how election works. They know that efforts to claim rigged elections will appear again anytime President Trump and his allies see results they don't like. It's the responsibility of all public leaders to put democracy over partisan gain. Not a thing. This is non-existent with the Republican Party. They do not care. Why would they do this? Why would they all of a sudden care about democracy? When has any Republican in just recent history cared about democracy? Not a thing. Stand up for the work that election officials do to run secure and accurate elections. Yeah, again, Republicans are not interested in any of this. Republicans are not interested in this at all. All right, folks, we have one more article before we get on out of here. They care about destroying democracy for Jesus. Exactly. Vance refers Governor Tim Walz and Minnesota Attorney General for DOJ for fraud investigations. Is this retaliation for calling him weird? I mean, I've got to wonder. This to me, I mean, like, obviously, evidence with, notwithstanding, but this seems to me like the weaponization of the federal government against political opponents. A thing we were told that was happening to Republicans by Democrats. Vice President J.D. Vance announced yesterday that he's referring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and State Attorney General Keith Ellison, both Democrats, to the Justice Department for criminal fraud investigation involving social service programs. Yeah, I'm sure Governor Tim Walz is like a kingpin of, a fraud scheme or whatever. Don't Google Rick Scott and Medicaid fraud. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sitting senator, just to be clear, sitting Senator Rick Scott and Medicaid fraud. Whatever you do, don't Google that. Minnesota state officials are not above the law. So rich coming from these people, and if they this is wild coming from these people. What was Trump convicted of for 34 counts? Don't look that up either. And if they facilitated fraud, lied under oath about what they knew, or harassed or intimidated whistleblowers, they must face justice. Vance wrote on Twitter, adding that his referral was prompted by a letter and a report from the Republican-led House Oversight Committee. Oh, well, I mean, sure. Yeah, right on. The committee's report, published on Monday, alleged that Minnesota state officials, including Walz and Ellison's, were aware of widespread taxpayer fraud in federally funded social programs for years and did not take steps to stop it. Which, that's weird, because weren't, like, investigations happening into some of these fraud situations, like, years before? Like, I'm pretty sure that there's, like, several investigations that were happening years before this. But, okay. I guess nothing was happening. Ted Scan, a spokesperson for Walz, pointed to the governor's testimony to the Oversight Committee in March, adding, "This committee has proven time and time again to be nothing more than a joke." In a statement to NBC News, Ellison said the allegations were unfounded and a political stunt. I tend to agree, evidence notwithstanding. I mean, I have no reason to just outright believe these people. I have no reason to think that these people are good faith in any way, shape, or form. So no, I don't believe them until proven otherwise. It is deeply troubling to see official powers and public resources diverted away from serving the people and instead aiming at pursuing political adversaries, Ellison said. That is not what government is for, and it diminishes public trust in our institutions. Yep. It's exactly what this is about. I wonder if hypothetically Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison can get some of that victims of the weaponization of government fund. Vance was named the head of the task force in February after Trump announced that there's a war on fraud in his State of the Union address. Shortly after that announcement, Vance and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Oz said they were pausing federal Medicaid reimbursement to Minnesota because, F you people, basically. Wall said at the time the move had nothing to do with fraud and calling it a campaign of retribution. Yep, and a vehicle for denying you health care. Trump is weaponizing the entirety of the federal government to punish blue states like Minnesota, Walt said on February 25th on Twitter. That laughing stock of a fraud. Yep. Yeah, incidentally. Minnesota also came under federal scrutiny earlier in Trump's second term over allegations of fraud involving daycare centers. The state said in January the child care facilities at the center of those allegations were not operating improperly. The superstar journalist Nick Shirley was on the case. Federal law enforcement agencies in April conducted a series of raids to look into allegations of welfare fraud under the Department of Homeland Security. Said at the time the search warrants relating to the rampant fraud of American taxpayer dollars. Trump and his allies claimed the fraud was conducted by the state's Somali community, a frequent target of his. I think it's important to illustrate why. Because he's a racist POS. Walz appeared to laud the raids, saying they took place in collaboration with the authorities of Minnesota and happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it. That's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep it as long as there's fraudsters around to put behind bars. Walls wrote on Twitter, adding, if people commit fraud in Minnesota will get caught. It's not the first time the Justice Department under Trump has opened an investigation into Walls, who was former Vice President Kamala Harris' running mate in the 2024 election. The Justice Department launched a probe into Walls and Democratic Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, alleging they conspired to impede federal immigration enforcement through public statements. The investigation came after a surge of immigration officers to Minneapolis, which led to protests and federal officers murdering Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Walls called the investigation politically motivated, because it is. It is. It is. Expect more of this, folks. As long as this administration is in power, expect more of this. Are we going to see anything come out of this? Probably not. I could be wrong. I could be eating my words in the next couple of months. But my estimation or my analysis, my guesstimation is that all of this is going to turn up to be a big nothing burger. It's just actually the weaponization of the federal government against perceived political opponents. And it's being done by Republicans. That's what this is. Hogs going wild. Yep. And will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. Minimum 2 years. Minimum 2 years. Alright, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. It's about to be 8 o'clock. Kristina's Corner is coming up next. So stay tuned, folks. If you haven't done so, please do all the things and hit all the buttons. Like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the little emoji. Engagement really does help us. I appreciate all of you guys here supporting the channel. One of the best ways of doing so is spreading the word far and wide, folks. Really does help us. Really does help us out. Spread the word. We're here Mondays through Thursdays. Mondays is news day, so if you want to catch up on the news, check out the news stream on Mondays. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we have live and syndicated content like this. Check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Follow me on all the other social media, same A Difficult Truth. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate all of you guys hanging out. Thank you. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. We all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Oh, hello there. I'm back. I know, what a time. Let me explain myself. Hi. I'm dog sitting. I'm taking care of a puppy mill, technically, for a customer. So I have to like feed dogs and do all this stuff, feed the horse, feed the cats, and check on some pregnant dogs and some mothers that have had puppies. And yeah, so it gets in the way of the timing of when I don't want to miss another show, guys, because I got some news. Some big news. What are you meowing about? Big news. Big. So I'm back on Vyvanse. And everything just fell into place for me. Why? Because I checked my Instagram. I get a message from Zoran Mamdani's official Instagram account. I'm like, wait, who did what? What? Huh? And I'm like, did his account get hacked? What happened? No, someone who I guess helps the social media found my Twitch channel, liked my content, and reached out to me. And so I'm helping Zoran Mamdani with his Twitch channel now. I gave a blueprint, an outline, what can help him, and I cannot believe that this is happening. I can't like I don't have the words to say. Like me, little me, like what? That's crazy. My cats are trying to get into my closet because my door's fixed finally. Yay! After all these years, it's finally fixed. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, so I've just been busy, streaming, taking care of a bunch of dogs. And they're Jack Russells. Of all the dogs, it has to be Jack Russell Terriers. Like, ugh. Why couldn't it have been like I know because they're little, but like, what about like cute little Shih Tzus or little like Pomeranians? You know, cute. Anyway, and the fleas, y'all. I'm getting bit up, and I've been spraying myself, and I'm worried that this apartment's gonna be. I hate fleas. The fleas. I hate fleas. They're the worst. Do not like them. I have PTSD from getting like flea infestations in the apartment because we have all carpet except for the bathrooms and the kitchen. So I have every right to be worried about that. But yeah, so I've been in contact with Zoran Mamdani's one guy. Shout out to him. I'm very excited. I have ideas. I sent some ideas. Okay. And if anyone wants to mod his Twitch and YouTube channels, let a girl know because I'm curating a list of streamers that can that also can like he wants to like do collabs with other streamers. I've already let Alex know of Devil's Advocate Production because they're looking for like New York City based streamers, and I'm like, well, I only know one, so and he's very excited about that. Of course, and yeah. So sorry, I'm done. Hey, what are you doing over there? This is gonna be a very chill stream. I'm back on my Vyvanse, and I haven't really eaten anything. Like the amount of money we're saving because I'm not door dashing meals anymore. My mom's like, "You gotta eat," and I'm like, "I'm not hungry. I'm just gonna give myself some sugar and drink a lot of water because I've been thirsty for water for the first time in like over a decade." So I'm excited about that. I'm excited. Yeah, I got ideas, and I also had ideas for like I had ideas for, again, like collaboration. Oh my God, he opened up the freaking closet door, didn't he? How? I have a suitcase. Whatever. My cats can do anything. They set their minds to. Yeah, so I'm very excited about this because, what me? You would think he would reach out to like Hassan, right? You would think he would reach out to like Hassan Piker, but it's like me. Okay. I'm a flex that forever because it's like out of all the politicians, it's the Mamdani, mayor of New York City, baby, my dream home. Cool. So yeah, and speaking of Hassan, I'm doing an interview about him because I'm a fan, obviously, and this one guy who I guess talked to like Asmongold fans wants to know like why a lot of us like Hassan. And I'm like, well, here's my story. I'm an OG Hassan Abihed from his earliest TYT days, so I'm a perfect match. I'm a perfect like subject to interview. And he's like, great. So I'm doing the interview tomorrow. Can't wait for that to air or whatever. So that should be very, very, very interesting. Looking forward to that. And I'm all caught up on Rent. What? Everything's I'm on top of the world looking down on creation and okay. I've been waiting to sing that song forever for things to fall into place. I cannot wait to go to therapy on Friday and tell my therapist the good news because she is a huge fan of Hassan, which is so funny. She knows all about like Hassan, Ethan Klein, iDubbbz, and all. And I'm like, oh, you know all the. Okay, cool. She's like I think she's like my age, so it makes a lot of sense. So as we all know, the Knicks lost last night because of Donald Trump. Everyone says it was because of Trump. It's like, nah, man, he killed the vibe, which interferes with the flow of the with the players. And it's like, remember Space Jam? Remember when the little aliens like ended up, going inside like Charles Barkley and all the other dudes and like took their powers, and all of a sudden they just forgot how to play? It was kind of like that. And let me tell you something. I don't do sports. I don't know anything about basketball. My mom was explaining how I'm like, she's like, they're still good, Kristina. They're not gonna lose. They're not out. They need to win one more game and they could reach the finals. Again, the Knicks haven't won a finals since 1973. 1973. That is over 50 years ago. And the last time they actually reached was like 99. So that's crazy. I can understand why people are feeling very happy about Zoran. New York City's having a good, like a little like the new New York City, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm so happy for y'all. I'm jealous. But if all this works out with the Twitch thing, again, when I move up to Jersey next year, who knows? Sky's the limit, So that's interesting. That's gonna be very, very exciting. Looking forward to that, as always. It's actually fun. A lot of fun. So, anyway, it's gonna be interesting. Also, I think we're doing movie night on Thursday, but we'll just air that later. We're doing Project Hail Mary, I think. The guys are heading back from Caterwall, so that's during this time should be exciting. I don't know why they thought it'd be a good idea to get back home and then do a show. I'm like, you guys I love peace and love, but it's like you guys need to take like a few days off. No, okay. So I did a thing. No, I did a thing where I posted a high school photo of someone. Now, this person's famous. Okay. And the amount of people who couldn't guess this guy was so funny to me. It's like, come on, guys, you don't see the face, you don't see the jaw, you don't see the eyes, you don't understand. Again, this is from my hometown of Freehold. I'm dropping so many hits right now. He was born in the USA. Like it's Bruce Springsteen, because he went to Freehold Borough High School. He went to school with my cousins. He's basically kind of a family acquaintance. So the fact that so many people were guessing it wrong, I was like, what? You don't recognize Bruce Springsteen's face? That's so weird. He looks like a little dork right here. He looks so cute. He's adorable. Oh, he's so good looking. He's so cute. Anyway, so yeah, that was I can't believe that people were like guessing everyone but him, and it's like, you guys are not good at this. You're not good at guessing, aren't you? No. So, Graham Plattner. I know we're going to be talking about this. So, there is a poll. I feel like Graham Plattner should sue some of these polling thingies, these pollsters or whatever, because they're saying, with sexual assault allegations, I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? No, there's no allegations. Then they're like, but with rumors I'm like, there's no rumors. Like, okay, so here's my thing with the Graham Plattner thing. The Nazi tattoo didn't work. The Blackwater stuff did not work. Nothing has worked. And with more scandals piling on top of Graham Plattner, the higher he gets in the polls. So it's like he's basically making himself to be like an average everyday guy who is, the establishment's trying to take him down. That's what Forrest has been saying. And Forrest is absolutely right. The way that this is like he looks like, like a burly lumberjack type, oyster fisherman, whatever the hell he does. And, and he seems very average. And also, with him being a former Marine, being a veteran with PTSD, he's open and honest about like the drinking and the thoughts and the darkness that he went through. So it makes sense why a lot of people are liking him, because they're like, this is a man who's open up, has feelings. We like that. So I'm like, nothing's gonna work, guys. And also, too, as someone who fell for the Al Franken propaganda, I'm gonna be very careful when I hear right-wing operative making weird accusations. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, and then Democrats are like, well, what about Eric Swalwell? I'm like, Eric Swalwell committed like an actual crime. Like, he actually like raped women. Like, you can't compare the two. You cannot compare the two, considering Eric Swalwell propped himself up as like a decent guy. Graham Platter's like, here are all my warts, which is, respect. But like, again, we're not in Maine, people. We're not in Maine. What do we know? What do we know? We're not like, what's funny is that's like, oh, Twitter left this, got Graham Plattner to the top. It's like, no, we don't vote in Maine. Interview the Maine voters. They're over here like, Nazi tattoo, whatever, but Israel flag tattoo? Oh, hell no. And it's like, oh, so the average median voter in every state hates Israel and loves Medicare for all. Like, that is literally the median voter mentality. And I love that, because it just shows that the Democratic Party's falling so behind. And they need to stop clinging to Israel. They need to stop clinging to Israel. I don't know how many times we have to do this, y'all. It's getting so annoying, And it's funny because like Ken Paxton has a litany of like corruption charges and like, sexual assault stuff and all this stuff. But Republicans are not even doing oppo research on him. They're actually making sure that he actually wins the the Senate seat. Meanwhile, Democrats are like, here's oppo research on Mamdani. Here's oppo research on Abdul El Sayed. Here's oppo research on Graham Plattner. Here's oppo research on this person. And it's like, you guys are doing the smear campaign and oppo research and stories on your own candidates that are running in your own party. That's supposed to be the Republicans' job. It said you are helping the Republicans. What is wrong with you people? Like, I don't understand. I'm never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Whoa. Okay. So like, I mean, like, if I was a Maine voter, I would vote for Graham Plattner. Like, again, like this is what it comes down to. When it comes to like these races, you're gonna have to vote for the shitty Democrat that actually is doing well or ends up winning the primary. I do it all the time. I live in South Carolina. We don't get to run many progressives and whatever. And then usually when it's a progressive versus like a centrist, there's always drama. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna go vote. I'm not gonna get involved. This is stupid petty drama. What the hell are we doing here? So I voted today. So yeah, that's everyone's like, oh, it's a lot of us red state like lefty Democratic voters are like, oh gee, why are you people bitching about having a progressive? I wish we could have that. You know why? Because there's no way in hell even a centrist is gonna win against Joe Wilson or Lindsey Graham. But hey, we still vote. We still gotta vote. Here's what it is. So, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I still can't believe they managed to open up the other closet door. I'm so mad. Look how clean my room is, by the way. You guys should see my closet. It is pretty clean. Like, there was stacks upon stacks of stuff, laundry, like years worth of laundry that I just didn't want to do. And I got rid of a bunch of clothes, and I'm very, very happy. So I'm excited about that. Here's okay, this is do you want to see something funny and yet very annoying? You know how the online left can be very annoying, and I assume it's like a psyop. So this is a thing that I saw in a Facebook group, and I'm like, there is no such thing as a leftist who enjoys chocolate. All chocolate eaters are racist. Neither of these positions are debatable. Oh, this is why we're are just told to me that we are just annoying and stuff. Like this is why it's like, do I even want to identify as anything anymore? Like, because this stuff is embarrassing. No, this stuff is embarrassing. I can't quite comprehend why. I mean, the leftist solidarity group has been like hijacked by like idiot like ultras now, and it's like, oh, and then like some liberals, and it's like, oh Jesus. Most of the post Bernie like left leaning Facebook groups have just been hijacked by like idiots, and so I don't even post. I feel like I should leave some of these groups, but I don't know. It's just, it is what it is. Like, I'm just like, what, chocolate? What? That's like the #1 candy sweet to eat. Like, I get it that it's made from like the cocoa, you know, and like, you know, but like, should we not be drinking water? Like, period. Like, I don't know. There's other, you know, you don't have to buy your chocolate directly from Nestle or whatever, you know? Oh. Did you guys hear about what happened in my town? I know what you're thinking. What? It made national news. A woman almost got kidnapped by a dude posing as a cop. And she managed to escape, and a very, very kind trucker saved her life. It made national news. I was like, oh. And my mom's over here like, you can't go to New York City by yourself. It's scary. And I'm over here like, Mom, this happened in broad daylight in our town. Not far from us, mind you. In broad daylight. I'm more safe in New York City than here right now. And I'll show you. You made me get a refresher. Let's see. Actually, I even posted that little thing about from my mom. It's just like I keep clicking the wrong thing.
A woman in handcuffs sprinting down a South Carolina road.
Hey, we got a girl over here running for her life.
Watch the woman race toward this semi-truck with a swerving car right behind her.
Seemingly that car was trying to run that person over.
The truck's driver, Anthony Moore, telling me that he was driving Friday morning in Aiken County, South Carolina, when that woman suddenly emerged from the woods.
Not far
She
from
ran
me.
into my truck and said, please help me. He's trying to kidnap me.
You can see the man here, identified by investigators as 39-year-old Jonathan Willard. According
know
to a
this
sheriff's
guy,
office
by
report,
the way.
the victim says Willard approached her while she was out on a walk, claiming to be with the police. He placed her in handcuffs, then into the rear of his car. The victim says she believed him at first, but got suspicious when he kept asking the same questions. Eventually, Willard pulled over, according to the report, and that's when the victim made her remarkable escape, running to the road and to more. Did you for even a split second think this was a legitimate law enforcement officer?
No, sir. His face looked dirty. He was smoking a cigarette, had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Willard has since been arrested and charged with impersonating a law enforcement officer and with kidnapping after this disturbing scene caught on camera. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Yeah. Yep, that happened not far from me. About probably like 5 minutes down the road from me. Yeah. Yeah. It ain't safe here either. Like, crime has gone up, and I don't like saying that, but like people need to understand that like blue cities are more safe than southern rural counties. That is a fact. I'm tired of people saying, you know, blue, blah, 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 and I'm like, no. Did you guys watch Paley's interview about, what's it, Scott Paley of former 60 Minutes? Man, that man was so ready to break down and cry about, you know, just not being able to hold on to his job. And of course now Barry Weiss, if the merger happens between Paramount and Warner Brothers, Barry Weiss is going to be in charge of CNN too. Yeah, that's great. It's good to know. What does she know? What does she know? I don't know, but Yeah, I watched the full thing last night on stream. By the way, guys, if you have Twitch, I'm gonna be streaming a little after 9 after this. Anyway, gotta keep it up. Anyway, it's just sad. I never really watched CBS, but the thing I did like watch about CBS was 16 Minutes because it's like they did real journalism, believe it or not. They did like hard-hitting interviews with like people who denied that the Bush administration was torturing people. You tortured people. You tortured like just really good stuff. But then sometimes like it's like you're interviewing Marjorie Taylor Greene who says Democrats are pedophiles and whatever, and it's like and you just move on. It's like no pushback. What was her name? Leslie something? That one old lady. She don't push back, and it's like yeah, I saw that. Apparently, looking at the whole thing, did you guys? Okay, so shout out to Hank Thompson who made a clip of Anna Kasparian talking about the mayoral election. Nithya Robbins, she fucking hates her for some reason, and she said Karen Bass would be better. And I'm gonna come to the conclusion that she voted for Spencer Pratt. She basically explained all but like without saying who she voted for, but it's like we know who she voted for. Also I feel bad for all Ted Lieu and all these Democrats were like, we are so happy that Steve Hilton has gotten to the second place, woohoo, against Javier Becerra. And it's like, why? This guy moved here like a year ago. He's British. He's like a Trump guy. He was like a David Cameron like conservative type, and he could actually win, and Republicans could gain 4 seats in the House in California as Republicans. Why are we again, how many times have Democrats learned the Pied Piper strategy never works? Didn't work for Trump. It's probably not, because the whole point of the Pied Piper strategy is prop up the candidate that's like a joke. Talk about them all the time, treat them like a joke. Because apparently Hillary Clinton read that she was going to lose to the internal polling showed that she was going to lose to Jeb Bush, and I'm like, that is completely not true. That man had no riz from the start. So. And now look where we are, because she thought that she would lose to Jeb Bush. Thanks, Hillary. Really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. I'm so mad now. Okay, so I got another video to share because my medicine's like making me a little sleepy. But I didn't want to miss and tell you guys the good news. Sorry. So speaking of Zoran, this TikTok is so funny because it's like, oh, this is like the New York Post in a nutshell with Mamdani. It's so funny.
My name is Zoran Mamdani, and I believe every family in New York deserves access to free, quality childcare. Healthcare is a human right. That's why no one in this city should go bankrupt because they got sick. We're building New York for New Yorkers, which is why, as mayor, I vowed to freeze rents for stabilized tenants across New York City.
They literally, I mean, that's kind of the whole criticism that people have with Abdul is that, oh, he's Muslim. Like they don't like, really, the Democrats try to do the whole, oh, he's not a real doctor. And it's like, you're doing the MAGA thing about Jill Biden. God, I keep wanting to say Joe Biden, but Joe and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of dementia. I don't know. But it's like, you guys, hey, Snaps, shout out to my mod on Twitch, Snaps. So it's just weird to me that it's like, you guys argue that Jill Biden was a doctor because she has a doctorate and stuff like that. It's technically, like, It's like that scene in Brooklyn Nine-Nine when you know, the whole dentist versus doctor thing. I'm like, this is exactly what's going on right now. Like, they're trying to tie Abdul to Grand Platter, and it's like Michigan and Maine are two completely different states. Maine is oh shit, we got a raid. Hey, thank you, Sandy. What's up? Welcome in. Just a reminder, guys, good news. I am helping Zoran Mamdani with his Twitch channel. Yay. Good. I take my Vyvanse and check my Instagram messages, and bam, everything just boom fell into place. I'm on a high. Sorry. So it's just funny to me that Maine. Okay, so this is the thing. A lot of people say New Hampshire is the most like southern coded northern state, but I still think that's Maine. If Maine could be Florida, it could, because it's all meth, fish, and, you know, poor white people. Like, that's about it. Like, Maine is like, I have cousins who live in Maine, and they're like, yeah, it's not a pretty place, but like the benefits are great, you know, if you're poor. And I'm like, oh, cool, you know. And so, like, when you're interviewing the average Mainer, they're like, we don't care if he has a Nazi tattoo. What we do care is that if he had an Israeli flag tattoo. And it's like, okay. Cool, I guess. I love that. I watched that interview with that one woman, and I'm like, oh shit. More people do hate Israel now. Democrats are really fumbling that one. You guys see the so they want to, I remember, like, what was a few weeks ago? It was because the Israel Pride Day parade, which, by the way, Israel, but it's like Puerto Rican pride and this pride. I'm like, okay, there's a difference between like the Israel Pride event is like, it's for the state of Israel, not for like the Jewish culture, you know what I'm saying? But like Puerto Rican parade, Irish parade, whatever, Italian, like it's about the culture from these countries, right? In these states or whatever. And it's like, yeah, no, Israel, it has an agenda. And most of the people who showed up to try to get to deport Mamdani are not even, they don't even live in New York City, y'all. They do not live in New York City. Why? Like, why are you here? You don't even live in New York City. Also, if you're a New York City Jew who move to Israel. You'll love it there. I see so many people who complain about being under attack going to the beach. I'm like, where's Hamas at? What's going on? You know? Like, it's just kind of crazy to me that it's like, what exactly is Zoran Mamdani doing that you don't like? You can't name him besides the fact that he's Muslim. And that's kind of the only criticism they got with Abdul. It's like, oh, well, he's Muslim. And I'm like, Michigan has a pretty hefty Muslim population. I feel like having Muslim representation in Congress would be nice. And I mean, I'm seeing a lot of other progressives running who are of color, different backgrounds. And I'm like, this is what the Democratic Party should be looking like. Not old and white, but young and diverse. So I'm looking forward to that. When that happens. It's going to be great. It's going to be so good. Y'all, do you want to see? Okay, real quick. I'm one of those people that hasn't aged, right? And so it's such a long time. Here's a photo of me from 16 years ago. My eyebrows look really bad, but like, look at that. I look the same for the most part. But I'm not wearing makeup, but like, that's crazy. And also Team Edward spotted in the background. I look so good. Anyway, I cannot wait to lose more weight on Vyvanse. Yes, I'm back on Vyvanse. I'm loving it. Because I'm focused. I got all my meds. I have to take like 5 meds. Like, it's crazy. But one of them's like my allergy med, and the others are from like my mental health. So, and yeah, that's you know, I'm excited. To be back on Vyvanse. I was like, okay, I even told my doctor, because I went to my primary doctor. I'm like, look, I'm becoming too dependent on like energy drinks. I'm drinking like 4 to 5 a day. He's like, oh, whoa. I'm like, yeah. So, and he's like, well, I was like, I was on Adderall, but I had to get off of it because it was like, I was up and down, crashing, but I was like, I took Vyvanse because it was a time release, and he's like, okay, we'll put you on that, and I'm like, yay, I'm gonna lose weight and be more focused. But I'm gonna have to go up because I can see when I'm like 2 hours almost close to streaming, it's like I'm getting a little sleepy. So I'm only taking 10 milligrams and I'm like, give me the good stuff. Give me 70. What? you know. But what's funny is that I take trazodone to help me sleep and I get like a straight up like 8 hours. Like I don't wake up in the middle of the night. It's crazy. It's crazy what being back on Vyvanse does to me. So that's crazy. I'm so happy about that. So anyway, also later on this week, maybe I don't know, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe no, Saturday. Saturday movie down stream. We're gonna watch the Michael Jackson movie because it's out on digital and I bought it. So that should be fun. Yay. And everyone's like, how you do that? I'm like, I watch it from YouTube on my Twitch. So hey Ruru, what's up? I got my community here. What's up? Don't worry, guys, I'll be streaming afterwards. Yeah. So yeah, I tried taking melatonin, but at the same time, melatonin just made me sleepy, but not to the point where I can like I want to be knocked out. Like I'm like Michael Jackson. Give me Demerol. Give me Propofol. Give me the it's don't say that. What the hell? Okay, so I hate how this new system of messaging works on Twitter. Yeah, my mom and I are gonna watch it together on Friday because she wants to see it so badly. So Saturday we're gonna watch on my Twitch stream. So no stream on Friday, mother-daughter day. Mm. Mm. Anyway, so by the way, guys, I love watching the Majority Report this past week because they were just constantly making fun of Dave Rubin. I know like Mason that was on, One Hand Politics, who was discussing. I want to see if he wants to show on here. He could pre-record something. I'll ask him. But it's like Dave Rubin sucks at debating. I suck at debating, and yet somehow I still end up making it to near the end because shout out to my girl Enemy Charlie. She does every once in a while. She does like these panels where there's like 50 of us, and it's like through Discord. But like her community can vote people out, and they always end up voting out the very performative types first, who are not interested in having a real conversation. They just come in with like an attitude, and I'm like, looking at the camera like, what the fuck? And I'm over here like looking at Charlie and she's just like, but somehow I end up making it to like almost the very end. Like I'm always the last person eliminated when there's like 2 people. Now there's 2 people left and they got to pick who won. And I'm like, how did I make it this far? I am not good at debating. I suck at it. I don't know. Maybe I am good at debating. I don't know. But then again, I thought I was bad at public speaking. So there's that. But yeah. But Dave Rubin just should not be doing debates because like he's not good at like having like points. Like he doesn't rehearse. Like from what I've heard about some of the Jubilee folks is that they're given the questions like ahead of time or subjects that they're gonna talk about, and then they look into it like so they have like their debate points and whatever, and it just doesn't work for Dave. I don't understand. What does he have besides he used to have Coke money. That's how he got famous. But after a while, it's like, dude, no one in the conservative right likes you. They think you're like an abomination, literally. And remember when he had twins with a surrogate with his husband? Oh my God. People were like, you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't agree with you being a father. Da 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 da. And it's like, and he's like, that's fine. And I'm like, no, it's not fine, Dave. What the hell are you doing? This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Why are you like this? Like, it's just a humiliation kink? Chat? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, here's Trump at the Knicks. I mean, this is actually what happened. Shout out to my boy Spencer, who's always giving me good content to share to the world.
I fucking hate you. Did Zoran, did he wave to me? Did he see me?
I don't think.
Everyone is pointing at me. Are they happy to see me? Oh, man, I fucking hate this guy. Did we win?
No.
Did my little Z see me?
A blanket now.
Who's that tunnel man next to my Zoran?
Hassan Piker, sir.
Who the hell is Hassan?
We hate Trump. We hate Trump.
No, they were cheering. They were cheering
and
and chatting USA apparently, according to right wingers. And I'm like, I have ears. Those were boos, and he's just gonna stay like that for like 5 minutes. It's so funny. God damn. Okay, Spencer. Any moment now, you can end. God damn, that's like. I mean, it's so funny. Like, the fact that so many right wingers were like, "Oh no, he was getting cheers. Look how loud the cheers were. They were chanting USA." I'm like, they were chanting USA, and then the fucking camera, put the Megatron or whatever, on him, and everyone's like, "Bow!" Like, oh, that was music to my ears. It was probably some of the loudest boos I've ever heard in my life. And again, y'all, I don't do sports. My sister is the sports girl, okay? She takes after my father. I take after no one in my family. I like music, movies, and musical theater and politics. My mom don't like. Yeah, I got it from my grandfather, I guess. But like, it's just so funny that right wingers were like, "Oh man, look at all those people, cheering on Trump." And it's like, New York City hates Trump. You know why? Because fighting for his freaking tax breaks and whatever destroyed New York City for a long, long time. Florida is now his home. He's registered to vote in Florida, I think. Why does he need to go to New York City? I get it. He's a Knicks fan, whatever that means. And it's like, do you have to go? Do you have to come? Why? I was like, I had a feeling. I was like, guys, the Knicks ain't going to win. He's going to bring all the. And then like he finally built the wall, y'all, but around Madison Square Garden. The hell, man. Oh my god, like I felt so bad. Like again, not a sports person, not a basketball fan. The only sport that I know is curling. I know the mechanics of curling and figure skating. That is it. Winter sports, I got it covered. But like this, I'm like, what's happening? Why? How? They lose one game, but they can still move forward? I didn't know that. Like I thought you just lose, you're out, 13 wins in a row, and then I knew someone who was like, I cannot get around New York City right now. This is a nightmare. I'm not even going to the Knicks game. I'm trying to, like, it was just so crazy, y'all. Like, all this because people thought he was going to get shot at. I'm like, from where? He's in a little booth. Surrounded. Like, he's fine. He's safe. It's all good. I don't understand why he thought that, anything was gonna happen, but I don't know. It's so annoying. So I blame Wimpy. Yo, and even then, like the fouls. Like I know a few things, but it's like, what the hell were the refs doing? Like looking at the clips, I'm like, the Spurs were being aggressive. Like, why has sports in general, especially sports that's not supposed to be very aggressive, have to become aggressive? Since when does basketball get so aggressive? Like, I'm like, football, yeah, but like wrestling, obviously, but like basketball, okay. Oh, breaking news! I wish I had a soundboard. Breaking news. Breaking. Maine Graham Plattner has won the Maine Democratic Senate primary. Will go against Susan Collins in November. Woohoo! The Democrats could take back the Senate if they want it. Apparently they don't want it. Apparently Democrats don't want it. They really hope Susan Collins wins because she voted to impeach Trump. Here's the thing, though. Susan Collins is one of those Republicans in the Senate who will vote against Trump, knowing there's enough votes that will pass for Trump's favor. So Democrats are like, she voted to impeach Trump. I'm like, because she knew nothing was gonna happen. She does that all the time. That's what a lot of the moderates do. That the rotating villain, the revolving door theory. It's real, and I'm tired of Democrats, like liberals on Twitter, saying it's not real, it's made up. And it's like, no, it is. People vote. Every time the Democrats have like the votes to pass something, there's always a John Fetterman or Henry Cuellar saying, not so fast. We're not going to vote for it. And it's like, that's why we can't have progress. Anyway, woohoo! Celebrate good times. Come on. Okay. I mean, we knew he was gonna win. We knew he was gonna win. Why were people assuming that Janet Mills could still make a comeback? She was already a very unpopular governor, for what I understand. Like, she was very unpopular. I know we didn't see this coming, y'all. I cannot believe it. The one candidate who was polling beyond well won the primary. What? Oh my God, I cannot believe this. I am shocked and surprised. I don't know. So anyway, it's just so funny. I bet you the liberals on Twitter are so mad that Grant Plattner won. It's like, just say you're Republicans. Oh yeah, Angus King, right? He's like, besides Bernie Sanders, he's the only other independent in the Senate. Again, why are these people still in office? Chuck Grassley is like 90 and he's running for re-election, y'all. I'm like, why? You tweet weird stuff at 2:00 in the morning, dude. Why? I mean, I want Bernie to retire, but it's kind of sad that Bernie is the only senator like that's like 80 who has like wits and brains and stamina and like physical, like he can do like 3 rallies in a day for a week. It's so weird how he's able to do stuff like that. I guess those 2 cents in his heart after his heart attack helped. But I just don't get it. I'm like, what? Bernie, dude, chill. Spend more time with your grandkids. We got this, you know? But he still has to fight for us, y'all. And somehow call it Netanyahu's war and not a genocide for some reason. Oh, this is funny. I think it's funny that the Kamala headquarters HQ News Now, whatever, the former like Kamala News, is now like, oh, a Democrat won a primary. We're going to support that Democrat now, like Graham Plattner. And it's like, what? Democratic wins. Very much against Zohran Mamdani, but that they're like, look at all all the stuff Mamdani's delivered on because he's a Democrat. And it's like, you don't get to claim him. You don't get to claim any of these progressives. What are you doing? Go away. But this is ironic. Susan Collins saying she was only going to serve 2 terms in the Senate. How funny.
That if I'm elected, I will only serve 2 terms, regardless of whether term limits law, a constitutional amendment passes or not. 12 years is long enough to be in public service, make a contribution, and then come home and let someone else take your place. That if I'm elected, I will only serve 2 terms, regardless of whether term limits law, a constitutional amendment passes or not. 12 years is long enough to be in public service, make a contribution, and then come home and let someone else take your place.
Anyway, that was obviously a lie. Yeah, 6-year terms are too long for Senate, in my opinion. Like, that's why it's important for Democrats to take back the Senate, because it's like, guys, we live in a world where a country where it's very hard for the Democrats to take back the Senate, because with the way our country's made up, it's more red than blue, believe it. Like the way, even though like it's mostly just land, it's like, again, 2 senators in California and 2 in Wyoming. That makes no sense. So, like, it's crazy. Like, I feel like there should be more senators. Like, there should be at least 200 senators. But, you know, whatever. We can't win. Also, why is Trump still harping about the 2020 election when he won this one? Why did he want to win 2020 so much? I'm like, listen, if I interview Trump, I'm gonna be a bitch to him. I'll be like, sir, you want to be a bitch to me, little pussy bitch? I'm gonna be a bitch to you back. Okay, why are you mad that you lost the 2020 election when you're currently president right now? Like, I'm tired of these journalists like groveling and taking all these little piggy insults. It's like I mean, again, guys, I've had my own Twitter beef with Donald Trump 13 years ago when he was just a Twitter poster who liked getting into fights with random people. Granted, I quote tweeted him, calling him overrated, and that got him mad. He called me a moron with tons of grammatical and spelling errors, but that's besides the point. A lot of people were like, dude, you got owned by a 19-year-old. They're like, you got owned by someone who's not even old enough to drink yet. And I'm like, I was this yeah, wait, no, I was 20. Okay. But it was funny. It was funny. I mean, we kept going back and forth for a while. And I was like, dude, don't you got better stuff to do? He finally gave up after I started to ignore him. So it's like, yeah, I don't like Donald Trump. I never have. Why should I? That man sent like a harassment campaign against me. Remember when he wouldn't stop tweeting about Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson? I was like, why are you doing this? I mean, we should have just let Trump become like a Broadway producer or like a talk show host. I think that's his true passion. Instead, Obama had to make fun of him in 2011 or whatever, and then Trump's like, I'm gonna run for president as revenge. And look who replaced Obama. That fucker. Should I even talk about the Ethan Klein thing? Okay, Ethan Klein is suing more people for some reason because I don't know, he's got nothing better to do. Okay, well, I just I don't know what happened to that guy. What is going on with some of these like YouTubers and people? Because my thing is like, it's okay to be in like a villain era, but when the villain era is just getting crazy, then that's where it's like, oh, their brains are broken. And I've said this a million times. I feel like if we all agree that the internet has broken our brains, made us more miserable, we are all weirdly parasocial about everything, we could have a good time on the internet. But so many people don't have self-awareness, like, at all. But I do. And I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem. Like, the hell? Oh man. Y'all, Caroline Levitt, she had her baby, right? And she literally got lip injections. Maybe, I don't know. So, what the hell is this? Like, guys, you can see this, right? Okay, so here's Caroline Levitt with her baby, and you can see, if you look closely, I can see it, the injection marks for like her lip filler, and it's like, see, look at my lips. This is not filler, y'all. This is lip liner, lipstick, and a lip gloss. Look, and my top lip is like tiny and thin, but my bottom lip is more pronounced. But like, it ain't that hard to do makeup. Like, your lips, it took a long time to find the technique that worked perfectly for me, but like, really, lip injections in the maternity ward? Like, what are you doing? God damn. It's crazy. I don't like it. I do not like it. I don't like it at all. I'm just saying. Oh god, Ethan Klein's trending on Twitter. Yo, have you guys seen the AI Talarico AI ad that the Paxton, I think it's Super PAC made, where he's singing like my favorite things, but like when it comes to like transgender people, and I'm like, you know what's funny? AI political ads are actually banned in Texas. Like that shit's like illegal, but they're still finding ways to do it anyway. And I'm like, this is like when the America First Legal did that Joe Biden ad on the radio, Stephen Miller thing, basically saying Joe Biden put black people first and put white people last. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. What year is this? What year is this? What? Even my mom was like, because we were in the car and she was like, what did this ad say? And I was like, yeah, that is. I was like, you know what? That's probably that Stephen Miller guy. She's like, who? I'm like, the bald-headed Nazi that Shannon's age. Like it was like the ad was so like, you really hear it because it's like, it's so racist. And they finally, a few days later, they took it off the air because they were like, oh, this is like really bad because it's like feeding into like, I would expect an ad like this in like 1955, right? On the radio. But like in like 2020, what was it? 2023? I was like, what the hell is this? What? I was like, this has to be. And I was right. It was Stephen Miller. So that was crazy to me. I hope I never hear a political ad like that again. This is why I don't watch like the local news, because it's always like the local ads that are so like ugly. And it's like, I don't want to listen to that. I don't want to listen to that. I don't like it. Like I remember John Barrow was like one of the last like conservative Democrats. And like he was hanging on by a thread because again, he wasn't moving as far right as the Republican Party was. And his whole ad that I remember was like, you know, here's because he was trying to do like, I'm pro-gun, but also, you know, this gun helped, you know, with racism, like tackle racism. He's like, here's this Smith & Wesson pistol that my great grandfather used to help stop a lynching. And I'm like, cool, but like, okay, it's proof. That's a weird thing but like that ad didn't even work for him. So I'm just like, he got replaced by like some like pro-Trump MAGA guy in 2016, I think, or something like that. A lot of conservative Dems like in the South lost a lot of seats to like, you know, MAGA types. I still don't even know who defeated Thomas Massie. What's his name? I don't even know. He just came out of nowhere. Got a lot of money from Israel and Trump and defeated, you know, one of the few critics on like key issues like Israel and Epstein. So I'm like, if most people be like, I don't know whose name is either. I remember watching because I was dog sitting a greyhound, and they have Twitch, and I was watching, you know, Hassan's stream, and Hassan was crashing out during like, you know, the primaries last week, and he kept saying, you know, Toby Donen and Larry Roden and vocal stems. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, whoa. Oh my God, y'all. This is brutal. Look at the results before I go. That is crazy, y'all. Look at that. Look at 65 with less than 1%. Oh my. That is insane. Those are shocking numbers. There is no way. I mean, there's like no way, like crazy. Anyway. So just a reminder, guys, I'm going to be streaming in like 15 minutes on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics. Do a little short, little stream because I'm not working tomorrow. I got to take care of the puppy mill. I hate. Yeah, everyone's like, "Why don't you report your customer?" Because she only gets like a slap on the wrist. She gets a slap on the wrist. She's downsized, but she still has a lot of dogs outside, mind you. It's crazy. And she loves Trump, and we clean her every week. We got her back after she fired us the week my dad died, and it's like he's gonna die any day now. We want to be there when he passes and not leave his body there for hours in rigor mortis, you know. But I feel like she has no friends and she's lonely, so we're basically getting paid to talk because cleaning her house could take us like an hour because again, she has like blackout curtains. There's no dust that comes through besides like her bedroom. Furniture's covered, so it's like I don't get it. But the one thing I appreciate about her though is that she likes to hear my side, like my perspective on things when it comes to politics. It's crazy. She could leave her younger husband for Trump if she could. And I'm like, why? Your husband's like 20 years younger than you. You're 80 something. Like, what? Anyway, just me venting about this. This is so funny. Anyway, don't forget, I'm the last show of the night. Haha. Anyway, so tomorrow I'm trying to think what's the plan for tomorrow. I will be streaming at 6 p.m. tomorrow because I don't think Forrest is ready to do Absurdity Space. Yeah, he didn't send me anything. So yeah. Thursday's movie night extravaganza at 8. We're doing Project Hail Mary, right? Isn't tomorrow the 11th? Or Thursday's the 11th? Yeah. And then Friday, no stream because I'm gonna watch the Michael movie with my mommy. And then Saturday night on Twitch, we are. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna watch on Saturday. We're gonna watch the Michael movie. Yeah, and you're gonna see me with my critiques and what was good, what was bad. I just wish I could find my white glove because Oppie took my white sequin glove and I don't know where it's at. Anyway, so anyway, I'm gonna head out, move over to Twitch in a few minutes, cover the primaries because Big News Grand Platter somehow, I don't know how, managed to win. I mean, they literally called it with like a couple hundred votes. That's crazy. A couple hundred votes. It's like they could predict, like, yeah, he's gonna win this. Jesus. Mills Mafia, it's over. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so funny like that. Anyway, so I will see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in and hearing my good news. You know, and I'm very happy. Things are finally falling into place. All it took was me getting back on Vyvanse for everything to just do a complete 180. Again, that's crazy. Anyway, guys, I will see you later. And for my community, I will see you on Twitch in 15 minutes, give or take. Anyway, bye-bye.